Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, capitalism, atheism, and much more, and on which I oppose Trump, leftism, altruism, theism, faith, and much more. Those are the topics I have on my background, and I'm happy to talk about any of those. If you want to participate in the show, you can call in. The number is 657 233 0878. And you can also participate through the YouTube chat. And I see Stefan is here, the first chatter of the day. Hello to you. I also have super chats available, and I encourage you to consider making a financial contribution if you want to help support the show. You can do super chats, super stickers, and there's also links to PayPal and Patreon in my description. Also in the description, there is a link to Zoom if you prefer to call in through Zoom instead of the phone number. That's another way you can be on the show. Okay, so thanks everyone for being here, and thank you for the likes. Now is actually a good time to like the stream to help push it out in the algorithm. I just gave it a like myself. I had a good showing on the last stream in the beginning. I think I might have gotten more views in the first couple hours than I ever had before. And it ended up getting over 1,000 views, including the post live stream viewers. Most of my viewers are from after the live stream. So for those of you who are not listening live, welcome to you as well, whenever you happen to be listening to this. Okay, so this is a show which is largely driven by topics that you all raise, either in the chat or by calling in. So I encourage you to participate in the chat. That'll give me some material to engage with. Until then, I will have to talk about some other things. I've got some notes I could speak from. But I do want to give priority to people who are here live. So definitely take advantage of the fact that you can shape the topics of the show by making a comment, asking a question, or calling in. We had 4 calls last time, and it's never certain how many calls I'm going to get. But one idea I did have is that if you tag me in the YouTube chat, that might help me to fit you into the flow of the show. If you want to call in, if you first tag me, you can just put at Dan Norton 1. That's my YouTube handle. And that'll help get my attention. And then maybe if I'm already on a call with somebody, I can see that some other people want to call in. So there's a suggestion for you. I see somebody else just popped in the chat and said, Christ is king. Okay. I guess you're religious. Maybe that's something we could debate. Christ is king. Did Christ even exist? I think there's some debate about that. Was Christ a good person? Or was he a bad person? Did he promote bad ideas? I happen to disagree with many of Christ's ideas. So I think he had a lot of negative influence, or at least if he didn't exist, at least the stories that come down to us about Christ. But I follow reason, not faith. So And that means I believe only on the basis of evidence. Faith is belief without evidence. So if you have faith, then maybe there's nothing I can do to persuade you because you've thrown out reason. But if you follow reason, then I think there is good reason to reject the message of Christ, or at least a lot of it. All right, I see another person just showed up in the chat with some kind of emoji. Not sure what that is. Looks like a box drink with a straw sticking out of it. But maybe it's something else. It's hard to tell. Anyways, I'm glad to get some new people in the chats. That tells me that the thumbnail is probably working. I've made some adjustments to my thumbnail recently. And I think it helps attract and intrigue people out there in YouTube land. All right, now... Oh, someone just retracted a message. But I remember what it said, but maybe I shouldn't say what it said in case he wants to revise it. Okay, he just came in with a new chat. Maybe now is a good time to share the chat on the screen. Feel free to let me know how the sound is, by the way. If I'm too soft, too loud, just let me know and I can try to make an adjustment. All right. Here is my chat window. So somebody says Christ died for your sins. For your sins. He puts emphasis on your. What sins? What sins? What if I don't have any sins? How do you know I sinned? Why would he die for my sins anyways? That doesn't make any sense. Why should you die for someone else's sins? How does that even work? Repent and the Lord saves. Of course, if this is all based on faith, and if it's all mystical and supernatural, then we shouldn't really expect it to make sense. I follow a philosophy of reason, not faith, as I said before. So I think if you follow faith, a lot of things that come out of religions just, there's no way to, well, you have to accept them on faith because they don't make sense. Greg is here in the chat. One of my channel members, which is why he's got a star by his name. Thanks for being a channel member, Greg. He says that's a beverage box emoji. Yeah, that was my guess as to what it was. I was thinking of High C. When I was a kid, I used to drink those sometimes. That's what it looked like to me. And then we have another new person in the chat, Shan Zach Khan, who says, when it will start. When will what start? My live stream? My live stream has already started. This is it. And it consists of engaging with people out there in YouTube land like you. So this is how I do it. Sometimes people call in to the number on my screen and I take calls. But right now I haven't gotten any calls. So I'm just engaging with chats. But I will refresh my Google Voice page because I know sometimes when people try to call in, it tells me allow mic access. But right now it looks like mic access is already allowed, so it should work if somebody calls in, but I'll refresh it now just in case, because sometimes that seems to be necessary. But sometimes when someone tries to call in, they have to call in twice because I'm not able to pick it up the first time. But hopefully I will. And I like to screen the calls. So you'll just hear my side of the conversation at first if I'm just screening the call. FTW says, because Jesus loves you. Why does Jesus love me? Does Jesus even know me? He died thousands of years ago, right? But then he came back to life, right? So maybe he's not really dead. Lots of nonsense, if you ask me. There's no way to make sense of it. Got to take it on faith. How about a philosophy of reason? That's what I think is good. A philosophy that makes sense. All right, and then looks like Jonathan is maybe using an insult there. Not sure what's going on there, but I do like to keep it civil here. So if you want to stick around, you're going to have to be civil and respectful. Otherwise, you might get blocked or timed out. I'll pray that you find Jesus and his love. Have a good day. All right. Well, I hope that you use your mind and don't throw your mind out, which is what you do when you have faith. I think reason is good. Reason is good for your own happiness and well-being. So I hope that you follow reason and not faith. And then I think you will be more likely to have a good day. But thanks for the well-wishing. I wish you the best too. All right, now Jonathan is saying, oh no, dude definitely needs Jesus. Why do I need Jesus? Why do I need someone who promotes faith, that is the belief in things without evidence? That seems like something I need to stay away from. I need reason, not faith. That's what's good for me. And everyone, not just me, right? All right. So, I'm caught up with the chat. Let me take a look at the likes. All right, we're up to 3 likes. I just clicked it on my phone. It says 4 likes now. But I had already clicked it on my... I already gave it a like on my laptop. And I'm signed in on the same account on my phone and my laptop, so I don't know why it wasn't already registered on my phone. Maybe it just takes a while to update. But anyway, thanks for the likes. That'll help push this stream out in the YouTube algorithm. All right, should I give you a reading update or talk about some other thoughts I had since the last stream? I got over 1,000 views on my last video. That was good to see. I used to never get over 1,000 views on my live streams, but it's happened multiple times in the last month. So I think my new thumbnail is definitely having an effect. I've been getting a lot more subscribers also recently, and that's been good to see. So thanks everyone for subscribing. All right, well, I can give you a little reading update on the topic of religion, since we've got some religion coming up here in the chat. I've been reading about religion recently, in particular about the Old Testament, or the Hebrew Bible. I'm currently reading about the books of Samuel That's where we get the stories of Saul, the first king of Israel, and David, who was not his son, but his successor, but not his immediate successor. There was actually another king in between Saul and David, which I didn't know about until just a few days ago. Ishbosheth, or something like that. He was the son of Saul, I believe. And he was king, but I believe only for 2 years, according to the story, after Saul died. and then after Ishbosheth was David. So that's what I've been reading about. I've just been reading the articles on Wikipedia about that part of the Bible. I haven't been reading the Bible itself, although I plan to. But I think the Bible is often more easily understood if you've already read about some other secondary literature about it. It makes it easier to understand. So I want to continue reading in Wikipedia for a while. And then once I finish a few more articles, I will turn to the Bible itself and then read the books of Samuel. That's my plan. Oh, Jeff Bannister just came in with a super chat. Thank you, Jeff. Let me give that a heart and a like. And let me also start a super chat goal. I forgot to do that. And I'm going to count Jeff's towards this goal. Okay, I'm going to set it for 3 hours. So the goal is to get 5 super chats within 3 hours, and I'll accept any amount. So all the colors, I think the lowest amount you can do is 99 cents, but you can go all the way up to $500 if you want. Okay. So I just started that goal in the chat. So it says 0 out of 5 here, but it's actually 1 out of 5 because I'm going to count this one from Jeff. Let me see if I can reply. Fast enough? Okay, good. It has a little yellow tag by it. Got to reply fast to get that tag. All right, I give priority to super chats because I want to encourage those and make this show self-supporting, financially self-sustaining. So let me read that one. He says, Trump has not initiated this war with Iran by seeking approval from Congress. But do you think, as I do, that it is justified to defend America from the Islamists Iran supports? Iran is the problem. Okay. I support a war against Iran. I do think it should be done with congressional approval. And I don't know why Trump did not seek congressional approval. Maybe he wants to be above the law. You ask, is it just... Do I think, as you do, that it is just to defend America from the Islamists Iran supports? Yeah, I do think it's just. The only thing that makes this a little tricky is that issue of congressional approval. Like, it's an easy answer, to me at least, to say, with congressional approval, this is a just war. Now, do I still think it's... If you're asking specifically about whether I think it's a just war, given that it has not received congressional approval, I'm not sure what to say about that. I do think there's a temporary justification. I haven't looked into this much, but my understanding, I've heard that Trump can go to war for a limited period of time. I don't know what it is. Maybe, I think I might have heard the 60 days. And after that, he needs to get congressional approval. Like, you can go to a war in an emergency without congressional approval. And I'm not sure whether this should qualify as an emergency. Maybe it should. I mean, they've already killed Americans, either directly or by proxy groups that they support. So, and they chant death to America. So, maybe there's a case to be made that there's an ongoing emergency. Excuse me. Let me get a cough drop here. And you never know when they're going to strike next and kill more Americans. So maybe there's a case that you could make for saying this is an emergency, and that therefore Trump can go to war even without congressional approval, at least for 60 days or however long it's supposed to be. But why hasn't he gotten, or at least sought, congressional approval by now? I don't know that there's a good answer to that. And what's wrong with Congress? Why haven't they declared war? I don't think they don't need to wait for the president to ask them to declare war. I think my understanding was that Congress can just declare war on their own. So I think the fact that Congress hasn't declared war on their own indicates there's a problem with Congress. They should recognize that Iran is a hostile country and deserves to have its regime overthrown. That's what we really need here. Regime change. I think anything short of that is not enough to end the threat that Iran poses to America and its allies. So, in justice, I think they deserve to be overthrown. The only thing that makes it a little tricky is the fact that there hasn't been congressional approval. At least in my mind, that's the only thing that makes it a little tricky. But it seems like something that should be sought by the president. He only seeks his own approval, says Jeff. Yeah, I don't think Trump cares too much about Congress. And we saw with January 6th, he tried to steal an election. He tried to overturn it with his fake electors scheme. Or at least he went along with that scheme, which maybe I think one of his lawyers came up with. And I think he's willing to lie. So I don't think he cares about Congress. I don't think he cares about the truth in general. I think he cares about just doing whatever he feels like, whatever stokes his narcissism or satisfies his narcissistic needs, something like that. So that's what I have to say about that. Thanks, Jeff, for that super chat. I hope I gave you the kind of answer you were looking for. Right? I mean, I hope I answered your question. You can let me know if I didn't, and maybe I can say some more. Okay. I think it's very bad that we have Trump as our president. It's bad that what the alternatives are, too. And I think both Trump and the left are bad. And that's why I have both of them in the bad column on my backgrounds and in my thumbnail. America needs a lot of work. All right, I see a new person came in the chat. Reason and Science. Catsboard.com. That's a long username. And that person tags me and says, God or no God? That's the question. I say no God. I'm an atheist. And I think you can make an argument that the traditional concept of God as being omnipotent involves contradictions. So I think you could, and if you say, well, there can't be contradictions in reality, and having a quality like omnipotence implies there could be contradictions, then that means you could rule out God. Like if you're omnipotent, that means you could, well, I guess there's different ways you can interpret that. One way you could interpret it is it means God can make 1 + 1 = 5, right? If he's all powerful, shouldn't he be able to do that? And people might say, well, even God can't do something like that. But he can't do things that are logically impossible. But there's other things he can do, like work miracles. Like he can part the Red Sea. And those don't involve logical contradictions. Jeff says thanks. You're welcome, Jeff. But I think there is still some kind of attack on the law of identity in the idea that miracles are possible. What is a miracle? If a miracle means making something act contradictory to its nature, well, then there's still a contradiction there, right? If the Red Sea has a nature such that it cannot just part, then God is making it act in contradiction to its nature. But I don't think things can act in contradiction to their nature. They have an identity which only enables them to act in certain ways. And God makes them act in different ways that are not consistent with their identity. And maybe that means that they don't really have an identity if they can just be whatever God wants. So I think that's a violation, I think, of the way reality actually is. I don't think you can just... I believe in what's called the primacy of existence. That's a term from Objectivism, Ayn Rand's philosophy. Existence is what it is, independent of consciousness, and you can't just wish things were a certain way and then they become that way. But that's the way reality works according to religion. All right, there are many more chats from Reason and Science. Oh, I see somebody has called into the Zoom room. If you let me know in the YouTube chat, sometimes that'll catch my attention sooner because I'm often not looking at my Zoom call where I see that someone tried to call in. Otangelo Grasso called in. I think I heard of your name on somebody else's stream. I don't know if you're the same Otangelo, but Objective Ethics is another person who chats sometimes, and he's called into my stream before. And I think I might have seen you on, if you're the same Otangelo, you might be the same person that I saw on the stream of Objective Ethics. Okay. But I don't know much about you. But maybe I can learn some. All right, so I guess I'll take this call, at least soon. Let me just... Yeah, I don't see any... people calling in on the Google Voice number, just on Zoom. So I think I'll take that call now, and then maybe I'll engage with some of these chats more later. But usually when I'm on a call, I just focus on the caller, and I'm not also looking at the chat. I give priority to the caller. But after the call, I will come back and engage with some of the chats. Oh, now somebody is calling on the Google Voice number. Let me pick that up and just screen it. I'm not going to take it yet. Oh, now it's saying allow mic access. I told you it was going to do this. Or I don't know why it does that. I refreshed the page just a few minutes ago, as I told you. So I thought when I refreshed it, it was going to prevent me from having to allow mic access. So I don't know why it does this, but I think if you call back in, it will work. And if I'm on the call with the Zoom caller, you can just leave a voicemail. And you can also tag me in the YouTube chat and tell me if that's you who tried to call in, and maybe tell me what you want to talk about, and maybe I can screen your call a little bit there. But maybe I should put it on Do Not Disturb now. And then if you call back in, it'll take you straight to voicemail. And you can leave a voicemail. Okay, I just turned on Do Not Disturb for the Google Voice number on my background, so you're going to go straight to voicemail. But let me screen this other call that came in through Zoom. There's a link in my description if you want to use Zoom instead of the number on my background. All right, I just need to make sure my settings are correct. Okay. Otangelo Grasso. I just admitted him. Hello. Yes, I can. Okay, hold on a second. I can put you through to YouTube. Right now, only I can hear you. But let me just turn on your audio so people on YouTube can also hear you. Hold on. All right, I think... Oh, no, that was the wrong one. Okay, now people should be able to hear you. And people in the chat, let me know if you cannot hear them. Okay, so are you the same one who... have you been on the stream of Objective Ethics before? Okay, I remember seeing your name over there, but I don't remember anything else, or not much else. Okay, so you wanted to talk about God? Oh, hold on. The audio is still not... Okay, now I think it's going to work. Okay, yeah, you want to address what I just said?
Yeah, so to respond to that, as soon as we define qualities of God which are not self-contradicting, then a God, a deity with these qualities is logically possible, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. If a God
Right.
doesn't
So
have like omnipotence as a quality, Okay, Greg says there's no incoming caller sound, but then he says sound. So I guess it is working now. Okay. Yeah. Um,
Yeah, so in my first uh, chat response, I said, God or no God, that's the question, right?
oh,
So,
you're Reason and Science, that person in the chat?
yes,
Oh, okay.
yes. So, when we start elucidating about possibilities and worldviews, and we put on the table what is possible, then I'd say the two propositions are possible. God is possible, and the no God hypothesis is also possible. And when I say that, I describe God with very basic terms. That is, God is eternal, powerful, conscious, and intelligent mind. And there are no contradictions in these terms. So a deity with these qualities is logically possible.
All right. I'm just taking some notes here. I'm going to share them on the screen in a second. And you can see them also if you're following on YouTube. Just a moment, because I like to keep track of stuff by writing it down. All right. Okay, now the notes should be visible. Um, so, one thing we need to do is define what is meant by God. And you said, I guess, some of the qualities that you believe God has. I think you mentioned power is one, all powerful. Was that one of the characteristics you assigned to God?
No, I didn't say all powerful. I mean, we can say that, but we need to define what is meant by all powerful. And I am just putting here basic qualities. One is that he has power. He has the ability to do things.
Okay. So God has power. He has the ability to do things. That's part of your notion of God. Okay. So one thing I could ask you is, where do you get this idea of God? Like, where do you get the? I mean, I think there are things that have power. Like, I have power. I have the ability to do things. Am I a God? I'm guessing you would say no. So there's some qualities I lack. I would guess you would say that God has. So where do you get this idea? There's got to be more to God than just that. So what else is there to God?
Well, I am just putting that as a logical possibility in
Mm-hmm.
contrast to the no God hypothesis. And so these two possibilities are on the table as a possible explanation of our existence, right?
Well, I don't think there needs to be an explanation of existence. Sometimes people ask, well, why does something exist rather than nothing? I don't think that's a valid question. I think that it implies that the existence needs to be explained, and I don't think it does. I think it just is. It's a starting point. That's how I see it.
Well, I see it like this. We are dealing here about worldviews, and we all want to know what our position is in the universe, if there is a God or not. If there is a God, who he is that deity? What was the reason that he made us? And if that deity in reality exists and had intentions why he created us, and he communicated these intentions to us, then this shapes a lot about how we see ourselves and what our place in the universe is. So I think these are very important fundamental questions which shape our understanding of us, of the universe, and ultimately also in regards of morality and meaning.
Okay. Well, there are many questions that are valid, I think, about the universe, but I don't think one of them is where did the universe come from, or why does it exist, or why does it exist rather than nothing, or what explains it? Because all those questions, they assume something that I don't see we have a right to assume, which is that existence isn't a starting point. Like it's often asked about God. Well, what created God? And then religious people who believe in God, they'll eject and say, "Oh, God, He's just where we start. He's a necessary being, and we don't need an explanation of God." But that's how I see the universe or reality or existence. There's different terms you could use. I don't think that it requires some explanation of its existence. It just exists.
Well, of course, you can be happy with that position that you don't require for yourself an explanation. But many philosophers and thinkers, they ask these things. We are curious in nature, and I at least I since a teenager I wanted to know what my place is in the universe. Now you said these are not valid questions. I would say, I mean, what defines what is a valid question or not? What I would say is that, and I would agree on that, if you would have said, well, there are no definitive answers to these questions, yes, then I would agree on that. There are no proofs in regards of either a God existing or not existing. So we cannot prove or demonstrate anything in regards of these questions.
Okay. Well, I don't know that I would agree with that. It sounds like that might be a kind of agnosticism. You can't say one way or the other whether there's something prior to existence that accounts for it. So maybe just to put a definition on the table, I take existence to be everything. So by definition, there can't be something apart from everything. Otherwise, everything wouldn't be everything. So there can't be preconditions of existence. This came up in the last stream. A theist called in. There can't be something apart from existence that brought existence into existence. That's just incoherence, given the way I understand existence. If existence is everything, there can't be some cause of existence, because what about that cause? Does that cause exist? Well, it would have to exist in order to bring existence into existence, but then that's incoherent. It's existence already exists if there's a cause. So the whole idea of something apart from existence, I think, is just incoherent. And so
Yeah,
I
I
think you
agree
could
on
you could
that.
say you could rule it out as a valid question on those grounds to ask, like, what brought existence into existence. Since that implies some kind of incoherence, I think you could say, well, then it's an invalid question.
Yes, and I agree on that. And I think that the proposition that nothing has causal powers is simply false, because nothing is the absence of anything, and the non-existence cannot create existence. So the logical inference of this is that something must have always existed. And once we excluded the possibility that something can come from nothing, then we have two alternatives. Either the universe, the physical, in some kind of form has always existed, or there is something above the physical universe which brought it into existence.
Okay, I think I can go along with that, and I would say the alternative I take is that existence always existed. Although I don't like the term always because it has a temporal flavor to it. And I don't think time applies to the universe as a whole. I think time applies within the universe, but I don't think it applies to the universe as a whole. Like I could say, my dog, if I had one, is 6 years old, which means between now and when it was born, 6 years have elapsed. But I don't think it makes sense to say, well, how old is the universe? What is the age of the universe? I don't think the universe has an age. I don't think time applies to the universe as such. It only applies to things within the universe. And since always is a kind of time flavored term, strictly speaking, I wouldn't say the universe always existed. I would just say it exists.
Well, the question is if the universe had a beginning or had no beginning. And I think we can make a very strong case in postulating that scientific and philosophical reasoning brings to the conclusion that most likely the universe had a beginning. And once you come to that conclusion, of course, then you can posit the Kalam, which says that everything that begins to exist has a cause, and then question what is the cause of the universe.
Okay. I don't agree that the universe had a beginning, or that science or philosophy supports the idea that it had. I mean, there might very well be particular scientists or philosophers who think that the universe had a beginning, but I would disagree with them. So, um, and I would have to have a discussion, maybe something like this discussion, to sort it out. But I don't agree that the universe had a beginning, and that therefore that beginning needs to be explained by, he said, Kalam argument. I've heard of that. I'm not really familiar with it, what it is. But if the idea of the Kalam argument, or whatever you called it, is to explain when it began, well, then I would just object to the premise that there was a beginning that needs to be explained.
Yeah, I mean, if you posit that the universe always existed, then you have to provide good reasons to back up that claim. And I think that the preponderance of cosmologists and astronomers today is that the Big Bang model is the best model that we have. And it postulates that the universe started in a hot, dense state and expanded very rapidly. And if you question, well, where does this bring us? Then it brings us to an absolute beginning. And that is one of the reasons why I think the universe had a beginning. And that has been granted by very well-known figures of cosmologists. And this is hardly still to be disputed, that alternative cosmological models are superior to the Big Bang model. And I mean, Martin Rees, for example, has been questioned by Lawrence Kuhn, and he said, well, it is a very plausible and warranted conclusion that based on the evidence of the Big Bang, the universe most likely had an absolute beginning. So that would be a scientific reason. And the philosophical reason is philosophy of time. If time is eternal in the past, then you cannot transverse infinite time to come to this moment in time. So if time is infinite in the past, and then you look forward, then there is, wherever you stop, always still more time ahead. So you would never reach this moment in time. And another very, very powerful reason is the second law of thermodynamics, which states that entropy goes from low to a high state, and at a certain point in the future, the universe will get into a state of heat death where no work can be performed anymore. And if the universe would be eternal in the past, we would already have consumed all the energy inside it and already be in a state of heat death. So these are three very powerful reasons to conclude that the universe most likely had a beginning.
Okay. Well, I don't think the Big Bang is a argument that the universe had a beginning. I think all the Big Bang is, the way I understand it, it's when the universe changed its form. So it used to be a singularity, and I'm not saying this is actually true, but this is at least what the theory is. It used to be this very dense, tiny piece of matter, and then it exploded. And now, instead of being in the form of this very dense so-called singularity, it's now spread out in a much different form. But that's not when existence started. That's just when existence changed its form, or it's one dramatic time in which existence changed its form. I mean, it's always changing its form. I'm moving around right now, so I'm changing the form of existence in some way. The Big Bang is another way, but that's not when something started existing. That's just when some dramatic change in the form of existence happens. And you could say that happened 15 billion years ago. I've heard that number, but that's not when existence started. That's when this change in form of existence happens. Now, the second point about time, I think time doesn't apply to the universe as a whole, as I think might have been implied by the way you were characterizing it. I don't think there's like a cosmic clock in the universe which is ticking away, and then we can use that clock to measure when various events happen. That's I don't think that's a valid model for talking about the universe as a whole. You could use that for timing certain events within the universe, but not the universe as a whole. So when you start talking about infinite time elapsing, that sort of thing, I think that might imply a kind of view of time that I would not reject, which I think also might, I think this view of time might go back to Aristotle. I think that's where it might come from in his work, The Physics. As to entropy, your third argument, I take it, I do think there can be pockets in which entropy decreases, even if the overall level of entropy in the universe is increasing. There can be certain pockets, maybe like around a sun, which supplies, or a star, which supplies lots of energy, which can be utilized by life forms to do various orderly things, you might call them. So I think consistent with the fact that, if it is a fact, that overall entropy in the universe increases, is consistent with that in certain parts of the universe it could be decreasing. I'll pause there.
Yeah, the fact that in some parts it decreases doesn't change the fact that overall the direction is from low to high entropy. So that is something which has never been disproven or showed otherwise. But coming back to the Big Bang,
but I don't see
I did
what does
find,
that have to do with existence anyway. Like, whatever we say about entropy, I don't see what does that have to do with existence having a beginning.
well, I mean, existence is something which obviously is, because we are here, we are talking to each other. So that is a no question. The question is what started everything? Is it only just the universe which has always existed, or is there more? So that's the question, right? And to stay to your point in regards of the Big Bang, I did find here the quote, and I would like to read it. It is from the YouTube stream. Martin Rees, did our universe have a beginning? And Lawrence Kuhn, he asks, it seems generally to be accepted now that there was a beginning to this universe. And then Martin Rees, for who doesn't know it, he is a very famous English astronomer. And he responds, I think the claim that this universe started from a very hot dense state should be taken seriously, because it is corroborated by a whole network of interlocked arguments, and stars evolving and the age of stars is consistent. It is an extrapolation of what we know, but we had a beginning. Life had a beginning, stars had a beginning, galaxies had a beginning. All atoms now, we can see some collecting beginning sometime in the past, which we can date with a percentage of few percent. So he answers this question positively. And then there is a whole bunch of very well-known and predominant cosmologists and astronomers today which also agree with this view. And I can give you also here some quotes. The universe began from a state of infinite density. Space and time were created in that event, and so was all the matter in the universe, Stephen Hawking. And it seems to me that the idea of a beginning is necessary for the universe to make sense. That's Alan Good. There are a series of others. And a very important article came out in 2012, and Good says here, from the cosmic egg to the infinite multiverse, every model of the universe has a beginning. One shows that a problematic object called a naked singularity is a lot more likely to exist than previously assumed. And the other suggests that the universe is not eternal, resurrecting the thorny question of how to kickstart the cosmos without the hand of a supernatural creator. And as cosmologist Alexander Vilenkin of Tufts University of Boston explained last week, that hope has been gradually fading and may now be dead. He showed that all these theories still demand a beginning. It can't possibly be eternal in the past, says Vilenkin. There must be some kind of boundary. But Vilenkin found that this scenario falls prey to the same mathematical argument as eternal inflation. If your universe keeps getting bigger, it must have started somewhere. So I don't want to keep on just to have a monologue, but just to answer your point, I think that I am strongly warranted to posit that most likely the universe had a beginning.
Okay, well, I don't see a good reason for that, no matter how many famous names you cite. I hope there's not a appeal to authority going on here. What we really need, if you want to say that it had a beginning, we need an argument and not just quoting some people who happen to say that. And I don't know if you were quoting arguments as opposed to just assertions from them. But what I would be really interested is an argument, and I'm not sure how there could be one, because it just doesn't seem coherent to me that there could be a beginning. And maybe for, I don't know, maybe Aristotle shared these reasons, but I don't want to appeal to my own authority. But I don't see that time is something that's had a beginning, or that it applies to the universe. And I'm maybe I'm just repeating myself at this point, but I guess the things you read, they don't really carry much weight with me. And I think this is maybe it's best described as a philosophical issue rather than a scientific issue. And exactly describing what is the difference there. Maybe that's something we could get into. But the fact that a scientist says something doesn't necessarily mean that it's a scientific issue. I think there are many scientists. There have been many Christian scientists. Isaac Newton, he believed in a God, but I don't think that's what made him great. I think he did great things despite his belief in God, not because of that. So there might be many scientists out there who happen to think that the universe did have a beginning, but I don't think that's not what would make them credible in my eyes. It would be for some other reasons. But I'll just pause there.
Yeah, I think that you are correct in stating that the conclusion that the universe had a beginning is a philosophical one, but it is certainly based on scientific evidence. And invoking cosmologists and astronomers, that is perfectly fine. And invoking or making an argument of authority is perfectly fine when actually the authority quoted is a specialist in the field that we are talking about. And if they have studied the scientific evidence and then came to the conclusion that based on the scientific evidence, it is the most plausible inference that the universe had a beginning, then I think this is very powerful and important that we consider that. Now, if you then think that the opposite is more likely true, then of course you need also to make your homework and give good reasons why the eternal universe proposition bears more weight scientifically and philosophically to hold to that position. And so far, besides just expressing an opinion, I have not seen that from you.
Well, I think I've said some things in the course of this discussion as to why I think it's incoherence, that there could be a cause or a precondition of the universe, and it sounds like maybe that's what you're, at least one claim you're making in this call, is that the universe needed some cause to bring it into existence. And well, let me just pause there. Is that a claim that you're making?
What I am claiming is basically what the Kalam cosmological argument says, that everything that begins to exist must have a cause. Since the universe most likely had a starting point and came into existence and began to exist, it must have a cause.
Okay. Well, I think I can agree, at least for now, that everything that begins to exist must have a cause, but then I would just deny that the universe is something that began to exist. Now, you say the evidence suggests that it did have that it did have a beginning, and maybe that's why you're citing some of these scientists. But I guess I don't see. Maybe I don't know if you need to just repeat what you've already said, but I don't. I'm not convinced that the evidence shows that the universe had a beginning. I'm not sure there even could be evidence, because I'm not sure it's even coherent conceptually to suppose that the universe could have had a beginning, which is, I guess, part of what I mean when I say it's a philosophical issue. If it's just an issue of conceptual coherence, then I'm not sure how scientific evidence could be relevant to it. So that's where I am right now.
Well, I mean, if you say it's not coherent, you would need to work on that proposition. Why is it not coherent? I mean, I see no logical problem in stating what scientists say, that the universe started in a very hot, dense state and expanded very rapidly. And when we go further back from that singularity, which is the supposed starting point where we can scientifically track back. So if you go philosophically speaking now further back, then it is plausible to come to the conclusion that everything started with the starting point. So I don't understand why you think this is incoherent. And I don't understand if this is an argument just from personal preference or if you have anything philosophically plausible to back up that claim.
All right, well, let's examine this. So you say on your view, or maybe what you take to be a view held by some scientists, the universe started in a hot, dense state. So I'm not sure how to make sense of that. When you say it started, what is that? Does that mean so there was nothing, and then I don't know how to describe it. Would you say at a certain point in time, this hot, dense something, hunk of matter, or I don't know how you would describe it. At a certain point in time, this hot, dense hunk of matter popped into being or popped into existence? Is that the idea?
Well, there was no space, matter, and time, and then there was all this. So there was a transition from a no physics to physics starting with the Big Bang.
I'm writing this down. There was a state of affairs when there was no space, time, or matter. Is that what you said?
Matter or energy, yeah.
Or energy. Okay. So let's look at that. There was a state of affairs. Well, did the state of affairs exist? And then you say when, a state of affairs when. Well, that's a time term. When is a temporal term. So, but then in the next part, you say there was a state of affairs when there was no time. But how can there be such as a thing as when if there's no time yet? Maybe this is part of the incoherence. And how
Well,
can
I
there
am
be
just
a state of
I am just
affairs?
describing that state of affairs, and
Wait,
it
but
is
does the state of
certain.
affairs exist?
It just was, yes.
Okay, well then
In
existence is
exist
already
there,
there.
in existence, physical in existence existed. That seems maybe contradictory, but it's not.
Well, if there was a state of affairs, then that sounds like something existed, namely the state of affairs.
Well, we just described the situation, but that doesn't mean that empirically or physically something physical existed. We described the non-existence of physics, basically.
Okay, well, my claim about existence isn't about physical existence. It's just about existence, period. I'm not specifying a certain type of existence. When I say
Well,
existence just exists.
well, I mean, in regards of that, then we are on the same page, because otherwise, if there ever would have been a state of affairs of non-existence, then there still would be right now a state of affairs of non-existence, because something cannot come from nothing. So we agree on that.
Maybe we do. That I don't think there could be a state of affairs of non-existence. Non-existence doesn't exist. There cannot be non-existence. Non-existence
Well,
is not.
I see no logical contradiction in that state of affairs, that there eventually could be non-existence. I don't see how that would not be possible. But the fact is that we are here, and that means something must have always existed.
To say there could be non-existence, I think that is incoherent. At least I'm not convinced it is coherent. Could be is something that exists. There could be nothing. Parmenides
I am
says there.
describing a state of affairs of non-existence, and as long as it is conceptually and logically coherent or possible, then this state of affairs could be. The state of affairs of non-existence is not incoherent or illogical.
Yeah, I'm not
Therefore,
convinced
it
of
could
that.
be.
I'm not convinced it's not incoherent or illogical. Because the state of affairs
Yeah, in order
exists.
to say that, you would need to make an argument.
Well, I think it might just be self-evident, given the meaning of the terms involved.
Well, to me, it's not.
Okay. Well, I think Parmenides talks about this. He was an ancient Greek philosopher, and he had this famous aphorism: "What is, and what is not, and can neither be spoken of nor thought about." Something like that. And I don't know if Aristotle also agreed with this. Ayn Rand did, so she wrote about this some. So there's some resources you could look into if you want to look more into this. Parmenides, maybe Aristotle, and Ayn Rand's. I think they all talk about this some. But to me, there are certain things that don't require an argument. They're just self-evident. They're axioms. They're where you start, and all arguments actually presuppose these kinds of axioms. And it's impossible to prove axioms. That's why they're axioms. They're starting points of knowledge, not something that needs to be proved. And existence exists. That's actually the fundamental axiom of Ayn Rand's philosophy. That's the starting point, which doesn't need to be proved. And I could bring up.
Yeah, I remember the quote. I don't remember the Greek philosophers, which said, "Nothing is the thing that stones think about."
Nothing is the things that stones think about. Never heard that one. I'm going to there's a resource online called the Ayn Rand Lexicon, which has a lot of quotes from her works, and I'm looking up the one on existence. Maybe I'll just read this, and I'll share it on the screen also, and then everybody can read it. Okay, so this is from her book on epistemology. It says, existence is a self-sufficient primary. It is not a product of a supernatural dimension or of anything else. There is nothing antecedent to existence, nothing apart from it, and no alternative to it. Existence exists, and only existence exists. Its existence and its nature are irreducible and unalterable. And then there's more quotes. So anybody interested
but
in this
that seems
topic,
to me a little bit shallow, because I mean, that is obvious that existence exists. We are here, but the question is, what is actually sustaining everything? What is the necessary thing at the primary source of all existence, of the physical universe, and so forth? That is really the relevant question.
No, I think that's the irrelevant question. I think that's the invalid question. If you ask what is sustaining existence, that implies there's something beyond existence. But if there's something beyond existence, it has to exist. But then it would already be included in existence. So it's incoherent.
No, I defined the physical universe, and the question is, again, I mean, we come back to the first thing that we were talking about. The question is at the bottom of reality a God or not? That is the crux of the question, really, right?
The crux of the question? What question?
If at the bottom of reality, if there is a God or not, if there is an eternal creator or not.
Yeah, I don't know that that's a valid question.
Why not?
I'm not sure what would give rise to it.
My curiosity, I want to know if there is a God or not.
Okay, well, maybe there's something off about what you're curious about. I mean, I might be curious about how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. That doesn't mean it's a valid question.
Well, for me, as I explained right at the beginning, it is not just a valid question, but it is a very, very fundamental question which elucidates a hell lot of things, and it shapes our worldview depending on the answer that we give to that question.
Okay, well, we might just have to agree to disagree at this point.
Sure. Okay.
Because
I mean,
I'm not sure what else.
I mean, then if you are not curious about the question of God exists or not, then you are a big exception, because what I see is tons of YouTubers, atheists and theists, which discuss endlessly and without pause precisely this question. So it must be very relevant, at least to others. If it's not to you, that's okay. That's up to you.
I mean, I'm willing to talk about it to a certain point, maybe to the point we've talked about it so far. But there's a certain point beyond which I think it's not productive. Like, I think it's worth pointing out that existence is a self-sufficient primary, as Rand says here, in making that sort of point. And but beyond that, someone I can't force a mind, right? You just have to think about it yourself. And if you see it differently, I mean, I don't know what I can do for you beyond a certain point. So all I can do, I mean, I can say what I've said and point you to some passages, and you have to make up your own mind.
Well, I don't know why she is such an authority for you, because I think what she just said basically is, correct me if I am wrong, but I understand that she basically wants to say that the quest of God's existence is not relevant. And I think it is one of the most relevant, if not the most relevant question that we can ask.
It's not an issue of authority. It's an issue of what makes sense to me. And for reasons I think I've already given, the idea that there could be something sustaining existence is just incoherent. And Ayn Rand gives voice to this, but independent of her, I mean, I see it myself. So I just don't know that I have more to say about this.
And I would formulate it different. I would say, is there at the bottom of reality a deity which sustains the physical universe, and I would replace existence with the physical universe. The question is there an entity beyond and in a metaphysical state which sustains the physical universe or not? And of course, that deity, if it exists, it is part of existence. So the question of existence or not is moot, because obviously we are here, so something exists.
Okay. Well, the issue of physical existence is different than existence, as I've already said. So, at least at certain points of this conversation, it seemed like you weren't just talking about physical existence and something sustaining that, but you were saying something needs to sustain or give rise to existence, period, not just physical existence.
No, that is a moot question. Obviously, we are here, so the fact about um, existence is solved. We are here, so existence just is. So we agree at least on that,
So
right?
we don't need a
But I
God
don't.
for just existence.
Well, I include God as being, of course, if God exists, then he is part of existence.
Okay, but he didn't create existence.
No, because he is self-existence. He has always existed.
Okay. Uh, well, that might raise some other issues. Um, but I guess if you don't see God as a creator of existence, then okay, I guess that's at least one incoherence that you don't run into that I think a lot of theists would. So I mean, I guess there's one problem that you wouldn't run into if you don't see God as a creator of existence because God already exists.
I see God as creator of physical existence.
Okay. So physical comes from non-physical existence on your view.
Well, I make a distinction between um, potential, between someone having the power of creating physical existence. So there is a latent physical existence and expressed physical existence. And I believe that the latence of God, the power of God to create physical existence has always been with him and is part of his nature, of being capable of bringing physical existence into existence.
Okay. Let me just pause here for a moment and take a look at the chat. I like to check back in with the chat sometimes, see what's going on in there. Let's see, we've got Michael in the chats, James Rosell, Borshell something, some new people. Okay, Greg Lewis, several chats. Okay. Tom Koziol is here. Hello. And Kudababa and Stefan. Jeff. Okay. So I just wanted to acknowledge the recent chatters. All right. So let's see. Where do we go from here? So I guess now you're saying there's. Let me go back to my notes. God initially was something that has power and the ability to do things, and now it looks like there is maybe another characteristic. He's not non-physical, but you were talking about there's some latent physical and then non-latent physical. So I'm a little lost here right now on.
Let me explain that to you. maybe a small analogy will make you understand what I mean with what I said. Okay, so with my mind, I am capable to conceptualize a machine for a specific purpose, which still does not exist in the physical, right? So it exists in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Are we on
Okay.
page here?
I
Okay.
understand.
So I can fathom or imagine the same thing with God, that he can conceptualize the universe and he has the power to materialize it, to make it happen, to create it.
Okay. So God he's an immaterial mind, and he has an idea of existence, and then he can bring that idea into reality.
Physical existence, yes.
Okay. I'm writing this down. Which he can bring into physical existence. Okay. I mean, I guess I follow along. Now, why should I believe that there is such a immaterial mind with such an idea, which is then capable of being brought into physical existence? Or why would you think there is such a thing? I don't know. Is that the next question?
Well, one quality which I gave you then was that God is intelligent, right?
I don't remember, but sure, I can add that.
Yeah, I said that right at the beginning of our conversation, that one of the characteristics, his eternal, powerful, conscious, and intelligent mind.
Eternal, powerful, conscious, and intelligent. All right, I wrote it down.
Okay, so between the two competing worldviews, we have a very important determinant and distinction. On the one side, there is a deity which is intelligent, and on the other side we have no intelligence at the beginning of everything, right?
Well, I don't think there's a beginning of everything, but I do think
Okay, I mean,
we could say that
okay,
there was a time within existence. Maybe we could phrase it that way, um, like 5 billion years ago, when I think it's plausible to say that there was no intelligence.
well, I don't think this is plausible, but it is a possibility at least, right?
Oh well, yeah. I guess for you wouldn't think it's plausible because you think there was always God, and so there was always an intelligence. But I guess I don't find that plausible.
Yeah, if you don't find that plausible, then the only alternative is that matter created consciousness. Do you think this is plausible?
Yeah, I do. I don't know how, but I think it's plausible that somehow non conscious stuff gave rise to consciousness.
Okay, no offense or pun intended, but would I be correct if I would characterize that approach as based on blind faith?
No, no, not correct. I think it's we observe. I mean, we can see when people go to sleep or they're in a coma. I think they lose consciousness, so they're just matter at that point, and then somehow, or when they faint and they lose consciousness, and then they somehow come back to consciousness, or consciousness returns. I don't know how it happens, but it happens. But this is not an issue of faith. It happens. We can observe it. If you've ever fainted yourself, you know that this kind of thing happens. So no, I wouldn't say it's accurate to say it's an issue of faith.
Well, but I think you cannot use humans as example, because humans are already alive and they are equipped with consciousness. Every day when they wake up in the morning, they um, they gain consciousness again. But the question would be if matter dead atoms chemistry can give rise to consciousness. That would be the correct answer or question. And I mean, philosophers, they have raised this question for millennia, and there is a good reason why this is called the hard problem of consciousness, because science and philosophers, they have not been able to explain the origin of consciousness naturalistically.
Well, I don't think that means that it doesn't happen, though. Just because you can't explain something, or at least can't explain it yet, doesn't mean it's supernatural. Like rainbows to a caveman might be a mystery. Like how does a rainbow occur in the sky? And 100,000 years ago, a caveman who sees a rainbow is not going to know how it happens. But that doesn't mean it's supernatural. It's just that he hasn't figured it out yet.
Well, the difference here then is that maybe a caveman has never had advanced tools and possibilities of investigation at disposal to ask these questions. But once that we know the mechanism of rainbows, then we still have open deeper questions in regards of the origin of the cause of rainbows. And then we can go straight back to the origin of the universe if you keep asking questions. But the difference here to the quest of consciousness is that this is a question which has been raised by scientists and philosophers for many, many decades. And I'd say even for hundreds or thousands of years. And it is the analogous situation as when you look into the pocket. I asked you then, do you have coins in your pocket? And then you go actually and search and check if there are coins in the pocket. And when you have your hands in the pocket and you don't find any coins, then you answer, well, I have checked. I've not encountered any coins. So this is an informed inference which you make based on the fact that you checked. The same thing can be said in regards of consciousness. Scientists and philosophers, they have searched and tried to find an explanation, and there is simply no naturalistic explanation, and certain phenomena, they point to the the conclusion or inference that consciousness itself is completely different in nature than physics, atoms, and energy.
I do think it's different in nature, but I don't think that means there's some supernatural, mystical explanation of it. And actually, brain science is not that old. I mean, it's not like thousands of years old. Aristotle thought that the heart was the seat of the soul. He didn't even know. He thought the function of the brain was to cool the blood. And modern science, that's been around for a few centuries, going back to maybe the 16th century. And brain science, like neuroscience, they've got tools like fMRIs, which have I forget exactly what the granularity of it is, but there's a lot that is not understood about the brain. We have made advances in our understanding of it, but I wouldn't say like it's that the issue of consciousness and its scientific basis is something that we've been studying for centuries. I mean, maybe at some level it's been studied, but with like techniques of modern science, I think it's much more recent, and I think there could be who knows what we'll learn in a million years from now. I wouldn't say like we've already exhausted all the searching that we could do about consciousness, and we should say, well, we can now say we've got to explain it supernaturally because there's no natural explanation of it. I think that would really be jumping the gun.
Okay, then I need to go now. I cannot stay longer to continue this conversation, but I appreciate it. I think you have been very respectful and um, a good interlocutor. I have left here a link to my virtual library and my email. And if you're interested, you can send me an email and I'll send you some books. I have several books published which are available on Amazon. And one is about the theistic worldview. So if you want to dive deeper into these questions, I'll happy to send you my book. Okay?
All right. Thanks for calling in. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Bye. All right. So he sent me a chat in Zoom. Let me just, with the link to his book, I guess. But let me just look at it off screen. I'm just going to turn off my Zoom window for a few seconds while I look at that link. Here it is. Oh, and his email. Okay, let me just copy that into a different window. Okay. All right. Well, it was civil and respectful. I appreciate that. No, no slinging of insults. I don't like to have calls like that, so I do appreciate civility. All right. So looks like that one person who tried to call in on the Google Voice line did not call back in, or at least didn't leave a voicemail. But I don't see any new calls. But I can turn off my do not disturb again so that if someone calls back in, I will hear it ring. I guess Otangelo, he can also check out some of those Ayn Rand's passages if he's interested in pursuing this further. I can put a link. Yeah, maybe I should put that link in the chat. I'm going to do that. Oh, and I can turn my video back on. I'm going to put a link to this webpage in the chat. Oh, Mellow Mao just joined as a channel member. Oh, a We the Living member. Thank you, Mellow Mao. Appreciate that. That's the second level of membership. So there's the Anthem level. These are named after Ayn Rand's books. Her smallest book is Anthem. And if you join at the Anthem level, it's only 99 cents per month. And then the next level up is the We the Living level. And you're my first member at the We the Living level. That's $2.99 per month. So thank you. Appreciate that. And okay, the link is now in the chat to the entry on existence. So anyone can check that out. Mellow Mouse says, "Hi Dan, your recent streams have had interesting calls. Quite a variety of theists, leftists, anarcho-capitalists, and more." Yeah, there has been a variety of interesting calls. I appreciate those calls. As long as it's civil, then I'm happy to do it. Or at least that's one necessary condition. All right, so if you too want to become a member, you can just click on the join button anywhere on my channel, and you get certain perks. Like I'll give your chat more attention if you're a channel member, and I guess the higher level of a member you are, the more priority I will give your chats or your phone calls. I guess if there are multiple people who want to call in at the same time, then if you put some dollars in a super chat, then or if you're a member, channel member, then I'll give your call priority. See, now you can see the join button here under my video. You click on that, and then it gives you these options. So at the We the Living level, you get all the perks of the Anthem level, plus photos and status updates for members only. Sometimes I do a community post, and I guess I could set those to members only. So I don't know if I'll do that or do a members only poll, but if you're a We the Living level member, you could see those photo and status updates or members only polls. Or if you just want to help support the channel at a certain level, regardless of the perks, I definitely appreciate that. All right. How are we doing on likes? We're up to 8 likes now. Thank you. And let's see if I got any... no new subscribers yet. I'm currently at 1121. Always looking to grow that. So thanks for any new subscribers. Okay. I guess I can look at some of the other chats now that came in during the call. Or maybe before the call. Gene is here. Hi, Gene. He's also a channel member. Thank you, Gene, for being a channel member. I think you're the last channel member who I had yet to acknowledge, because I think all the other ones I've already thanked, because I've seen them here since they've become channel members, and I think this is the first time I've seen you since you've become a channel member. So thank you, Gene. All right, so Reason and Science Cats Boardcom. That's Otangelo's, the person who called in. Let me take a quick look at his channel. Looks like he's got some pictures of Jesus on the banner on his channel. All right, where should I start? Should I start at the bottom and work my way back, or work my way forward? I think I'll work my way forward. Jeff says, I just finished 1984, and Winston was finally convinced 2 plus 2 equals 5. It was not God that made that happen. It was men, evil men. It's been years since reading that, says Greg. If Winston could be convinced 2 plus 2 equals 5, certainly Winston could be convinced that a God made that happen as well. Was he really convinced in his mind, or did he just mouth the words? You can get people to say anything under threat of torture. Well, maybe some people wouldn't even cave in then, but just because someone says something like 2 plus 2 equals 5 doesn't mean they believe it. And I don't think it's even possible to believe it if you understand what it means, right? It's like saying 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. But then you have different things on each side of the equation, so it's like saying A equals non-A. So if you understand what it means, you can't believe it. You can't believe if A is non-A. You can't believe a contradiction. So, but you can mouth the words. Stefan says my name. Kudababa says agency. Is that in reference to one of the characteristics that the caller was ascribing to God? I don't remember. Then looks like Greg is quoting from Ayn Rand's work, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. While the existentialists clamor to know why there is something and not nothing, the non-existentialists answer them by implication. This is a ridiculous question. ITOE continued. Of course, there is something. The real question is, why is this something what it is and not something else? And then from the Analytic-Synthetic Dichotomy by Leonard Peikoff. Do the mystics of spirit belong in the existentialists or the non-existentialists camp? Leonard Peikoff says in Opar that existentialism would have been a good name for Ayn Rand's philosophy were it not for the fact that it had already been taken by people who advocate for non-existence. Let me see if I can find that on my Kindle. I think it's near the end of chapter 1 of Opar, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. Here it is. I'll share this. He says at the bottom here, none of these standard terms apply to the objectivist metaphysics. All the conventional positions are fundamentally flawed. In the ideal term, existentialism has been preempted by a school that advocates das Nichts, i.e., non-existence. In this situation, a new term is required, one which at least has the virtue of not calling up irrelevant associations. The best name for the objectivist position is objectivism. So do the mystics of spirit belong in the existentialists or the non-existentialists camp? Well, if you're using existentialists in the sense that Leonard Peikoff was referring to, a particular school that advocates das Nichts, then, well, I don't know. If mystics of spirit, that could be people like the Pope. Ayn Rand used this phrase, mystics of spirit, as well as mystics of muscle in Atlas Shrugged. And she says they're both united against the mind. But if you're asking do they belong in A or non-A, I guess they have to go in one or the other. But objectivists would go in the non-existentialist camp if what you mean by existentialist is people like Sartre or Heidegger. But just because mystics of spirit might be in the same camp doesn't necessarily mean they're your friends, right? The enemy of your enemy isn't necessarily your friends. But I don't know if... Well, maybe some mystics of spirit, you could... Like Sartre, like would he be... Is he a mystic of spirit? I'm not sure. But even if he is, maybe if some mystics of spirit are existentialists, maybe some are not. So I'm not sure how to answer that. I think some mystics of spirit, like the Pope, I would say, are not existentialists. So maybe they're a hybrid class. Some are existentialists, some are not. But at least some are not. I feel confident about that. Okay, let me look at some other chats. You don't even have time until expansion, says Gene. You need some kind of motion. I think Aristotle and or Rand might define time as a measurement of motion. Actually, let me look up time on the lexicon. Oh yeah, it's the first line. At least from Leonard Peikoff, Ayn Rand's top student for many years. There it is. Time is a measurement of motion. So maybe that's what Gene is getting at. Unless there's some motion, like expansion, you can't have time. As such, it is a type of relationship. Time applies only within the universe. when you define a standard, such as the motion of the Earth around the sun. If you take that as a unit, you can say this person has a certain relationship to that motion. He has existed for 3 revolutions. He is 3 years old. But when you get to the universe as a whole, obviously, no standard is applicable. You cannot get outside the universe. The universe is eternal in the literal sense, non-temporal, out of time. Oh, Augusti is here. Hi to you. Hello. Mellow Mao just came in with a couple chats. Let's see. I was just up to Tom's chat at 2:51. But let me go down to... Let me see what Mellow Mao has to say. To understand the objective phenomenon of time, I recommend applying special relativity and general relativity, like in the books Space-Time and Gravity. Time is a result of mass and space-time. To understand the subjective experience of time is a different game entirely. I fear I have said something incomprehensible with time is a result of mass and space-time. I might need to revisit that. I've heard some objectivist philosophers or philosophers of science criticize the idea of space, the way it's used in relativity, I think. The idea that it can be curved. Like, if space is nothing, how can nothing be curved? I'm not sure if that was the objection, but I think it might have been. And I think it might have been Harry Binswanger who made this point, and or David Harriman many years ago. But I do think there are various problems. Well, people who know more about this than I do, philosophers of science who are also objectivists, have talked about problems in modern physics, like philosophic corruption of modern physics. I think David Harriman gave a course with that title, The Philosophic Corruption of Modern Physics. And I think quantum mechanics is one of the areas of physics that he and others have claimed have been corrupted. Maybe relativity also. I'm not sure. But I think at least the concept of space or space-time is one that some objectivist thinkers have criticized. The way it's used by many scientists. All right, let me go back up to Tom's chat. That's where I left off. Here. By the way, the phone lines are still open, so if anyone wants to call in using the number on my background or the number in the Zoom, or there's a link to Zoom in my description, you can call in at any time. Calls help me to do a longer show because it saves my voice. I can only talk for so long until my voice starts to feel strained and painful. All right, Tom says by the way, I still have a super chat goal going. If anyone wants to support the channel, you can do a super chat or a super sticker. I'll count those towards the goal. So far, we have one super chat from Jeff Bannister. Right there. See how it flickers the number of likes? I don't know why it does that. If I refresh it, I think it would stop flickering. But I might lose some older chats if I refresh, so I'm not going to do it. All right, Tom says the minimum bar for any interlocutor is that they should be able to answer why something is important, true, ethical. And then he's got a bunch of emojis. Okay. I guess there's some truth to that. Questions ought to have a point, or issues one discusses. Although sometimes it can be challenging to explicitly identify what the value of something is. Like you might be curious about something, but you don't understand why you're curious. It might take some work to introspect and identify the reasons for your interest in something. But you might think of a kid who is very curious about the world, and if you ask the kid, why are you interested in this? Maybe the kid would struggle to give you an answer, but I don't think that necessarily means that the kid doesn't have a valid reason to be interested in something. And this could apply to adults as well. But maybe it's easier for them to articulate some kind of reason. Both participants find it important enough to engage in, says Greg. Both consider their position to be true. Oh, somebody's calling. Let me see if I can pick it up this time, the first time it rings. Conrad. All right, so only I can hear you right now, Conrad. Are you there? Okay, so I'm doing fine. I want to screen the call before I put it through to YouTube just to get a sense of what you want to talk about. So, did you have a particular topic you're interested in discussing? Okay, anyone in particular on the list? Okay. All right, yeah, we can talk about that. Let me just turn your audio on so people on YouTube can hear you. And they'll let me know if they can't, but I think they should be able to hear you now. All right, so this is Conrad, and he wants to talk about good and bad, because I have those on my backgrounds, and he wants to know, what do I mean by those terms? So I can start by saying I think those are based on pleasure and pain. I think that's where we get the ideas of good and bad originally. We just come into the world with a pleasure-pain mechanism built into us as children, and we don't get to decide what causes us pleasure or what causes us pain. but we experience it. Like when we're hungry and we get some of that milk, we start feeling pleasure. Or when we uh, get our knee scraped on a rock, we fall down, that causes us pain. And I think that's where pleasure and pain is where our ideas of good and bad ultimately come from. And as we grow up, I think it becomes more complicated. Like you can have pain, yet it can still be a good thing. Like if you go to the dentist to deal with some dental pain, it might cause some short run pain, but in the long run, you're going to experience more pleasure. But if you learn over as you grow up, you acquire a more long range view of pleasure and pain and good and bad. So it gets a little more complicated. But the basic ideas, I think, are just rooted in this pleasure pain mechanism that we have from birth.
So would it be fair to say then that something that's bad, or basically what bad is um, suffering or pain, whatever you want to call it, integrated over your entire life?
There's at least a correlation. I don't know if you would like exactly equate the two, but there's at least a correlation between bad on the one hand and then pain and suffering on the other. I think those are, maybe you could use the term constitutive, like they're bad. Pain and suffering are constitutive of what it means to be bad. I think I could go along with something like that.
So that's kind of a partial definition at that point. That's kind of probably a necessary condition, but not necessarily sufficient. Is that accurate to say based on the way you're putting it?
Hold on a sec. Let me just pull up my notes page, and because I want to take some notes here. Call with Conrad. If you're on YouTube, you can see the notes I'm taking here. I like it, just helps me keep track of things. Okay, so you were asking if it's a partial definition of badness to say that it's constituted by pain and suffering.
Yeah, well, it sounds like it's a partial definition. If that's perhaps, a necessary condition of something that's bad, but not sufficient.
I think it's at least a necessary condition. I don't know if I would go beyond that to say it's a sufficient condition. Maybe I'm not. I haven't thought about that in particular.
So how can we debate though, on these other things like theism or faith or altruism or Trump or leftism if we don't know the full definition of what bad is?
Well, I don't know that you always need to have a full definition in order to um, discuss something. Like maybe I can come up with an example. Like if I tell you that a square is a four-sided figure, and then I show you a circle and ask you, is that a square? I didn't give you the full definition. I just said it's a four-sided figure. I didn't say it was a four-sided figure with equal sides, equal length sides. I just said it's a four-sided figure. But that's enough to discuss whether a circle is a square. You can rule that out because you know that it doesn't meet at least one necessary condition of being a square. So you don't have to have complete knowledge of something in order to have any discussion at all about it.
Well, you said a square is a four-sided figure. That would sound kind of definitive that that is what a square is. I mean, I guess you could say that that's, a condition, or it's like an element of a square. So yeah, I can see how you could say, okay, well, if this doesn't meet the necessary condition for something that's bad, then it's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
But you couldn't say, if something is good in that sense, you could only say something's not bad. You couldn't say if something is bad. You can only say.
Well, I guess with let's see, the things on my backgrounds, I would say like they're all anti-reason in one way or another. And I think that's a sufficient condition of something being bad. So I think that's enough to put all of those things in the bad category as I see it. I think they're all somehow opposed to reason. Yeah, I mean, we could talk about that, but yeah, I think that would be, I would say that's a sufficient condition of something being bad if it's anti-reason. Well, actually, maybe more fundamentally, I should say anti-reality, because so reason. I think that's our means of survival. Human beings have this faculty of reason, unlike the animals, like cats and dogs. They don't have a faculty of reason, a conceptual faculty. They survive in different ways, but for humans, their minds is their basic means of survival. And I think all these things in the bad column are somehow anti-reason or irrational, you could also say. Like Trump, I don't think he follows reason. I think he often just goes by what he wants to be true. Like he thinks that January 6th or the election was stolen. He claims this, and that licenses this insurrection or protest, whatever you want to call it, on January 6th. But I think it's irrational to think that, at least in Trump's mind, to think the election was stolen. I don't think he has a basis for that. So that's a way in which I think Trump is going against reason. And leftists, I think they support taxation, which involves coercing people, um, and that's opposed to reason. Like when you force people to give away some of their money to the government under threat of jail, you're saying to a person, you don't get to decide with your own mind what is the rational way to spend your money. We're going to force you under threat of jail. So I think that's irrational. And I could go down the list and say, but well, I'll pause there. Go ahead.
The underlying facts of the matter may not be true. The narrative might be quite rational for your self-interest, and similarly for taxation for the interests of the state. So I think that these things are quite rational in many senses. And you mentioned kind of earlier, it's almost like a justification for anti-reason being bad, that it's in some sense not conducive to your survival, right, as an organism. So I think that that's kind of like an evolutionary perspective almost, or survival of the fittest kind of perspective, where it's like, oh, if something is going to impact your survival, then it's bad. And so if you kind of loop that forward to this topic of Trump or leftism, those things, taxation for the state, that helps its survival quite effectively. And Trump's political survival, I think it helped him to say that, that it was stolen, that election was stolen, so that he was able to kind of come back in 2020, or sorry, in 2024, and get the win there.
Okay. I just want to acknowledge in the chat. I think I forgot to turn on your audio. I thought I had turned it on so that YouTube could hear you a while ago, but apparently not, because someone in the chat mentioned he couldn't hear you. But now he says you can be heard. So sorry about that.
Good.
For people on the
Hi,
YouTube
Jeff.
audience. I guess you missed the first few minutes, but let me just recap it quickly. I guess you could hear my side of the conversation, so I guess you could get the gist. But just to recap briefly, so Conrad called in asking what I mean by good or bad, and whether I had a necessary and sufficient conditions laid out for what it is to be bad. And I was saying how, well, maybe I don't have a sufficient condition, but at least if I can give you a necessary condition, so something meets that or doesn't meet that, then I can say that it's good or bad, even if I don't have a full definition. I gave the example of the circle. Maybe you heard that.
Yeah, and
But
just
hold on.
and then
Let me just
yep,
add a little
sure.
bit before. And then, so he was asking about these various things on my list, or I was going through the list to explain the way in which I thought that they would count as bad. They met some sufficient condition, namely, they are irrational or I also said anti-reality. We didn't really get into that. But anyways, um, that's just to catch you up in case you missed the a few minutes. And you were saying how actually what Trump is doing is rational to his minds, and taxes are rational to certain people who benefit from it. Now, I don't think they actually are rational. I mean, I think they might get some short range benefit, but to be really rational, I think you have to act in a long range kind of way, not just get some kind of short range benefit. So that's the point I would make in response to your last point.
Okay. So I just want to cover a couple things. The first thing is, like, kind of recapping our conversation. So yeah, I mean, like you laid out that necessary condition, and I just wanted to reiterate that, based on that condition, we can say that something is not bad, but we can't say that it's bad or that anything's good, unless we say that anything that's not bad is good. And then for the sufficient condition, you said that's anti-reason is sufficient to say it's bad.
Yeah,
And that's
and
kind of led us through the
anti-reality.
point here.
I would also add
Yeah.
anti-reality, which I think is more fundamental. Like, I think reason is our means of knowing reality. So the problem with being irrational or anti-reason is that it means you're anti-reality. So like if if you're walking to a cliff and you just walk off the edge of the cliff, you're doing something irrational. What that means is you're not acting in a way that's in accord with what your existence requires. You're acting in a way contrary to your own existence.
Yeah, what's the set of things that constitute reality, right? Because everybody's reality, it must include, by definition, really, it must include their subjective experience, because everything that is reality is filtered through your subjective experience, right?
Well, reality, I mean, if in a way it's an axiomatic concept and it can't be defined, but it's I don't know if it's exactly a synonym of existence, but it's maybe at least a similar term. But reality it exists independent of your mind. So just because you see things or you think things are a certain way doesn't mean they are. So like if you believe that that today is Wednesday, that doesn't mean it is Wednesday, right? It's actually Saturday today. So just because you think something is the case doesn't mean it is the case. But reality is just the way things are, independent of your consciousness or your mind.
And how do you know that things are independent of your consciousness?
Well, I guess there's object permanence kind of things that psychologists study. I mean, I don't know if you're asking that from an idealist philosopher kind of perspective, like Berkeley. He was an idealist and he thought there actually is nothing independent of the mind.
Yeah, I'm just asking it from like a logical perspective, right? So if everything that you see in the world or hear in the world, all the qualia that you have, that you experience, it is by definition subjective, because you are a subjective system. You can't, read the mind of somebody else. You're not an omniscient being that can see everything or experience everything at once. You're experiencing the things that within your sense organs, essentially, and then also, of course, within your mental processing, whatever you want to call that, in your brain. But nevertheless, it's all being interpreted or filtered through your sensory organs and then processed by your brain. So necessarily, everything in your experience is subjective.
Okay. There are different senses of the term subjective. There's a metaphysical sense, there's an epistemological sense, and I wonder if you mean this in a metaphysical sense, like everything is part of your minds, and like if there are to be is to be perceived. This is a famous line from Berkeley, the philosopher. I wonder if that's what you mean when you say our experience is subjective.
Well, what I mean is, if you look at the screen in front of you, and I don't want to be gruesome, but like if somehow like something happened to your eyes, right? You wouldn't see the screen anymore. you could feel the strain, but you wouldn't see it anymore. If something happened to my ears or the part of my brain that processed, the electrical signals that get sent through auditory nerve, then I wouldn't hear anything. And if I were born that way, I might believe that there was no sound at all. And similarly, if I had no touch, I might believe there's no texture of anything. If I had no feeling feeling of touch. So and who would I be to say that those things exist in an objective sense?
Okay. I'm just hold on. Let me switch out my AirPods because it's getting low on batteries. Hold on a second. So whenever I change my AirPods.
So okay, I'll just kind of reiterate, which is just that, I know there's this kind of ontological sense in which people think there's an objective reality, and they very well may be correct. But the only point that I'm making is that you can't definitively say that it's true that there's an objective reality, because everything's subjective qualia for you.
So you can't say that there is a reality independent of the mind or consciousness? Would that be another way to put the point?
Yeah, independent of consciousness. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Okay. Just a second. My notes disappeared. Hold on. Let me bring those back up. Okay. So I'm not sure that's a coherent view that there could be only consciousness. Have you read Ayn Rand? Because she has a passage exactly on this point. But I'm curious. Have you ever read her
I'm
Rand?
not.
Okay.
No.
I could read the passage, and maybe I will, but maybe first I should just see if I can explain it in my own words. So to be conscious is to be conscious of something. And if consciousness were only conscious of itself, then you couldn't identify it as a consciousness, because there would still be a question of conscious of what. You're conscious of your consciousness of what? And I guess if there's no answer to that other than consciousness as being the object of consciousness, then I guess you couldn't ever identify yourself as being conscious. So that there's a presupposition of the fact that you're conscious, that there is something independent of your consciousness that you're conscious of. That might sound kind of hard to process and word salady, but I think there is a interesting and important point there, that there's a kind of incoherence to supposing that consciousness is the only thing that exists.
So I want to be clear that I'm not making the affirmative argument that that's true. I'm making the argument that it's not true to assert that objective reality necessarily exists. But to address that, I don't think it's incoherent that you could, in principle, have just consciousness, because you have the contents of consciousness, which is what you're conscious of. I don't want to get confused in the terms here, right? So consciousness is just the quality of perceiving, essentially, um, and so it is what it is to be, like a stone isn't conscious, right? Something that is conscious is able to perceive. So if you're conscious, you could have the contents of consciousness, which are independent of anything in reality. For example, this happens actually quite frequently whenever you dream. You can dream all sorts of fantastical things that are independent of reality.
You can have dreams, that's true. You can have hallucinations. That's that's not perception. I wouldn't call it perception. I'd call it hallucination or dreaming.
But what do you call that experience of experiencing those things? Because that's really what I'm trying to get at. Perception may be an inaccurate word because it implies sensory organs. But what I'm really trying to get at, and that's what I call consciousness, right? It's the experience. It's the quality of experience.
Well, I don't know that I would identify consciousness as the quality of experience as opposed to just experience.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm happy to go with just experience.
Okay.
If we understand, mean the same thing.
Okay, and I think you could experience dreams, but I don't think you could experience them as dreams, like identify them as dreams, unless you were also able to identify something as not a dream, by contrast
Yes.
with which you identify this thing as a dream. So there has to
Yes.
be, and if what you say is you can't prove that there is objective reality, and if what that means is you can't prove that there's something exists independent of consciousness, I'm not sure that's right, because I think it might just be incoherent to suppose that there's not something independent of consciousness, and then because it's incoherent, there must therefore be something independent of consciousness.
Well, again, I'm not asserting that there is nothing outside of consciousness. There's no objective reality. I'm saying that it is improper or illogical, or there's no foundation upon which to assert that there is an objective reality. So I'm not making that affirmative argument. I'm making kind of an argument, almost a negative argument there. That it's not quite right to say that. Now, when it comes to dreaming versus not dreaming, I actually like the point you made there, which is it's a dream because you have another state of consciousness. But if all you had was the dream, then you wouldn't know that that was a dream. And that's precisely the point that I'm making, is that you could be in a state, there can be states that are independent of what we believe is objective reality, even though it may not be, wherein you are experiencing something that you perceive to be real and objective, whereas it may not be. That could be true of your current reality or my current reality, that this could be, although we think that these things that we see or see, or touch or hear or whatever are objective, that they may in fact have no existence outside of our perception, outside of our experience. Because all we have is our experience. By definition, anything that you think, see, feel, hear is within your frame of experience. Therefore, you can't make any argument about what's outside of that frame of experience, because you have no traction to make any arguments about those things, because it's all outside of your frame. It's impossible. It's like nothingness. You can't conceive of nothingness because it doesn't exist.
Well, I think you can make this sort of argument that I was making, that there is a kind of incoherence if there were nothing outside of your experience. And maybe I should read a paragraph here from Rand's.
Yeah,
But before
I'm confused at what's incoherent about it.
Okay,
I'd like you to kind of pinpoint that.
Yeah, maybe the paragraph will be useful on that point. But I just want to note that we have switched topics, and that's okay. But we started off on good and what does good and bad mean, and now we're on to whether there is objective reality. That's interesting.
Well, it's because it kind of regressed down to like, what is bad? Well, that's anti-rationality. What is anti-rationality? That's anti-reality. Well, what is reality? And so we kind of have to do this in order to, actually have a discussion about those higher level topics. Otherwise, you have a conversation that's based on quicksand. Like you have nothing, you can't make any points unless we agree what the definitions are.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's good that you summarized how we got here. But that refreshes my mind as to how we got onto this point. Or maybe I didn't. Maybe it's not a refresher because I'm not sure if I realized before. But anyways, it's good to know. That's how we got from the original topic to where we are now. So now we're talking about reality, and here's a passage from Rand, which I think is showing. Yeah, it's showing up on the screen. Let's see. I don't know if I need to read all of this. Um, I'll just read the first two paragraphs here. Existence exists, and the act of grasping that statement implies two corollary axioms: that something exists, which one perceives, and that one exists possessing consciousness. Consciousness being the faculty of perceiving that which exists. If nothing exists, there can be no consciousness. A consciousness with nothing to be conscious of is a contradiction in terms. A consciousness conscious of nothing but itself is a contradiction in terms. Before it could identify itself as consciousness, it had to be conscious of something. If that which you claim to perceive does not exist, what you possess is not consciousness. All right, I'll just pause there. Now, I think
Sure. So I think that the yeah.
let me just
Oh,
add a
sorry, go
little.
ahead.
I think it's
Yeah,
right
of
that
course.
you can be conscious without being aware that you're conscious, like an animal or an infant, a human infants. They're conscious, but they're not self-conscious. They're not aware that they're conscious. And later, they can turn their consciousness on itself and realize, hey, I'm conscious. But before that, they could still be conscious. But Rand says to identify yourself, so to actually be conscious that you're conscious, then that implies that there is something independent of your consciousness. Okay, well, I guess I'll pause there.
Sure. So I think to kind of take this point by point, the first axiom I think is an improper assumption. I don't think you need perception. So that something exists which one perceives, and that one exists then that one exists possessing consciousness. So I don't think that perception is a necessary condition for consciousness. So I disagree with that axiom. Then moving forward, let's see the other point. If that which you claim to perceive does not exist, what you possess is not consciousness. I think that's just clearly wrong, right? You can be hallucinating, and those things don't exist. You are certainly conscious.
Well, something exists. Well, hold on. Let's go back to the first point and address these in turn. So you said you disagree with the points in the first paragraph where she says that something exists which one perceives. Well, she says that's a corollary of the axiom that existence exists. That axiom implies two corollary axioms: that something exists which one perceives, and that one exists possessing consciousness. Consciousness being the faculty of perceiving that which exists. Could you say again what the disagreement is?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is circular, obviously, but so but existence exists. That's just the definition of existence. So I'm happy with that. That something exists which one perceives. That is something I disagree with. That doesn't necessarily have to be true.
Because of something like hallucinations or dreams.
Yes, it depends on what you mean by existence as well, right? So if we're smuggling in objective existence into this, then I disagree with it. If we're saying existence can mean your subjective experience, then yes, I agree with that. So I don't think that this necessarily implies objective reality. I think that just implies that yes, you're perceiving something. So that something exists which one perceives, right? So that you are experiencing something. Because I know that we didn't like the word perceive, so I'll say experience. That something exists which one experiences. That one exists possessing consciousness. Sure, I agree with that. Consciousness being the faculty of experiencing. That's the way I would put it, because we didn't like the word perceiving there. But if we said perceiving, then I would say, yeah, it's something that exists in your consciousness, right? So all these things that exist, they exist in your consciousness. They don't exist elsewhere necessarily.
Okay. Let me think about this for a moment. Existence exists, and the act of grasping that statement implies two corollary axioms: that something exists which one perceives, and you want to change that to experiences. Something exists which one experiences, and that one exists possessing consciousness. Consciousness being the faculty of experiencing that which exists. So if we change perceives to experiences and perceiving to experiencing, then you're okay with how it would read.
Well, no, I just swapped out the word because I know previously you had said that like you didn't really like the word the way I was using the word perception, that you wanted to swap it for experience.
Well,
And
if
instead
you're
of the
talking
quality
about
of
like a
experience, you wanted
dream,
experience.
if you're talking about a dream or a hallucination, then I wouldn't call that a perception, but you could call that something you experience.
Okay. Well, so I think that the way that Ayn Rand is using the word perceive here, I think that she would say that you are perceiving something when you're dreaming. I would assume anyway, given the way she's using the word. So that's why I'm using the word experience instead of perceive. But we could use perceive if you wanted to. I'm just saying that the thing that she's saying that we're perceiving, I'm saying that exists within consciousness. It doesn't necessarily
Oh,
exist outside of consciousness as an objective reality.
okay. I think the way she uses, well, I don't know if this is true of every context where she uses the term perceives. She might use it in different senses in different places, but I think if she were to be very technical about it, I'm guessing she would reserve the term perception or perceiving to cases where you are experiencing something independent of your mind. Like if I perceive my phone here out in the world, it's not in a dream. That's something I perceive. Um, and I think if she were to use perception in a technical sense, that's how she would be using it. Not
Well,
to.
if that's true, I think then that it would follow necessarily that when you're dreaming, you don't exist, right? Which I don't think she would agree with, because those two are kind of
It would
those
follow that
are.
you
It
don't
sounds like,
exist if you're.
well, she's saying that existence exists, and grasping that statement necessarily means that something exists, which one perceives, and that one exists possessing consciousness. So, if you're not perceiving something when you're dreaming, then you wouldn't exist.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, you have to exist in order to dream.
Well, I agree with that. I'm just saying that according to the logic of her statement there about existence, if we were to take the negative of that, if we said that something doesn't, if someone's not perceiving, then one of those implicated axioms is incorrect, which means that the existence exists is incorrect.
I don't. I'm not grasping your argument here. If
So existence exists, and that if existence exists, then something exists which one perceives,
well,
and
let's stop there.
one
Let's go.
exists possessing consciousness. Okay.
Let's go very slowly. If existence exists, I'm writing this down. Then
Okay. I'm just putting what she wrote there into a logical form, if then format. Right.
okay. Well, I don't. She doesn't use if then. It's not a hypothetical. She just states it. She
Well,
affirms it.
sure,
Existence
that's why it's
exists.
it's same it's the same thing logically though. She's saying that existence exists, and that implies two axioms.
Well, she's saying
Right.
the act of grasping that implies two axioms, not the fact itself. Existence exists isn't what implies such and such. It's the act of grasping that existence exists that implies these two corollary axioms.
The act of grasping it necessarily means existence exists.
Well, you have to exist in order to
To
grasp,
grasp something. Right.
but um, I'm not sure that's the same point she's making here. Well, maybe I should write that down. Well, let's go back to your if then formulations just so I write it down here. Even if it's not the same point that she's making, I at least want to get down the point that you think she's making, and then we can compare them side by side.
Okay, so it seems to me that she's saying that if existence exists, then those two axioms, corollary axioms, follow.
Okay.
That you're perceiving
Okay.
something
Yeah.
that exists,
I
and that
don't
that's
think she would
consciousness.
agree with that, and I don't agree with that. Like existence exists. That's true. Like 5 billion years ago, before there was any life. But that doesn't imply that someone exists or something exists possessing consciousness. There was no consciousness 5 billion years ago. But if
And
something exists to
how
grasp
would you know that
that
something?
existence exists, then that would imply there's something that exists possessing consciousness.
Well, this kind of gets to the heart of my point, is that if there's nothing there to perceive anything, or if there's no consciousness, then nothing exists. If there's no consciousness, right, nothing, you can't say anything exists.
Okay, if there's no consciousness, well, then nothing can say that something exists. But that doesn't mean nothing exists. It just means nothing can say that something exists.
Nothing can perceive that anything exists. Nothing can say that anything exists. Nothing can grasp that anything exists. So why would you assume that something exists under those conditions?
Well, I wouldn't under those conditions, but since I am conscious, we're not under those conditions.
Sure. So why would we assume then that something exists when we're conscious, outside of our subjective experience, right? So we can clearly say that something exists within our subjective experience. I'm not trying to undermine that. What I'm saying is that why would we assume that something exists outside of our subjective experience, which is to say something that's objective?
Well, I think that's where her second paragraph comes in. And I think there's also maybe what she calls a stolen concept, kind of like with the dream case. If all you had access to were dreams, you wouldn't have any idea of what a dream was. You need something non-dream, by contrast with which you can identify something as a dream. Likewise, if all you have access to is what you call subjective existence, then you wouldn't have any idea of subject existence. You can only get that idea by contrast with something other than subjective existence.
Well, no, because literally all of our existence is subjective, just by definition. Like anything that you perceive, anything you experience is subjective by definition. You're experiencing something that your brain has processed, unless, yeah, or that your eyes have seen, right? Ultimately, everything you're experiencing is something your brain has processed. But, it can come through your eyes, it can come through your ears, or whatever. So everything that you're experiencing is by definition subjective.
Well,
Because you are the subject who's experiencing them.
I mean, there's a sense of subjective. If it just means involving consciousness, then I could agree that all experience is subjective. But I think you're using subjective, at least sometimes, in a sense where it means within consciousness. And you're using it in contrast to objective, which in this discussion would mean independent of consciousness. So, and I
Right.
think that's what we do have reason to believe in. We're aware of reality by means of our consciousness. It's not that when we're conscious of reality, we're only conscious of our consciousness. We're conscious of reality.
You're conscious
Like a
of,
mind independent
Mhm.
reality, an objective.
Well, what you're conscious of, sorry, go ahead.
We're conscious of an objective reality, I was going to say.
Okay. And I would just say that what you're conscious of, technically speaking, is the contents of your consciousness. And what you're doing is you're making an assumption that the contents of your consciousness is representative of something that's outside of your consciousness, which isn't necessarily true.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. That sounds like the representational theory of perception, as opposed to a realist theory of perception, where you actually are aware of reality directly. So, like, if I'm perceiving my hand here, my hand is independent of my mind in some sense. My mind is aware of my hand, but that doesn't mean my hand is part of my mind. I don't know if that's the right category to describe it. I think it's my.
Well, let's not conflate the mind necessarily with subjectivity either, right? Or with consciousness. I mean, so it's independent of your mental state in some sense. Like it's not independent of your consciousness. I'll put it that way. So if you're in insofar as your consciousness is your mind, then it's not independent of your mind. So if we're going to kind of allied those two concepts, then I would say, yeah, it's not independent of those things. If you don't have a mind, your hand isn't there anymore. You know,
I
if you
think
don't
it
have
is there.
consciousness, your hand though isn't there for you. Okay, and and your frame is the only thing that exists for you. My frame is the only thing that exists for me, my consciousness. If you don't have it, there's non-existence, unless you. Because I'm assuming that's what you agree with, because you say atheism is good, so I'm assuming you're an atheist. So if you don't have your mind, right, then you don't have existence, which means there's nothing.
No, it means I'm not aware of existence. If I don't have a mind, it doesn't mean there is no existence.
But there's no you at that point. So it's
Yeah,
not that you're not aware
I
of
don't
something.
exist to be aware of existence if I don't have a mind. But that doesn't mean there is no existence. It just means I'm not aware of it.
Sure. I mean, there could be something that exists. What I'm saying is that it doesn't necessarily follow that there is something that exists whenever you don't exist. Right. So I'm just saying that it feels like you're making an assumption here, which is that if you cease to exist, that something still exists out there. And I'm saying that that's just an assumption. You're like, there's no rational basis to say that based on everything that anybody can ever experience.
Well, I think this sort of reasoning Rand gives here could be a rational basis for thinking that there is something independent of your awareness of it.
Sure, it could be. So it could be. Like that's. I'm
I
fine
think it
with
is.
could be.
I guess
I don't.
I'll
I'm
make
not.
it stronger.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
see
Well,
a flaw in this argument.
so what piece of the argument do you see which proves that something exists outside of our consciousness?
I think it's the second paragraph. Let me look at it again. If nothing exists, there can be no consciousness. A consciousness with nothing to be conscious of is a contradiction in terms. A consciousness conscious of nothing but itself is a contradiction in terms. Before it could identify itself as consciousness, it had to be conscious of something. I think what that implies there is something independent of consciousness. It had to be conscious of something independent of consciousness.
Why is consciousness conscious of nothing but itself a contradiction in terms?
Well, I could read what she says there. At least if you think consciousness is conscious of nothing but itself, then there's a kind of incoherence there, because she's saying before you could identify it as a consciousness, it had to be conscious of something. And I think what she means there by something is something independent of consciousness.
But why does that have to be independent of consciousness? If you're conscious of something, it's necessarily a part of consciousness. It's necessarily a subset of consciousness.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Like if
But it
I'm
just by
if
definition, like, how can you how could you not agree with how could you not agree with it, right? Because like anything that you are conscious of is within your consciousness, and it's axiomatic, really. It's like if anything you're conscious of is necessarily a part of consciousness, right?
I think that the phrase "a part of consciousness" might be ambiguous, and maybe we're understanding it in different ways. Like in a sense, yes, what I'm conscious of is a part of consciousness, but you could mean that in a way like Berkeley does, where if your consciousness ceased existing, then the thing you're conscious of would cease existing. And but but that's not the only sense in which you could mean a part of consciousness. You could also mean it as Rand means it, not as Berkeley means it. So, or well, I don't know that Rand talks about it at all. So maybe I should say as I mean it. Like if I say my hand, which I'm holding up in front of me, is a part of my consciousness right now, whereas your hand is not, right? I can't see your hand right now. So my hand is part of my consciousness, but your hand is not part of my consciousness. That's
The
one
concept,
sense
yeah,
in which
yeah.
something can be part of uh, consciousness, but there's, and I guess that's also a sense in which something cannot be part of my consciousness. Like I don't deny that your hand exists, even though it's not part of my consciousness in the way that my hand is part of my consciousness right now. So
So
go ahead.
yeah, just the only point I'm trying to make here is that anything that exists is necessarily a part of anything that you are conscious of. Or I should see how to put this. If you're conscious of something, it is within your consciousness. So if you're conscious of anything, just by just by definition, really, it is a part of your consciousness. Now you could argue that that it is that it is also outside of your consciousness. There's a sense in which that thing could persist even if your consciousness no longer exists. I'm not trying to dispute that could be true. What I'm trying to say is that anything that does exist in your consciousness is a part of your consciousness.
I can agree to that if we understand that phrase, a part of your consciousness, in a certain way. I mean, if we
The way
understand
they
it,
understand it.
like if we understand it in a sense that's compatible with it existing, even if it's not part of my consciousness, then I guess I'm okay with that.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I agree that that can be true. The point I'm trying to make is that it's not necessarily true. I'm just saying that anything that is in your consciousness is a part of your consciousness necessarily, but and that it could be or could not be um, existent outside of your consciousness. So this phrase here that Ayn Rand is laying out to me doesn't do the work that you say it does in proving that objective reality exists, because it's just saying that it's plausible that it exists, not that it necessarily exists.
Okay. Well, I think if we are talking about perception in the technical sense, where it involves your sense organs, then I think it does exist. It's not just it can exist independent of your consciousness, but it does. So if I perceive my hand as opposed to hallucinate my hand or have a dream about my hand, then I think to say I perceive my hands, I think that does imply that not only can it exist independent of my consciousness, but it does exist
And how are you
independent.
distinguishing between perceiving and experiencing?
I take experiencing to be a broader term, which could include extrospection as well as introspection. So like how do I know I have a headache? Well, that's by introspecting. I turn the attention of my mind in on itself, and I that's how I observe the headache. Whereas to know that or to see when I see that I have a hand, that's not through introspection. That's by extrospection. I'm looking out at the world, and also the five senses: hearing, tasting, touching, smelling, seeing. All those are forms of extrospection, where you're getting information about the outside world. Introspection gives you info about your inner states. So
Sure.
experiencing, I take to be the broader term. It includes both introspection and extrospection. And also,
Yeah.
I guess it could include dreaming or hallucinating, which maybe those are neither perception nor extrospection nor introspection, but some other mode of awareness.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
I think that those categories are a little bit, to me anyway, are a little bit arbitrary, in that something that's you're introspecting or extrospecting, it is all just a part of your consciousness. It seems arbitrary to say, oh, in like this headache that happened to be feeling, it's not like you have to think about it to feel it either, right? It just happens, and it comes into your consciousness. It's like, oh, I have a headache. It's not like, oh, I'm going to think about what it feels like to be me, and then, oh, there's a headache. Now, sure, you can discover new experiences by really thinking, about your experience and kind of quieting your mind, meditation, that kind of thing. Um, but nevertheless, things that you experience just come into your experience. It's not a choice. It's just something that comes into your experience. That could be a headache. That could be the visual experience of seeing your hand. It could be you hear a bird, right? So to me, there's no sensible categories, like logical categories, I guess, to divide these things up into, if we're thinking about just consciousness and experience. Now, the other part, though, which is a bit more pointed, I think, is that what is your test? What is your test for experience versus perception? Like, how would you know that when you're looking at your hand, that you're perceiving your hand versus experiencing your hand? It sounds like you're saying that perception is is a strict subset of experience, um, and so any perception is experience, but not all experience is perception.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so again, what is the test for perception versus experience? How would you know?
Well, I think it's both if it's perception, because as you said, I see perception as a form of experience. Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
Somebody's trying to
I'm just saying.
call.
Okay,
Um,
I'm just saying, how would you distinguish something as perception versus something that's perception and experience?
all right, just a second. Um, Let me try something.
Experience
Let me
versus.
see if I can hold it, pick up this call, and I'll come back to you.
Okay,
Oh,
I may have to
actually,
hop off anyway.
oh, you got to go soon, anyways.
Yeah, I should, it's been a little while now, so
Oh,
I
okay.
gotta continue with my evening here.
Okay. Well, the person just hang up. I guess it took him the voicemail. Okay. Well, I guess we can end it there if you got to go. But yeah. Thanks for calling in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. That's fun. Good talk.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
You too.
All
Bye.
right. See ya.
Okay. So I was gonna try to pick up that other caller, but then I realized if I'm gonna screen it, I had to turn off the audio. I guess I could have done that, but he said he had to go anyways. So, just on that last point, he was asking about how I distinguish between experience and perception, and I said that I see experience as the broader term. Let me just turn the audio back off, so if somebody calls again, you're not going to hear it ring. So perception is a narrower term. So if you're using your sense organs, the five senses, hearing, tasting, smelling, seeing, touching, then you're perceiving. We have got these physical sense organs which we use. And we're also experiencing, because I take perception to be a subset of experience. Now, if you're not aware, via those five, one of those five, one or more of those five sense organs, then, like the way you're aware of a headache, then you could still call that experience. Like you can experience a headache, but I wouldn't say you experience it by perception. I said you could introspect to know you're having a headache. It doesn't mean you don't know it immediately. Maybe it's immediately evident to introspection. I think he was implying that introspection involved kind of something more involved than I had in mind necessarily. Like it's not necessarily a process of thought that's drawn out over time. It might just immediately occur to you, but not via your sense organs, which give you aware of the external world. So if you're aware of something, but not in a way involving the sense organs, then it's still experience, but it's not perception. So that's how I would distinguish experience and perception. And I mentioned dreaming. Or hallucinations. There you're aware of something which you might think while you're dreaming is in the external world, but once you wake up, you realize, oh, that was actually maybe just the form in which I was aware of some neurons firing in my brain. I wasn't perceiving the world. I was dreaming or hallucinating. But they were still experiences. I think that's how I would describe it. But if it involves the sense organs, actually, not just you think you're, like, as I said, while you're dreaming, you might think you're perceiving, but you're actually not. But if you're actually being aware of something or having experiences by means of the sense organs, then that's what I call perception. How do we know we're not in that phase right now? Well, I think that might raise a different kind of issue, the issue of the arbitrary. How do you know you're not in a dream right now? I said something about this earlier, like to have the concept of a dream, you have to have an awareness of non-dream to contrast with your dream. Otherwise, you wouldn't get the concept of dream. All right. It doesn't look like that person has called back in, but feel free to call back in, and maybe I can take your call. Oh, Robert is here. Hi, Robert. Okay, I think I just answered the question that Biggie Boom Boom in the chat asked, or he was repeating the question of Conrad. How do you know you're perceiving something and experiencing it versus just experiencing it? Yeah. If you're experiencing it by means of your sense organs, eyes, ears, etc., then you know you're perceiving it and not just experiencing it. So I'm perceiving my hand. All right, somebody's calling. It looks like a new number. John is calling. Hello, John. Hi. Okay. What were you interested in discussing? Okay, politics. So we could possibly talk about that. What are your views in politics? Okay. All right. I'll turn your audio on so YouTube can hear you now. All right. So this is John, and he's interested in talking about politics, at least for starters. He said he's a centrist, and I guess maybe some foreign policy issues he might raise. Um, so we'll see if
Yeah,
we can find something to discuss. We can start there.
certainly. So a little bit, just a little bit more about my foundation. Centrist, I would think. The older I get, the more I think I lean towards some of the conservative positions. Although I would have called myself a Texas progressive back in the day, which I'm aware is a hilarious phrase. I have a little bit of a philosophy background. I am an atheist. Do not have a religious belief. Currently, as far as politics or geopolitics, rather, I am finding myself surprisingly pleased by some of the steps that the current administration is taking. Here, I'm thinking about specifically the way that they're addressing Iran, which I think is long overdue and needed. As well, there's potentially the support given for Israel in their past couple of wars, the 12-day war, again, that gets into Iran, but just a more muscular foreign policy for the United States. And so I didn't think that I would like the way that the Trump administration was doing things, but I find that I at least respect that or am pleased by that. If not other things that the administration is doing, I would prefer, by far, for my president to have much more gravitas than the current administration does. But unfortunately, politics is not what you would like. It's the lesser of two evils. I also have a military background, and I'm master's educated, so not exactly coming from nothing. So anyway, that's a little sketch of me.
Okay. Thank you for that. So on the Trump administration, I'm pretty opposed to Trump in general. However, I am pleased that Iran has been set back by this war, and I think it's long overdue that Iran is attacked. I do think it should have been done with congressional approval, and I can criticize that aspect, but I do think Iran definitely deserved to be attacked. Now, I don't think that the war was planned out very well. Initially, they were saying that it was going to be 4 or 5 weeks, and now we're over 2 months in, and it's still going on. And I guess the Straits of Hormuz are still. I don't think there was a good plan for that early on, whereas there should have been. So there are things I could criticize about it. Likewise with support for Israel, I think Israel was held back from destroying its enemies through ceasefires. I don't think. I think the Trump administration put pressure on Israel to engage in ceasefires at various points, and I think that was bad. I think Hamas should be eliminated, and as well the current Islamic theocracy in Iran should be eliminated, and there should be no ceasefire. That just gives them a chance to regroup. So there are some criticisms I would make of the way that the war has been conducted, but I do think that we should go to war with Iran.
Well, damn it. I was hoping we would find some disagreement there, but I would say that I agree with what you stated, both with regard to the Israel, the Hamas aspect, and also Iran. And of course, those are very connected. I would say one of the things that I think that is a bit interesting is people. This is a thing that I've noticed with Trump, but it does apply to government statements generally, taking them literally versus seriously. So Trump is a person that he has shown that you don't take him literally, but you should take him seriously with regard to his, let us call them, late night tweets and so on and so forth. With regard to the overall planning of the war in Iran, it isn't going the way that were I to have conducted the operation. I would do it somewhat differently, but I do know that there is a lot of game planning and has been for quite some time. You'll recall this is the second time we've sunk Iran's navy, Operation Praying Mantis, 1988. The first and notable example, shout out to the Fat Electrician for a great rundown of that. But I think there's a lot more going on in the military aspect of this behind the scenes that simply doesn't get announced, because the way one conducts a military operation does not involve announcing everything that one is going to do or what one's decision points are. We in a democracy like to hear that, but it's actually a very bad way to conduct a war, to tell your enemy exactly what you're going to do, when, and why. The fog of war is potentially your ally, and that's just a thing that comes from my prior military experience. So I don't think that's a grave disagreement. And as a man who likes to argue, I find that disappointing that we're close on these sorts of things.
Well, we can talk about, you said you're conservative. I certainly wouldn't describe myself as that, so maybe that's something where we could find more disagreements.
To clarify, I said that I thought of myself as like a Texas progressive. As I get older, I'm finding myself more conservative, but I still don't think that I would qualify as that. I think of myself as a centrist, but I also think that the Overton window has probably moved quite a bit to the left, at least in American politics. Here's another direction, and if we're going far afield, please tell me. One of the things that I think that maybe there might be some disagreement is on the trans issue. I'm unfamiliar with your position, so perhaps we might be in agreement, but we may disagree there.
Okay.
Is that perhaps a direction to find disagreement?
Perhaps. And let me just say something else on the Iran issue before we go there. One thing that I am disappointed on is that there hasn't been much talk about regime change. I think that should be a central goal, the central goal of this war. And I've more often heard talk about eliminating their ballistic capability or their nuclear capability, but not so much about regime change. And that's what I think is really necessary. And so that's one place I would criticize the Trump administration. Also,
can I interject?
Well, one more point, and then you can interject. The point about not everything needs to be disclosed in war, and more stuff is going on behind the scenes. I understand that, but I still think things have been done that shouldn't be done, like ceasefires and not openly and proudly declaring regime change as a goal. People often will say, "Oh, well, he's playing 4D chess or something," and I think it can often be used as a kind of unlimited excuse. No matter what he does, no matter how bad things going, just say, "Oh, well, that he's playing 4D chess." So I don't really buy that. I think the war has gone badly, or at least not nearly as well as it could go. So I'll just make that point, and you can reply now to whatever you like.
Sure, and I agree. I think there's some people who are, I think Trump derangement syndrome is a legitimate thing that exists, but I also think that there are people who, regardless of what the current administration does, will just glaze on and say 4D chess. I subscribe to neither. If I was the general in charge, what I would do is we would take one or more islands in the Strait of Hormuz. Specifically, I think that the best strategy would be to take Hormuz Island, which fairly then moots whomever controls Karg. Karg is actually somewhat of a red herring. There's a bunch of small islands in the Straits that were you to take, and we do have the ability to take them, gives you then the ability to control the Straits. That then gives you the ability to strangle the Iranian regime, because 85 to 90% of their imports and exports go via shipping through the Strait. And they can say it's closed all they want, but whoever actually controls it. So I think taking that island gives you initially a platform that you can do coastal raids for any sort of missile or mine launching opportunities. You have a quick reaction force, you can resupply them, and then you also have the ability to put emplacements, specifically anti-air emplacements there, consolidate forces for individual raids, and then basically hold that land. That then becomes a bargaining chip. You could give it back to a government of Iran as part of a negotiated strategy, a legitimate government as opposed to the current Islamic Republic, or even them if we're going realpolitik and we get serious concessions. But that's how I would be approaching it, and I agree with you. When you prosecute a war, you should go balls to the wall until your goals are achieved. I will say, with regard to your regime change aspect, to me, that is not a primary goal of the war. It is a bonus. It is sprinkles if we could get it. But the people that were going to overthrow the government, we didn't get there in time. And I look at that as a very bad thing on the Trump administration. They left those people to die, 30 to 50,000 people who would have been the frontline people hanging IRGC dudes from light poles. That was an unforced error. We should have launched some cruise missiles at a bare minimum to assist those individuals, and now they're all dead. I don't see how you get effective regime change without doing some boots on the ground. Reza Pahlavi, I forget how to say his name. That dude at the head of a couple thousand mercenaries could maybe help, the Kurds, things of that nature, but you're creating the situation for a long-term internal conflict. What, from our point of view, the win conditions are no nuclear weapons, no ballistic missiles that can hurt any local allies or our bases in the area, and simply making the cost of exporting terrorism too high. If we blow up bridges or other infrastructure, that money has to go to rebuilding that, and it's not available then to support Hezbollah, Hamas, or any of the other terrorist proxy groups. So I would say that we have likely achieved those goals, and while I agree with you that regime change would be the best outcome, I don't think it's necessary to make this a worthwhile endeavor.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe some war is better than no war. So if we degrade the Iranians' armed forces and nuclear capabilities, so it buys us another 10 or 15 years, I see that as a good thing. But I do think it's better and possible to do even better than just kicking the can down the road and having to face this again, fight in the future. I think we could do regime change, and I don't think it would necessarily require boots on the ground. I think maybe, for example, if we got more serious about destroying their infrastructure, then like cut off their electricity. They don't have internet right now already, I heard, or at least access to the wider world. Cut off their electricity, their water. Then what do the people have to lose? And what army is going to fight to sustain that regime? Maybe the IRGC will, but the regular Iranian army, forget their name, starts with an A. They might turn against the regime. Maybe the people will turn against the regime, seeing that they've got nothing to lose, right? It can't get much worse if they don't have any water, any electricity. So I think you could force regime change if you were serious enough, and maybe use like we did this in World War II. We dropped two atomic bombs, that was really serious. And I don't think we necessarily need to do that, but I think we could put on a lot more pressure than we have to force a regime change, and I think we should.
I think we're generally in agreement. We may quibble on the specific tactics or strategy, but I actually think that we probably agree with a desired end state. I know Iranians from the diaspora who got out when the getting was good. I grew up with some Persian families, and it seems to me that the Iranian on the street is actually a more natural ally of the United States than many other average individuals in the Middle East, many of the Arab countries. They're in a bad situation at the moment. I worry about incurring anti-American sentiment with putting too much onus on the Iranian people, busting too many power plants. But I agree. I think that applying that pressure would likely cause more regime collapse. I will say that because of the fog of war and the fairly massive decapitation, top 100 guys in the Islamic Republic have mysteriously exploded. I think that there's a lot of internecine strife going on right now that our media is simply glossing over, and we're getting a colored version in the American mainstream media with regard to how this is, oh my gosh, this is so terrible and yada yada. I think it's actually a much better situation for the West and for the United States. And I think you're seeing the pressure put on by the blockade. But I think we are in agreement, actually, as far as a desired end state, however little we might quibble about what's actually going on. I'm curious, what do you think about taking some land in a limited fashion? My idea, and it's not just my idea, but say taking Hormuz Island and perhaps a couple of the other half dozen or so islands in the Strait to control that seaway and provide a hopping off point for quick reaction forces to basically prevent any interference with international trade.
I haven't given much thought to that. I haven't followed this war very closely, and someone who does, who also shares my general perspective, is Yaron Brook. He's also a pro Ayn Rand YouTuber, podcaster, and he does daily news shows, and I think
I'm unfamiliar with him.
Yeah, Yaron Brook, Yaron Brook. He's on YouTube, and I think he's offered his ideas on military strategy in this war, what he thinks would work well. So if you really want to get into the nitty gritty of what is the best way to prosecute this war, you might check him out. Not saying I necessarily agree with everything. If I considered it, I'm just not aware. But just if you want to hear some more details from someone who at least shares my general perspective, I think he might be a good source.
Sure. Out of curiosity, are you aware of or listen to Ryan Macbeth?
No, I'm not aware.
He's also a YouTuber. He does open source intel these days. Former Army dude, knows of which he speaks. If you haven't, especially with regard to Iran, and his actual interest is a bit more China focused, as I think he's correct to have. But lot of good content coming out of Ryan Macbeth. So I would suggest, if you haven't listened to some of his videos, good rundowns. Again, open source intel guy, and has a correct understanding of many things military. So he's done many things that have kind of impacted my opinion with regard to the current conflict.
Okay. I wrote down his name. Maybe I'll check him out later.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we're in agreement there, Drats.
Okay.
How can we argue, good sir? So there was the trans issue. That frequently gets a lot of traction, but perhaps not with you. I think generally not a great thing, but perhaps you may disagree. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, let's see. That's not one of my main issues I think about, but I have thought about it a little. I have one short video on my YouTube channel about it, and let's see, what can I say about it? I think it might be a kind of disorder, like a gender dysphoria, I think it's sometimes called. And
Like a couple of years ago, it was loudly trumpeted as in order to get insurance funding and such for, but then as soon as that came through, now it need not be medicalized.
okay, I didn't know about that.
Perhaps, and if this is not a general thing, then it may not be a great one to get into. I broadly concur. It appears to be a mental disorder. Gender dysphoria was for a time, I believe, in the DSM. That was a push to get it covered. I think for the intent of getting insurance coverage for the various treatments claimed to be beneficial. And as soon as that went through, it then became the advocacy position to make it an identity and not a medicalized thing, which is why you have current situations of individuals like Leah Thomas with a massive throbbing lady boner competing on a women's team and taking female sports places. I see this. The general issue is problematic in three ways. One being it's simply there's an activist push to require individuals to say that a false thing is true, putting people in, or the infiltration, penetration, one might say, of female-only spaces. And here I think about things like prisons or single-sex segregated spaces like locker rooms, sports, and of course the childhood aspect of this, where we've seen a very high increase in the incidence of people claiming this as, if not an actual disorder and identity, younger and younger, a la a social contagion. That would be, I think, my broad disagreement with the current status, those three areas. It sounds
Okay.
like perhaps you might agree, but I don't want to speak for you.
Well, one point I would make about sports is I think sports should not be interfered with by the governments. I don't think it's a proper function of governments to have anything to do with sports. So I think people should have the freedom to set up whatever kind of sports leagues they want. And if they want to allow trans people to participate, they can.
You look frozen to me,
Oh,
but
hold on. I'm getting some
Yes, that's
audio
that's
from another
what I am
source
frozen.
distracting me. Hold on, let me find where that is and turn
Let's
that off.
re-trigger this. How do I do that? Maybe
I'm hearing a
this way. Let's
YouTube
do
video
that.
I listened to
Minimize the
earlier
window and come back.
today, and where is that coming from? Oh, I think I just found it. Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries.
So yeah, I think sports, it should be left up to the private decisions of sports team owners or league owners to decide what kind of league they want to have, and if they want to have trans people, they should be allowed to. If they don't, they should be free to have that too. I just don't think it's something the
Are you
government.
familiar with Title IX of the Anti-Discrimination Act and how that impacts, say, collegiate sports?
No, but if it involves government funding of certain universities, then I think the government needs to get out of the funding business. I don't think government should be funding certain schools. So I think that's often creates a problem. Like with public schools, you might have some parents which want their kids to be exposed to the theory of evolution in biology class, and you might have other parents which don't want that, and they want their kids to learn creation, the story of creation in Genesis, and you might have these pressure groups. Different parents want different things. What I think should happen is this education should just be privatized, and then if you want to send your kids to a religious school, you can do that. If you want to send them to a secular school, you can do that. But the government shouldn't be forcing things on people, which is necessarily going to happen if they take over the education system and your only option is public education. And for many people it is, because they can't afford private schools. But I guess the same idea applies to an issue like trans. I think that the real solution is just privatize it, and then you can send your kids to whatever school you want.
I would generally agree. You sound entirely too reasonably libertarian on that issue, which in theory I am as well, but we find ourselves in the world in which we find ourselves. I'm a fairly decent libertarian as also, and so I would generally agree with you, but I'm curious as to, given that we are in the world in which we are, and there are, let us say, so one of the things that concerns me is whether it should be this way or not. We have governments that are not very libertarian, that do impose these sorts of things, but impose them in a particular philosophical direction. And so we have things like hate speech, hate crime, rather. While America has been more resistant than, say, Europe to pure hate speech, I am unfortunately familiar that it's not entirely that direction. Some of this, I think, is a generational shift, but we do have governments that aren't as libertarian as you or I would prefer. And in that situation, I'm curious as to your thoughts on the impact, say, on females by, well, here's a good example. Time magazine put out an issue for Woman of the Year, and that woman was a male, because everyone knows that the best women are men. And this is something of a cultural zeitgeist at the moment, perhaps only in certain areas, but those areas have disproportionate power when it comes to media and lawmaking in many states. And while I would agree that a libertarian philosophy would be better, given that we don't have that, what are your thoughts with regard to whether chicks should be dudes or dudes chicks?
Okay, well, first, just a prefatory comment about libertarians. I don't use that term for myself. Ayn Rand actually distanced herself from libertarians. They're often anarchists, and they don't want there to be a government with a monopoly on the use of force. They want like competing private courts or private armies or something. So I use I don't use that term for myself. Objectivist would be a term you could use for me. She called her philosophy objectivism.
Sure.
But on the trans issue you just raised, as long as people aren't violating rights, and what I think that means is they're not initiating physical force, I think they have a right to do things that don't involve initiating force. So if Time magazine wants to nominate a man to be Woman of the Year, I think it should be free to do that, and I don't think that's necessarily rational, and maybe they should be boycotted and lose subscribers over it, but they should be free to do that. It's a private company.
I concur.
So that's what I would say, or at least one thing I would say.
It sounds like, and it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, based on that objectivist principle, which I'm saying libertarian in a broad sense, but we do live in a situation where the government imposes laws and imposes norms of behavior under threat of violence. I mean, at the end of the day, why do you obey the law? Because if you don't, a man with a gun will come and put you in a cage, and if you put up too much of a fight, you'll be dead. And so state violence is simply just whether it should be or should not be the case, it is the case. And I agree that perhaps that's not the case, or that's not an ideal outcome. It's not the optimum. But I am compelled to be pragmatic in that I live under a system, and the system is not the worst. Perhaps it may not be optimal, but it is where I find myself, and so I have to operate within there. And while I might agree that, you know, we should have this non-aggression principle, the lack of instantiation of violence, that's not how government currently works. Even our decent governments here in the United States, you know, where I would say we probably have a pretty good setup as far as historical situations are generally construed. Because of that, we do have the threat of violence if one does not obey. These things are instantiated in law, and if you violate the law, men with guns. We get back to that. Shouldn't be the case, but given that it is the case, does that change any of your normative thoughts about the issue?
I don't. I mean, not yet. I mean, maybe it would. It depends on the issue. Like I just gave one example of, like whether Time magazine should be able to nominate a man as Woman of the Year. I think it should, because I don't think that involves initiating force or to give.
But is that, can I, apologies, not to interject, but okay, yes, they could. It is a private entity. I agree. I concur. It seems silly to me. It seems to be part of an overall philosophy that will lead to negative outcomes by so doing. I would agree with you. You know, private entities have the right to do these sorts of things. But it also seems dumb, and given that and the impact with specifically laws and the, for example, so we recently had a situation where the Ninth Circuit upheld a case that comes out of Washington State. There's a Korean spa, a traditional Korean spa. The owners are all Christian-y, very conservative. There is, in these spas, it's a traditional sort of cleansing, relaxation, completely nude, female only, or rather strictly sex segregated. In this instance, it's female only. But there was a law that said in Washington that effectively the way the Attorney General was interpreting it, that this dude, because he said he identified as female, could not be restricted from coming into this spa, which is open to ages 13 and up, and have his willy dong out. And the requirement for the spa to be open is that the, again, fairly conservative employees had to provide scrubs and massages to this person, whereas the general rule was this is female only, exposed as part of the overall experience. Again, 13-year-old girls, etc. And under penalty of law, they were required to let intact males in as part of this, despite the fact that no one had complained. This is simply a chosen interpretation as to what a female is, and in this instance, a male who said he was a female is a female. This seems problematic to me, and was upheld by the court system of Washington State, and then went federal to the Ninth Circuit, which again upheld it. It's a very hilarious opinion. Anyone who is not familiar should go read it. The opinion, the dissent for the opinion starts with the sentence that this case is about swinging dicks, which, as a judge said it, and they're supposed to be fairly reserved, caused a bit of consternation among the judiciary. This is what I mean when I say that it starts, the philosophy starts impacting people vis-a-vis the law. And while I would agree in a libertarian sense that the law should be a bit more permissive, it isn't. and so this has impact on individuals, and it seems like the philosophy is causing some very unfortunate outcomes. I suppose
Okay.
that would be my position.
So it sounds like the government is. So if the spa owners, I think they should be the ones who get to decide who's allowed to be in what part of their business. So if they don't want to allow trans people, trans women into the women's spaces, then they should be able to forbid trans women from going to those spaces. And if the government steps in and stops them, that seems to me a violation of the rights of the spa owners. So it seems like a violation of rights if that's what's going on. If the government is saying you have to allow these people who identify as women, even if they have male anatomy, you have to allow them to go into the women's section,
How
then
dare you be so reasonable with your what I will call a libertarian philosophy, though we may disagree on terminology. Drats. I seem to agree with you. All right. Do you want to try one other attempt to garner up some disagreement, or otherwise I will just go and free up the floor for somebody else that you can get into an argument with.
Okay. Well, yeah, we can try something else. And I'm not necessarily looking for disagreements. I'm happy to have agreement as well.
Sure, a collegial agreement or discussion, I'm perfectly down for as well. But
as long as it's
generally,
productive.
if we agree on everything, then it's not super interesting.
I mean, is even if we agree, sometimes you learn new things about something from somebody who agrees with
True.
your general viewpoint. So as long as it's productive and civil, I'm happy to have a discussion. But yeah, we can go on to some other topic if you had something else in mind.
What do you think about, how about this? What do you think about Elon Musk, Bond villain, and I would say, are you familiar with Heinlein, Robert Heinlein, the author?
No, I've heard the name, and I think some people have said he was a fan of Rand's, maybe, but I'm not sure.
There's a decent amount of overlap. Robert Heinlein is one of the three grand masters of science fiction. Dude was a naval officer back in World War II. Wrote a bunch of fairly impactful science fiction to include Starship Troopers. No, not the movie. That's a completely different thing. But it was, for example, at one point the only science fiction novel on the reading list for all service academies in the United States. It's a very interesting political and philosophical work. You may be interested in it if you haven't read it. He's very much an independent, libertarian sort of thinker, but adds in quite a bit of additional context. And again, it's science fiction, so the application is fairly far out there. But Robert Heinlein was a big fan of the self-made man, the sort of industrialist bootstrap. We actually kind of get the popularization of the term bootstrap, i.e. picking yourself up by your bootstraps, from some of his works. And he had a character, Delos Harriman, who was an industrialist and basically made this rocket and helped get people up into space, and this is the beginning of a lot of the expanded universe of Heinlein. So I see a lot of parallels with Musk, who, let's be honest, dude's basically a Bond villain. I mean, he's got his own space program, he's super wealthy, robots, it writes itself. I think that generally speaking, what he's been doing has been a positive thing, assuming AI doesn't kill us all. But he used to be quite the darling of a certain aspect of what I will unfortunately call the left these days. I don't like the one-dimensional political spectrum, but he was positively thought upon because of the electric car thing with Tesla. And as soon as he had the wrong opinions, he's now a Nazi figure to those same people. But I really think that these sorts of things are a good use of the huge wealth. The man seems to be ignoring a lot of the pedestrian sort of things and proceeding along with trying to colonize Mars. And I'm curious as to your thoughts, generally speaking, as to the overall direction of Musk, SpaceX, the associated companies, and how that compares to that sort of archetype of the grossly independent industrialist that really, I think there's a lot of parallels for Rand in the creation of new things, the person who's out there actually doing stuff, as opposed to those that simply sit and mute. And what are your thoughts in that direction?
I don't follow Musk very closely, but based on what I have heard about him, he's a mixed figure. I wouldn't say he's a Ayn Rand hero or an Ayn Rand villain. Maybe a more mixed kind of character. And one of the so on the good side, I think he does pursue new technologies, and he's very ambitious, and he has innovative ideas for his companies. And SpaceX, I think, is an example of that. He's got his Neuralink company, Tesla.
Haven't seen much from that, unfortunately.
Which one? The Neuralink?
Neuralink, yeah. No, SpaceX is. I think we're at an area equivalent to like the dawn of the age of sail with regard to commercial space, and SpaceX is doing a lot of that heavy lifting, no pun intended. But haven't really seen a lot with Neuralink, which is unfortunate.
I couldn't really speak to how much progress has been made, but just in general, it seems like he's a interesting, innovative entrepreneur. PayPal back in the day, he was part of. Now, on the negative side, I've heard he's gotten subsidies from the government to support some of his business ventures, and I think that's very anti-capitalist. He should be getting his funding in a free market way through voluntary means, not subsidies by the governments. And also, he's been friendly with Trump, at least somewhat in the past, and I think that's bad because I have a very negative view of Trump. So I see him as a pretty mixed character, and that's my broad brush overview of Musk right now.
What are your primary, and we're kind of taking a jink back, but what are your primary gripes or things that you dislike about Trump?
With Trump?
Yes.
Well, I think he doesn't care much about the truth, and I think his claims about the election being stolen is a great example of that. And related to that, I don't think he cares about rule of law, like, whether it's legal or illegal what he's doing. I don't think matters, as long as, like with the fake electors scheme, he tried to participate in order to stay in power after his first term. I don't think he cares about rule of law. He uses executive orders a lot for things like tariffs, and then I think he lies about about them being reciprocal tariffs, for example. So I think he's often governed by just his emotions rather than reason, and maybe that also is true of the way this war has been conducted with Iran. To some extent, I don't think it was thought out very well, and we touched on some of that earlier in the conversation, like whether they had a plan for the Straits of Hormuz. So ICE is another big thing. I think he's very anti-immigrant, or at least he plays to his base, even if he himself doesn't really care. I think he knows a lot of people in his MAGA base are anti-immigrants, and he plays to
Question.
that. So those are some of the things I would criticize about him.
I think at least some of that is definitely fair. Question with regard to, you say anti-immigrant. I haven't gotten that. I have definitely gotten anti-illegal immigrant, but not anti-immigrant specifically. He's currently married to an immigrant, second generation himself. Doesn't seem to really care one way or another in that immigrants can be useful to him in a venal fashion. I haven't gotten the anti-immigrant sentiment, simply the anti-illegal. Do you get the feel that it's both, or generally, or are you conflating perhaps the illegal aspect with just immigrants generally?
Well, I don't really get the sense that he's strong even against illegal immigrants. Maybe he used them himself in his building projects for all I know. It's more that he plays to his base, who is, I think, both anti-illegal immigrant and just anti-immigrants, and we saw that like with the H-1B visa issues, that a lot of people want to restrict those, and I think many people in his base, I think they want a more white America. So even if Trump himself isn't against immigrants, I think he often goes along with policies that are anti-immigrants. Now, I think he did push back at least a little bit sometime when the H-1B issue was in the news a lot. I think there was a split in the conservative or right-wing sphere over that, and people like Vivek Ramaswamy were arguing, and Elon Musk, I think, also were arguing in favor of more H-1Bs, and other people were arguing in favor of less. And I think Trump might have come down on the side of we need more H-1Bs, or at least not less. I forget exactly. So it's more his base that I would criticize on the immigration. But like with ICE, I think he permits them to do stuff, which I think if you are really pro-immigrants, you wouldn't permit to do, or maybe you
Can
would
you
revise the
specify,
immigration
or
laws.
be a bit more?
Well, like
What do
there's
you mean by that?
deporting
More
people
specifically?
who turn out to be American citizens even. So these aren't even immigrants anymore. I think some people who had American legal residence status, well, I guess maybe they would be immigrants, but legal ones for sure. I think some people were mistakenly deported. I don't think there was due process in, I don't know how many cases.
Without,
but yeah, go ahead.
can I interject without, because there are several things that you mentioned, and so you indicated citizen, and that I've heard this going through some of the mass media, but I am unaware of any single citizen that was deported non-voluntarily, and the only voluntary instances I'm aware of are situations where, for instance, you had someone born in the United States, a proverbial anchor baby, born to non-legal parents, who the parents decided to take with them when they were deported. But as far as an actual citizen, I'm unaware of even a single one where a citizen has been deported. And if I'm incorrect on this, I'd like to be educated. Are you aware of an actual citizen that was deported as part of the this current, let's say, ICE surge?
I've heard that there were. I couldn't list them off the top of my head, but I just did a Google search, and I can try to do a little research right now. High-profile detention cases of American citizens include arrests of elected officials, disabled adults and children, and Puerto Rican and indigenous people. I'm looking for the AI overview.
And to be fair, I think it's very likely that citizens have been arrested, usually in an interfering sort of capacity, but specifically somebody kicked down, i.e., deported. I don't think that has occurred, but I'm always willing to be corrected.
Well, the
reason I ask is because it seems like this floats through in the zeitgeist, and I think this impacts a lot of people's thinking on this issue in particular. And I think that maybe some disinformation has intentionally been put forward by people who have a particular, let's say, dog in the fight.
Okay, well, I mean, I could do some research now. This is something I've heard, but I haven't really spent a lot of time looking at it. So I did a Google search on the question, were citizens wrongly deported by the Trump administration? And the AI overview says yes. During the second Trump administration, courts and reports identified instances where U.S. citizens and lawful residents were wrongly deported or detained due to administrative errors and aggressive, rapid immigration enforcement, including cases where individuals were sent to El Salvador. And I can share that on the screen right now. There it is.
With apologies, I'm actually not watching the video.
Okay, well, for anyone who's
with the
just
call-ins,
anyone who wants to,
Sure.
they can see the thing I just read. And
does it, out of curiosity, because I am quite suspicious of AI in its current form, does it give a name or a case for a citizen that was unlawfully deported? Because what you read off seemed to indicate it would either be an arrest or it used both terms, and I see this as kind of a frequent failure mode in the use of AI, which unfortunately I've encountered myself. So I'm wondering if it gives a specific name or case of a citizen deported unlawfully.
I can look for that. So here's this doesn't give a name, but it says the administration acknowledged deporting individuals by mistake, including a Maryland man with protected legal status sent to a Salvadorian prison.
The Maryland man in that instance, I believe, would be Abrego Garcia, who was not a citizen. Also, the term Maryland man, somewhat hilarious.
It says individual. Yeah, it didn't say. Okay, here's detention of citizens, but that's not deportation. Here's an article that says ICE may have deported as many as 70 U.S. citizens. I'm curious to see. Let me actually open that in a different. I mean, whether they've deported citizens or not, I think the way ICE has been used is troubling. But
I'd be curious to get more of your thoughts as to the troubling nature. I generally support the enforcement of immigration law. While you're reading that one article that I think that you're reading, my understanding of that, because I've looked into that claim before, is effectively that in a previous audit of deportations, there is not currently the ability to go back and look at a certain number of cases to definitively state what the immigration status of the deported individuals was, which is a nuanced difference from citizens were deported versus, hey, we don't have the paperwork anymore for these past deportations to say one way or the other, but it's obviously highly suggestive that they were not because they were deported. And also there hasn't been any citizen who raised their hand and said, hey, I was a citizen that was deported. I'm one of X number, which leads me to think that it hasn't happened. Because if it had, I think it would be explicitly trumpeted.
Okay. Yeah.
This is just more of my general suspicion of AI and the consolidation of Well, I think a lot of it goes down to the reporting and the perhaps biased reporting.
I would just need to look into it more. So I guess I'm
Fair enough.
generally not comfortable with. Well, the U.S. immigration laws I think are quite bad. I think they're too restrictive in who they let in and how difficult it is they make it for people to legally immigrate. And I guess if they're just enforcing bad laws, then I guess the fundamental problem is the laws, not that they're enforcing them. But if we're just looking even at the way they enforce, even if we're going to say, okay, well, they should enforce laws even if they're bad, I think the way they go about it, I'm still not comfortable with it. I think they're
In what way?
well, I'm thinking like of ICE where they detain people uh, who I don't think they have good reason to detain sometimes. There was a case, I don't know if it already went to the Supreme Court or maybe it's on its way there, but there was some guy who showed he had identification to prove he wasn't illegal, and they didn't believe him and said, "Oh, maybe this is a fake ID." And they're and I think maybe they're just they're not they're profiling people in ways they shouldn't, and just based on how they look, like if they have tattoos. Um, so I don't follow this stuff very closely, but from the little I have followed it, it seems like they sometimes do things which aren't really respecting due process and equal treatment before the law.
Well, I think I have a bit of a disagreement as to what would constitute due process in that circumstance, and then I think that when you say equal treatment under the law, surely you agree. we troubling preamble to a statement, I know, but surely you agree that if we're going to have a situation such as we currently do with the laws and the without getting into underlying, hey, we need a more libertarian philosophy of government, just the laws that we have, that there would be a differential treatment of those who are citizens or lawful residents versus those who are illegally present, right?
Should there be differential treatment of them?
And specifically, what I'm thinking of is, so I'm legally trained, and the phrase due process is frequently misunderstood or abused. Due process is something of a tautology. It just means the process which is due for any of this, for whatever the given situation is. And so when we say a lack of due process, would due process for a citizen with regard to checking whether someone is legally present versus a non-citizen or someone who appears to not be legally present be the same thing? I tend to think the answer is no.
Okay. Just taking some notes here. Should it be the same process for...
Yeah, and here's a good example of it. Yeah, here's a good example of what I mean. There's a difference between some random dude who's driving around and presents a driver's license in St. Louis, Missouri, middle of the state, versus somebody who is 2 miles from the border, the southern border of the United States, proceeding north, who does not have any sort of identification and does not indicate when stopped by, say, Border Patrol, that they are a citizen. In fact, says, hola, something, something Spanish. Hi, I'd like to come in, right? The amount of due process would differ based on the circumstances. If somebody said for both of those people, hey, you should be deported, the dude in Missouri who has a Missouri driver's license, his amount of due process, the hearings, the what have you required, should be greater than the person found 2 miles from the border running north who has no claim, that they don't even assert that they are a citizen or a lawful resident. The amount of due process there would not necessarily be exactly the same. They might not be entitled to the same hearings or the same number of appellate elevations, things of that nature. To me, that seems reasonable in context. You may disagree. I'm curious if you disagree.
Well, I don't know about not having the same number of hearings available. I mean, one can make you more suspicious than the other. I think that's fine. That's reasonable.
Well, it's more of a claim issue. Like, if you're not even claiming that you are a lawful resident, then why would you be entitled to the same protections as someone making that claim? That, to me, seems reasonable from both call it a judicial economy point of view, but also just sort of a logical point of view. If a claim is not even being made that you're legally present or I am a citizen or I am a permanent resident, then why should you get the same number of hearings as someone who is making that claim and has some sort of baseline, we would call it a prima facie case that it is so? The reason I say this is because I think a lot of, in the illegal immigration debate, there has been an attempt to give more due process than would reasonably warranted to people coming over illegally, with the intent of then gumming up the system such as to prevent actual enforcement and thereby surreptitiously achieve the goal of increased illegal immigration by bypassing Congress, effectively, by bypassing the laws, be they good or bad, that you referenced previously.
All right. Well, one thought I had on that is that they had certain quotas, the Trump administration. I don't know if it was Stephen Miller or someone else, but I think ICE was given certain quotas they had to fulfill.
I think I recall that as well. Yes.
And they were supposed to
certain number of arrests. They was their goal, X number per day or per week.
Yeah, and instead of just going by, well, do we actually have evidence that this person is a good person to detain? That wasn't what was driving all of the instances of detaining, and that there seems something off about that to me. That they would, and if that is a goal that's driving them, just meeting these quotas of arresting a certain number of people, then I guess that incentivizes them to if they're not meeting their numbers, then to just ignore the normal protocol or due process that they should go through to detain people. I might need to research this some more, but because as I said, I don't follow this stuff very closely. But
I can understand your reticence. I think when people hear quotas or people hear numbers like that, I think there are two reasonable ways to interpret it. There's a less generous way where it's like, well, we're going to arrest this number of people regardless of whether they deserve it or not because that's our quota. Whereas I think a more reasonable interpretation would be that the number is aspirational. We roughly know X number of people are illegally present, and we want to get this. Hold, please.
Sure.
Versus, an aspirational thing. We'd like to have you guys work hard enough to arrest in X number of people who are in fact illegal. But I recognize that you could get some perverse incentive by announcing some sort of goal that way, but it could be the case. In fact, I think it's likely the case that the better interpretation was, hey, this is aspirational. We'd like to do this. That way we solve the problem in X number of months, whether that's realistic or not.
Okay. Well, I'm wondering here, do we agree on the goal and just differ over the means to it? Or do we actually disagree about the goal? And what would be...
It's a good question.
Yeah, like with immigration, I wonder if we share ideas on what the goal should be. That might be more important to talk about. And if we agree on the goal, then
that's a good point.
Yeah. So,
what do you? So let's take a step back then. Versus, not necessarily the enforcement, the current strategy for enforcement of what the immigration law is. Do you agree that a sovereign state, the United States in this case, has the authority to set the conditions for entry, for immigration, etc., and can exclude people that from...
You cut out.
To come into the country. Oh, apologies. Do you believe that a sovereign state such as the United States has the authority or should have the authority to restrict entry or immigration based on criteria that it determines to be in whatever that state's interest is? So, we can talk about what that would be, but I think just, does a sovereign state have that basic authority might be a foundational question. I would say that it does.
I don't think it has authority to restrict immigration. I think it only has authority to restrict initiations of force. So if someone comes over peacefully and there's no evidence of this person being a physical threat to people, then I don't think the government has a right to stop that person from coming over.
Let me ask this. So I think that I derive that you would likely be against government assistance with, call it welfare or any of those government assistance programs. However, if those programs are in existence, then does that change the calculus? So again, I probably agree. I may not. I may actually support some modern or some minimal social safety net, but let's leave that aside. If there is the situation that a person present could be a drain on resources because there exists some form of welfare, and leaving aside whether that should be or should not be the case, if it is the case, does that then change the calculus for you because it would impact whether or not resources are being drained by someone not otherwise entitled to them?
I'm not sure how to answer that, because I think welfare is already a violation of rights, and it doesn't really matter to me whether it's an American citizen who's on welfare or someone else. It's I think a violation of it. I don't want any parasites, whether they're Native Americans or not. That's the real problem, the parasitism enforced by the government. So
maybe let's back up one additional step then,
okay.
Because I can understand philosophically why you would have that opinion, but do you think then, let's assume that parasites exist in your terminology, does a government, say here the United States, have a greater duty to its own people, i.e. those who are citizens, than those who are not? Say some random Russian Vlad from from Moscow, some random Russian dude who has no other association with America. Like, because it seems to me that a government, because it is in theory instantiated by the people, and I know there's a lot of philosophical problems with that, but assuming that that's the case, it seems to me that it has an obligation, or a greater obligation, to its own citizens than to non-citizens or aliens of some sort. Do you agree with that?
A greater obligation?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, if the government's role is not to provide things for people, I think its only proper role is to protect people from force, and whether
Well,
you're...
hold on. Let me interject right there, because I think that actually might solve the issue. Who is it protecting? Because I would see it as it is protecting those under its penumbra, the citizens of the country. You wouldn't think that the United States government or the government of any country has an obligation to protect, say, the citizens of France from force, or would you?
No, but I think it has an obligation to protect people within its jurisdiction, within a certain boundary, of whether they're citizens or not citizens. I think its role is to provide a safe place by eliminating physical force from within a certain area.
What about the resource constraint nature of reality, such that providing that service, in this case, safety, let's call it safety from invasion, the barbarians coming over the hills, that requires some sort of resources. Resources come from, at least in our current situation, taxation, whether that's legitimate or not. But those resources come from somewhere, right? It seems like the people who are paying the resources in should derive, if not exclusive benefit, at least the majority of the benefit. And so does I think I'm making the same argument, but does that rephrasing or retack impact your thinking?
So if taxes are involved, I think that really, and by that, if you mean compulsory contributions to the government,
Yep.
I think that might complicate things, because you're then throwing out the principle of rights. So in my view, there shouldn't be taxes. The government should be funded by voluntary means, and I don't know if there's once you throw out that principle of not initiating force, then I don't know if there is a right or good way to proceed. Like, given that we've thrown out the principle of rights, what should we do now?
At least practically. I mean, you would agree that, like, currently we have thrown that principle out because taxation is entirely not voluntary. If you don't pay your taxes, men with guns will come and put you in a cage. Like, and this goes back to what I was saying. Like, this is maybe not how I would build society if I had to start from get-go, but I was born here, and I kind of got to roll with what I got in that situation.
Yeah, so I mean, in that situation, is it better for the government to use the funds it got through taxation to support the people who contributed the taxes rather than people who did not? So I mean, is that the question?
Yeah, I think that would be a fair restatement. What I'm getting at is because it seems to me that a government, a government has a greater obligation to its own citizens than to some random other human who is not a citizen, or is not located within the confines of the area of sovereignty, right? And I'm starting from, there's a resource. This is a resource-constrained universe. The governments are providing services, and the resources for those come through taxation. Whether that should be the case or not, it is the case. And given that it is the case, it seems like I think that my opinions logically follow from that. Not that it would be an optimal world, but given the world that we find ourselves in, We simply have to prioritize, to an extent, our own, in this case, the citizens. And because welfare and other services are given out, those should be prioritized in a resource-constrained environment for the citizens of the nation, as opposed to random people who show up and say, I want some too.
Well, then I wonder if we're taking a kind of collectivist perspective and we're treating all citizens the same. Like, I think a lot of the people who are on welfare, they're not the ones who paid most of the taxes. So maybe if we want to use the tax money to support those who contributed the tax money, then maybe it would just go back to the rich people or the better off people who contributed that money, rather than supporting people on welfare who didn't contribute much.
Here's my counterpoint to that, and with apologies, I'll have to go after this. I've been called to dinner.
Yeah.
It may be the case that the benefit of giving the tax money or instantiating a welfare or social safety net is simply preventing those people who did not contribute to the taxes from rising up and killing everyone. In a broad historical sense. You could think of it as kind of, hey, we're going to pull you up so you don't rebel and burn the whole system down. Because that's happened a decent number of times in history. In any event, with apologies, this has been a good conversation. I do have to let you go, and I hope that nugget, I don't know.
All right. Sure thing. And why isn't your... I think I see what happened. I switched over to a different scene where your volume wasn't showing up for a second, but I fixed that.
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to say something on your last comment. You can go now if you want, or you can stick around for it.
Have a good evening.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Yeah, so when I switch over to a different Zoom scene, then I have to remember that he might be muted in the other Zoom scene. Okay, so what I was going to say it sounded like extortion money then, or like if you have to pay people so they don't rise up and revolt. It sounds like it's a pretty corrupt situation if you have to pay people not to revolt. Now, if it's a case like the French Revolution, where people have been oppressed and there's some aristocracy that has no rights to make other people their serfs and they're living off the backs of the serfs, then I can see why those people would want to revolt. But if we're talking about a free society where there's no aristocracy that has more rights than other people, if we're not talking about a society of serfdom, but where you can actually make a living for yourself if you're left free to do so, then I don't think those people should or would have an incentive to overthrow the system. They would just start making money. You can do that in a free society. And so if we're talking about the American system, I think it was essentially free. Now, there's the big exception of slavery, which was, of course, horrible. But after slavery was abolished, even then there were problems like Jim Crow laws. But if we're talking about a free society where the initiation of force is barred, then I don't think there's going to be some disgruntled underclass that you need to appease by giving them free stuff on other people's dime, bread and circuses. They can just make a living for themselves. Excuse me. There's no need for taxation. And there wasn't much taxation in the 19th century. There were some tariffs, but income taxes, very little or nothing in the way of income taxes for most of the 19th century. Excuse me. Okay. See, we got some new people in the chat. Got a lot of views today. Getting close to 300 views now. No new subscribers. But if you like this content, you can subscribe. I'd appreciate that. And get notifications of future shows. I stream once every 5 days. That's my current frequency. Thanks for any likes. Oh, excellent. I see we're up to 16 likes right now. All right, let me read some of these chats. Super chat is still open. Okay, we've got Braden Lynn, Corgshire, very, very redundant, Seraph, and M7. New people in the chat, as well as some chats from Robert. What do you think about Mackey's argument on cognitivism? I'm not very familiar with that. This is J.L. Mackey, right? And he was an error theorist. That's the view that there's moral claims are all erroneous because there are no normative facts, something like that. But I'm not familiar with his argument, so I can't comment on it. Maybe you could present his argument and I could comment on your presentation of it. There's a school within ethics or metaethics called non-cognitivism, and they hold that ethical or normative claims are just emotional. Emotivism, maybe that's just one branch of non-cognitivism, but they don't have ethical, moral claims don't have cognitive content. It's sometimes called the boo hooray theory. If you say murder is bad, it just amounts to saying murder boo. Like you're just expressing your attitude towards murder. I don't agree with that. I think there's rational meaning to saying murder is bad. I think that amounts to saying it's anti-life, anti-happiness. but maybe we can talk more about that if you want. Oh, I need to turn off my do not disturb. Looks like somebody called just a minute ago. I didn't hear it ringing because I had do not disturb turned on. Somebody left the voicemail. Okay, let's see. Gotta make sure okay, I think if I listen to the voicemail, it's not going to be heard on YouTube. Oh, it says transcription not available. 4 seconds. Okay. I don't know why there's not a play button for the voicemail. That's the first time I've seen it do that. Okay, well, you can call back in if you want. I think, let me refresh the page. Sometimes that seems to help. My Google Voice page. You can call back in, and I think it should work. Looks like there were, let's see, a couple people who tried to call in. 3 people. All right, so you can also let me know in the chat if you want to call in. I might need to take a break soon. Oh, somebody says I tried joining your Zoom meeting. Oh, thanks for letting me know. I was looking at my Google Voice, not my Zoom, but let me take a look at my Zoom. Yeah, I see you there in the Zoom waiting room. Okay, let me screen your call and see what you want to talk about, and then maybe I'll take it now or after a break. All right, so let me make sure when I screen you, only I hear. Okay, I'm doing overkill now. I think I muted more than I needed to, but just want to make sure. All right. Mesa of Life. Hello. You are muted. Pretty good. How are you? Yeah, I'm pretty flexible. Was there a particular topic you had in mind? Just a tiny bit. Yeah, I'm pretty flexible. Okay. Let me. I see a voicemail just came in, and I just want to take a look at that. I see there's a transcription of it. I won't play it. I'll just read the transcription, and then I'll decide what direction I want to go in a moment. Hold on a second. Okay. Let's see. What do you want to talk about? I'm reading through your message here. Um, Leo Tolstoy. Okay, is that what you want to talk about? Leo Tolstoy, or is it something else? Okay, so could you maybe leave a message in the YouTube chat saying what topic? I mean, maybe you already said it in here, but I'm just glancing quickly at it. I'm not sure what specifically you want to discuss, so you could either leave another voicemail or tell me in the YouTube chat. Okay, now, so what was your name? Who called in on Zoom? Oh, it should be there. Oh, Mesa of Life. Okay, we can talk some, but I think I'd like to take a break. I usually take around a 10-minute break. I don't know if you have time to talk more after that. If not, maybe we can just. Okay. All right, then I'll just mute you, and then we can continue after the break. And maybe the other person who left a voicemail, you can give me. Oh, now it's ringing. Okay, let me see if I can pick that up. Allow mic access. Okay. Hello? Okay. Okay. Well, as long as it's civil and respectful, it's fine. Like, so I don't want to just someone come on here and just be insulting or disrespectful. So as long as we can keep it civil and respectful, then I'm fine having a discussion. Okay. And what is your time availability like? Because I have another caller on Zoom. How long are you available today? 20, 30 minutes? Okay. Well, actually, let me go back to the other caller and see how long he's available, and then that might help me decide which of these calls to take first. So hold on a second. All right. Mesa of Life. Are you still there? Hello? Okay. So how long are you available today? Well, he said he only had 20 or 30 minutes. So if you're available later than that, I'd rather take his call first. Okay, sounds good. I'll take his first, and then you can, I guess, you can just hang up now and call back in after that call. All right, thanks. Bye. Okay, so now, I guess I will just, Josie, I think that's what you said your name was, right? Josie. Okay, so I guess there's two ways we could do this. I could just mute you now, or you could call back in. It might be simplest if you just call back in, because I do want to take a break for like around 10 minutes. So, yeah, how about just call back in after the break, which should be in about 10 minutes. Yeah, something like that if you're on the East Coast. Okay, talk to you soon. Bye. Okay, so hopefully you only heard me. I was talking to two different callers, and I'm going to take a break for about 10 minutes. And after that, Josie is going to be my first caller. He wants to talk about Ayn Rand's, and uh, maybe that'll just be 10 or 20 minutes. And then after that, Mesa of Life, who is in the YouTube chat, he's going to call in after that. So I'm going to turn on my break slide. There you see it. And I'm going to write in the YouTube chat my return time so people know what's going on. I'll say on break. It's now 6:39, so if I stop talking at 6:40 and take 10 minutes, I'll be back about 6:50. So I'll say back at about 6:50 p.m. Pacific time. Okay, it's in the chat now. Okay, thanks everyone for being here, and I'll see you on the other side of the break. Somebody's calling. I don't know if it's the same person. I think it was the same person. I just missed him. He'll call back in a second, I hope. Break is over. And hopefully Josie will call back in. I guess I could call him back. But maybe it's better if I wait for him to call. He says, I'm just calling back. Ah, here we go. Hello, Josie.
Hello.
Okay, you are now on YouTube. So,
Cool.
I'll let you say again for the audience what you'd like to discuss today.
Yes. I'm studying philosophy. I've never heard anything positive about Ayn Rand, although it must be said I have deeply negative views on capitalism. But I always, and I do on a regular occasion, love engaging with people who I have ideological differences with in a respectful and kind manner, because that is the spirit of philosophy. So I would love to hear your appraisal / recommendation of Ayn Rand, any of her work.
Okay. Have you ever read Ayn Rand, or you've just heard about her?
I have not.
Okay.
Yes, I have not.
Okay. Well, I think it's really important to read her and not just rely on people's viewpoints. She is a very controversial figure, so she has many lovers, many haters, and I think she often gets strawmanned, caricatured. And if you actually read what she writes, I think you can see that a lot of the way people try to characterize her are just distortions. So I'm definitely in the fan camp, as you know, but I think it's really important to read her yourself and make up your own minds that way. But I love her ideas. They make a lot of sense to me, and we can talk about so many things. She has a entire philosophy with views on a great range of issues: metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, politics, aesthetics. You said you don't like capitalism, so that sounds like an area where we could disagree if you want to talk about that, or if you want to, we could dive into some other part of the philosophy if you'd like. There's just so many ways we could get into this.
Okay. Yeah, it's true. I have heard miscaricatures of her for pretty much everyone who has had more familiarity with her work in my life, but who's also rather averse to philosophy. In some ways, in some respects. And I mean, yeah, I think most philosophers are mischaracterized. I mean, just look at Nietzsche. And so I think that a lot of it comes from general misunderstandings, and I don't know. Okay. I would be very interested in her metaphysics. Could you? What are her metaphysical viewpoints on just like everything? Or
Okay.
Yeah.
So she thinks there is one reality. There's no supernatural realm. There's just this world. which we perceive with our senses and can know with our reason, and it exists independent of our minds. So she's not a idealist like Berkeley. This came up earlier in the live stream. Someone called in about that, whether there's an objective reality independent of our awareness of it. She would say yes, there is, and reality is not created by a mind, a human mind, or a divine mind. So she doesn't believe in God. The task of consciousness is to grasp reality, not to create reality. And that's some about her metaphysics. She accepts the law of identity, and the A is A, things are what they are, they have a certain nature. And as a corollary of that, she upholds the law of causality, the law of cause and effect. Things have to act in accordance with their identity. There can't be miracles where, like in the Bible, a woman turns into a pillar of salt, or a guy rises from the dead. These would be miracles that contradict the nature of the identity of various things. So you might call it a naturalistic as opposed to a supernaturalistic view of the world. There's no afterlife, heaven, hell. There's just this one life. There's no evidence of something beyond that. And those are some of the key ideas of her metaphysics, but we can dig into any of those more if you'd like.
Okay. It sounds scientific. Like,
yeah, it's yeah. I think she's pro science, anti faith, pro reason, and
yeah.
so yeah, for sure.
No, that metaphysics are very very special interest of mine. One of the most interesting parts of philosophy for me, so I'm always interested in learning more about people's metaphysical systems. And so that is, I can definitely see myself reading her work, or some of her work, just to get a grasp of that. My favorite philosopher, Gilles Deleuze, or one of my favorite philosophers, Gilles Deleuze, described himself as a pure metaphysician, which very much so attracts me to his work. For example, let me try to think about what to ask. A is A. Things are what they are. Can you expand on that in her system?
Okay. So an example, a human being is a human being, and if you don't treat him as that, then that will create problems. Like if you treat a person as an animal, as something to deal with by force rather than reason and persuasion, that would create problems. Or Trump, to give an example from politics, he would like to believe that he won the 2020 election, despite the fact that there's no evidence for that. But A is A. Facts are what they are, independent of his consciousness. Whether he likes it or not, it remains true. The facts remain what they are, regardless of his feelings. Facts don't care about your feelings, to use another catchphrase, which Ben Shapiro made famous, I guess. But that fleshes out some of the idea of what A is A means and the implications it has. Don't put your wishes above reality. Because you can't change reality just by hoping or praying. Facts remain what they are, independent of your desires.
But what of what of the disguised identities? What of the appearances that effectively present themselves as factual, as true, but in reality are anything but? On a political scale, on a personal scale, on an even scientific scale. What of, I suppose what I'm trying to say, what of illusions in the system? Does that
For
make sense?
example, like a illusion that a stick appears, or a pencil appears bent if you put it in a glass of water, and you pull it out and it looks straight. That kind of illusion. Would that be an example?
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
So with those cases, I think it's important to distinguish between interpretation and the evidence of your senses. So it's an interpretation to say that the pencil is bent. That's not what you I guess you can say it looks bent, but that doesn't mean that your senses are deceiving you. Because I guess your eyes aren't telling you that in every condition, no matter whether it's immersed in different media or not, it's going to appear the same. That's not something your eyes tell you. That's something your mind concludes. That's an interpretation, and that's an incorrect interpretation. But that's not an error of the senses. That's an error of reasoning. So I think often what happens in these cases of sensory illusions is people are attributing to the senses what is in fact an error of reasoning or an error of interpretation. There is no such thing as a sensory error on Rand's view. The senses can't make mistakes. The mistakes happen in the conceptual reasoning sphere, and the senses are they just act in automatic ways. Like you don't have a choice about how a pencil in water appears to you. You're just automatically given this appearance, but there is no, you can't criticize the senses as being right or wrong. They just are. They just give you data. Now, they can give you more and less data. Like a colorblind person maybe sees things in shades of gray rather than a much wider array of colors. But that doesn't mean he's not seeing reality or not seeing reality as it really is. He's just seeing reality with less information. And a blind person is aware of reality with even less information. It doesn't have any visual info at all. But that doesn't mean the blind person is not aware of reality. It's just that his form of being aware of reality is different. It's through tactile sensations and auditory sensations. But he's not seeing, or he's not aware of reality in a distorted way, just in a different way. So that's a little bit about what Rand would say, as I understand her, about so-called sensory illusions.
Okay. Cool. Interesting. I actually think I will look into that. At least that part of her philosophy. But what I'm learning question, what I'm really interested in, how does her philosophy connect to capitalism? This is something I've always wondered.
Okay. And just before I get to that, I'll mention a resource which, if you're looking on YouTube, you can see. It's called the Ayn Rand Lexicon. And you can look at what she has to say on a very wide array of topics, organized alphabetically. So if you click on the P section, which I'm doing right now, there might be an entry on perception, which we were just talking about. Yeah, here's one, perception. And I don't know if she talks about sensory illusions there or not. But anyway, I think that's a really good source for learning about Rand's views on a wide array of topics. So I just wanted to mention that. There's also one on capitalism. Speaking of capitalism, and I'll just click on that one. So she's in favor of more fundamental views, and capitalism is an outgrowth of that. So for her, politics is downstream of ethics, and ethics is downstream of metaphysics and epistemology. But building on her foundation in those deeper branches of philosophy, metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics, she reaches the idea that in political philosophy, a capitalist system is the best system given human nature. So it really depends on the more fundamental branches. Like if you're in favor of egoism, that is an ethics where the individual should live for his or her own sake, as opposed to altruism, where you're living for the sake of others, then you will support a system that allows the individual to live for his or her own sake the best. And she thinks capitalism does that by protecting people's rights, protecting them from physical force, which is what protecting people's rights actually means. So, like, if someone wants to rob you of your money, they're taking it from you by force, not with your voluntary consent, but by force. And she opposes that, and many people oppose that when it comes to common criminals. But when the government does essentially the same thing through taxation, they take your money through force under threat of going to jail if you don't. She also says that's bad, because that's coercing people, that's initiating force against people, and that's not good for egoists, people who want to live their best lives and achieve their own happiness. What's best for that kind of person is a society where their rights are respected and they're not trampled on. They are free to live according to their own judgment, use their money for what they choose, not what the government would like them to spend it on. So that's a little about how her politics of capitalism builds off of her egoistic foundation and morality. And I could say a lot more, but I'd rather come back to you, see if you want to jump in.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds very libertarian, which I'm all for. I mean, according to Tolstoy, it's the morally righteous thing to do to not pay taxes. So, I do appreciate that.
She often gets called a libertarian, and I often get called a libertarian, but she actually distanced herself from the libertarians because she thought they seized on this one principle of not initiating force against people, and then they took it out of context in some ways, and many libertarians end up opposing the state altogether or opposing the government altogether, so they become anarchists. And she definitely opposed anarchy in very strong terms. There's an entry on libertarians here in the lexicon, which I just shared on the screen. So she didn't call herself that, but I just want to mention that you can read more about why she opposes it. But just briefly, is she's not against the state. She's against statism, where the state is all powerful and trampling over people's rights.
Oddly sounds similar to the viewpoint of one of my anarchist friends. I believe the state exists only with an anti-state. And I think in this sense, all state is not ontological, but all state needs to present itself as ontological, effectively ontological. And I suppose it's what am I trying to say? I come from a different viewpoint. I mean, I come from the more anarchist view of, I do believe in the abolition or absence of a state, or of the state. Although, now that you mention it, there is still the could call it contractual, or we could call it metaphysical element present within each of us, which leads us down the path of betterment, and that leads us further down a path of needing an artificial plane for us all to coexist. But the problem with that, I think, is that the artificial nature of this plane is always going to be prone to being hijacked. And when it becomes hijacked, then the state becomes a monopoly of violence. The state is not inherently a monopoly on violence, but I do believe it is always imminently a monopoly on violence. And so I think that no matter how limited the state is, no matter how small it is, there will still always need to be the anti-state to justify its existence. And because of that, the imminent becoming of the monopoly on violence is always in a state, a meta state, of being destined to grow in size perpetually. And I guess that's my critique with the sort of statist view. Even though I do see the merit, I think I do, at the very least. But I don't know.
I'm curious where this comes from. If you mentioned Deleuze earlier, a philosopher I'm not very familiar with. I've just heard his name, so I really know little. Does this come from Deleuze or somewhere else?
Partly from Deleuze. He was, he was a postmodernist. Even though I don't particularly like to call him a postmodernist, I don't think he is. I think he's more of a post-structuralist. But it's very difficult to describe his thought. But he was given, I think, one of the highest compliments that can be given to any philosopher. His thought was otherworldly. He committed suicide, and I am honestly not convinced it was of unhappy circumstance, or exclusively unhappy circumstance, which sounds odd, but he thought in a way so vastly different from everyone. Big fan of over 10-syllable words. I guess this is more personal, but I have had mental issues in my life, and neurodivergent. I call myself neuroasequential, because I think neurodivergent implies other, so I just go in a different sequence than everyone. Kind of like what you were talking about with the sensory perception. There's no error in sense. But his thought, he talks a lot about schizophrenia and neurosis. He jumps off sort of the Freudo-Marxism train, kind of. But I guess what I'm trying to say is his thought has the tendency to ground me in more so does philosophy have the tendency to ground me and keep me in check. It is my deepest passion. It is something that I continuously find life affirming. Actually, a Deleuze quote I read earlier, I think you would love it. To think is to voyage. I love that so much. But I just bring all that up because I do jump off his thought a lot, even though, my dream one day is, like I said, to be a philosopher and to be idiosyncratic. Like, truly idiosyncratic in my thought, not a Marxist, Hobbesian, Tolstoyan, Deleuzian, whatever, like my thought, I guess. And maybe that even goes into egoism, maybe if I'm interpreting it correctly of living for my sake. I don't know. I find all of philosophy deeply, deeply, deeply important to me and the world, and I'm always very, very curious into learning just about everything related to the discipline or adjacent to the discipline. But yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of my relationship to David, I guess.
All right. Well, thanks for that. I don't know how much time you got left. You mentioned you had a certain amount of time before. How much more time do you have? Do you have to go soon or what?
I mean, I can.
Okay.
I'm not.
Well, I don't want to like push you away. I did mention the other guy. He could call back after we're done, but we can go at least another 5-10 minutes if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
So Deleuze, he sounds like a pretty different, very different perspective than Rand comes from. If he's a postmodernist or a post-structuralist, which I know very little about. Just that it's, I guess, part of the continental philosophy tradition as opposed to the Anglo-American, sometimes called analytic philosophy tradition.
I do love analyticism. I love what Wittgenstein said.
You love what?
Wittgenstein.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's considered part of the analytic tradition, at least during certain phases. There was the early and the late Wittgenstein. I was just asking about Deleuze because I was wondering if that's where some of your views on the states came from. And I looked up his Wikipedia article and did a search on the word anarchy, and I found a couple references, but
he wasn't an anarchist. He never considered himself. And his version of anarchy, like his thought is anarchical in that it is very much so anti-state, but it's anarchical in a very different way than much of the anarchist thought, and it's a kind that I really appreciate. I think a lot of anarchist thought is flawed in that it's very seldom rational. And with the exceptions, of course, but I don't think it's rational too often, especially reading anarchist theorists. But they lose his thought is a kind of rationality that is very ahead of its time. It came out. His most famous book, Anti-Oedipus: Capitalism and Schizophrenia, came out in the 70s. It could have come out now. It could have come out like 70 years from now, and like it's a very ahead of its time, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And it's yeah, I mean, that's kind of the whole continental tradition, I think.
The whole continental tradition, it goes back to Kant. That's my understanding. In the late 18th century, and there was, I guess, after him there was this split between British Anglo philosophy and continental, Ayn Rand was very critical of the continental tradition insofar as it derives from Kant. She thought Kant had some very basic errors that, like the idea that we're only aware of of a phenomenal realm, not a noumenal realm, which is true reality. She rejected that whole approach, and I guess there was a whole line of German irrationalist philosophers that came after that, with Hegel, maybe Schopenhauer, Marx, Nietzsche. So very, very alien approach to Rand's. So I guess, I don't know, maybe we would have to go back to Kant, at least back to Kant, in order to debate that whole issue. What is the right approach to metaphysics and epistemology?
Personally, I don't think there is one. I don't think there is a right approach nor a wrong approach to either of them. I think metaphysics is inherently a creative discipline. I think philosophy as a whole is a deeply creative discipline, and I think part of my investment and part of what I find beautiful in it comes from the fact that there are no right or wrong answers. There are no right or wrong ways to tackle certain problems, certain issues facing the culture, facing the time, because thought is boundless. Thought is a voyage, and so I'm all for the deconstruction, or as Deleuze would put it, the territorialization of thought. And I think that continental philosophy is just as valuable as existential or Anglo-Saxon or analytical or whatever. These are all just ways of approaching reality, and I think the best we can do is to avoid the ideology whenever we can, because ideology, I would say, is irrational, and it's better to be rational, generally speaking.
All right.
Would you agree?
Well, I agree it's good to be rational, but I wouldn't say it's rational to think that all ideologies or all approaches are valid, or that there's no right or wrong ways to approach an issue. I certainly think there are right and wrong ways to approach an issue. Some I think are rational, some are not.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a very basic parting of the ways. So I don't know where you want to go from there. I mean, we could debate that itself if you want. Whether there are any right or wrong issues.
Yeah. Could you give examples, like one or two, of like?
Well, we could maybe start with axioms. Like Ayn Rand identifies certain axioms, fundamental starting points of her philosophy. Her very first axiom is existence exists. And that's something that she takes to be self-evidence and implicit in all knowledge, and can't be denied without refuting oneself. So I don't know if that's something you would say, well, that's just open to interpretation, and I think a right approach, speaking of right and wrong ways to approach, I think a right approach would be to accept that axiom as a foundation of one's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So if you agree with that, then maybe there are right and wrong ways approaching philosophy.
Yeah. Let me redefine, and then I'll probably go. But I'll redefine this, and if I could, would it be possible if I could text you later to keep talking? Or
You can text the number you called. I think I can read text. You can test it out now if you want, but the same number that's on my background, the 657 number, I think you can text to that number.
okay,
And or you could also just leave a comment on my video if you want to engage more. Maybe we could engage that way. I mean, I do have limited time to
yeah,
engage when I'm not live streaming, but to the extent I can, we can try to engage some more later. And I stream
yeah,
live
yeah,
every 5 days, so we can also chat more in a future live stream potentially.
yeah, cool. Um, yeah, but we should definitely do that. Anyways, last thing I was gonna say, to redefine there are no right or wrong. I'm not trying to fall into a pure subjectivity because that's false and irrational, of course, and arguably neoliberal. But with provisions, I think, provided we have demonstrated rational thinking and we abide by the rules of logic and general axiomatic metaphysics, in that we are on the same plane as everyone else is. With these provisions, it's sort of like once we find the foundation everyone's on, or rather all of existence is on, not just everything alive, because what is alive? Well, we can build our cathedral or castle or tower or whatever. We can build a den, something from there. Our line of flight. We can construct something. We can create something authentic. We can create something actual. And as long as it provides by the rules of logic, again, then I think that metaphysics reveals itself to be a creative discipline and less so a structured discipline. But in order to have it as creative, we need that base. I think it's similar to math. I think science are very creative disciplines, but we need the base knowledge. If we lack the base knowledge, then we're building with faulty materials. We're building on water. So, does that make sense? Does that help better explain what I'm trying to say?
I think I got a little bit of what you were saying. I'm not sure I got it all, but
Okay.
I did see the other guy has called back in on Zoom,
Okay.
so I think I should take his call. But thanks for calling in, and I appreciate that we were able to have a civil chat.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Again, love talking about philosophy. It's all I do. All right.
All right,
Bye.
take care. Bye bye.
You too.
Okay. All right. So next caller is patiently waiting on Zoom, and I'll just thank everyone in the meantime. Thanks for your likes. Thanks for any new subscribers. I see I got a couple new subscribers. That's great. I appreciate that. Thank you. And let's see on likes. We're up to 17. Excellent. Appreciate those too. Okay, so next caller is Mesa of Life. And let me bring him on Zoom. And his audio should now be hearable. And I just have to admit him. Where's me? Okay. Okay, Mesa of Life. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hey, Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I hear you too.
Excellent, excellent.
All right, so would you like to tell the YouTube audience what you're interested in discussing?
Well, I'm interested in discussing all kinds of things. I guess we'll see where it goes, but basically, I guess I would like to start with, you know, I don't think people become dangerous merely because they believe the wrong facts. I think they become dangerous when they're afraid, when they strive for purity, and they create this imaginary enemy that fuses into like a sacred emergency constantly, which I think is kind of pushing us towards a lot of instability. Um, but if you like, I can like I don't know much about you. I just know that good and bad list you have. I could address that if you like to give us something to kind of start and jump off from.
Okay, let me just change my screen and make sure your audio. Okay, yeah, I had to unmute your audio on this other Zoom, this other OBS setting. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
we can talk about any of those things on my lists, on my backgrounds.
Hmm.
Maybe that would be a good way to start. So yeah, you can choose a topic
Okay.
from there.
Yeah, great. Okay, so I don't really think the moral question is whether a word belongs on the good list or the bad list. I think the real question is when does a thing deepen human life, increase agency, um, your contact with reality, touching grass, having a dignified life, and when does it become possessed or predatory or hollowed out? Um, that's really what I've been, thinking of a lot lately. I see everybody thinks they have the answers, and the answer is to jump in the trench of the red or the blue, and just kind of lob grenades at each other. And it's just, tearing apart the fabric of civilization. So there's got to be another way here, I think. What would you say about that? Have you noticed this kind of red versus blue thing? It reminds me honestly of WWE. Like they act like they're hating each other in the ring, but behind closed doors in the locker room, they're um well, I don't know how is this like a G-rated show? I'll try not to cuss if that's your forte.
I do like to keep it pretty clean.
Okay. Yeah, they're just, in the locker room basically being friends, but out on the stage, they're acting like their enemies kind of running this game that's controlling people. Would you agree with that, or do you think there's something else going on? Do you think people really believe, in these higher up people on television that they really believe in what they're broadcasting?
Well, I think there are some real, genuine animosities between, well, you said blue and the red or left and the right.
Yeah.
There's like Charlie
Hmm.
Kirk, he was assassinated. So there have been attempts on President Trump's life, assassination attempts. The United Healthcare CEO was murdered, and people go out to these protests, these pro-Hamas or pro-Palestine protests. So I
Hmm.
don't think it's all just show. I think people are really serious about some of their their ideas, and they're not just friends behind the scene. I think there's some genuine animosities, and I think there's a lot of bad on both the major camps, the left and the right. If we're calling left, or if we're calling right, like the Trump MAGA sort of camp, I have lots
Yeah.
of objections to them, but I also have lots of objections to the left, and I put them both on
Yeah.
the bad side in my category.
Yeah, I do too. The way that I look at it, honestly, is it looks like a giant pendulum that's swinging, and somebody's swinging it. Somebody's wagging the dog. I don't know if it's like the Illuminati or whatever. I'm not. I don't know, but I do observe that there does seem to be somebody benefiting from people tearing at each other like that. Um, when they probably have more in common than they differ on, but they have all of this stuff thrown at them on television. And I think, these WWE fighters, as I call them, yeah, they kind of incentivize people to actually hate each other later on. But maybe that's too much of a rabbit hole to go down. I don't know. We could talk about reason and capitalism if that would be like a more beneficial topic to your stream.
We could. That's I was just wondering about the Illuminati reference you made a second ago. I
Well,
haven't looked
like,
into that, but I associate that term with some kind of conspiracy view.
yeah. Yeah, it's just what people are saying. It's just a very popular thing I've noticed people say. They're like, well, there must be somebody controlling this whole ball of wax or driving this ship, because it doesn't seem like sane, rational people are doing it. It seems as if they're benefiting from everybody being divided and conquered for some, the list goes on of the conspiracy theories and whatnot. But the theories persist, and people now, after that Epstein list and all this other various stuff and the war in Iran, people are very concerned. They're like, is there something going on? Is there anybody at the wheel that actually cares about the future of humanity, or is it some strange game? I don't personally know, but I think it's an interesting question.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I do think there are many people who blame the Jews for various things, and they think the Jews are engaged in some big conspiracy. I don't buy that, but
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
one view you hear, maybe increasingly these days. I think there's been a rise in anti-Semitism, unfortunately, and I think maybe
Yeah, I've
it's
been seeing it a lot.
people looking for some kind of easy
Boogeyman.
explanation.
Yeah.
But I think there are philosophical reasons that explain trends, and I think the
Oh,
altruism
that's a good point.
is a big one. Ayn Rand talked a lot about altruism being behind a lot of the trends in a negative way.
Let's. I've got a point that maybe we could really dig into. Sovereignty. What is the aversion to sovereignty? Why is it exactly that we're embroiled in a possible World War III scenario over scarce resources such as oil, when for 80 years we've had access to nuclear power? And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but nuclear power is nowhere near as dangerous as the media or people claim. It would be a real solution to clean, abundant energy that we could all have access to. And, I know in some of Ayn Rand's books, like Atlas Shrugged, there was a big theme about trains. Like, we could have had nuclear powered trains. We could have had so many wonderful, wonderful things happen if we would have embraced nuclear power. But we refused that sovereignty and decided to embroil ourselves as the world police or some kind of strange game. I think that's another reason people sort of are like, is there the Illuminati, or is it just greed that has led us to this impasse over there in Iran?
So on nuclear, I do think it's been demonized, and Alex Epstein, he's a objectivist or Ayn Rand fan thinker who's done a lot of work in the area of energy, and he's discussed this some. So I definitely recommend his work to anyone interested in energy issues. As for the war in Iran, I think actually that relates to altruism. I think we would be much stronger in defending our own interests if we didn't have a altruistic kind of Christian foreign policy. Like, we wouldn't engage in ceasefires and wars of nation building where we spend decades in Afghanistan. We would go there, we would defeat the enemy and get out. That would be a much more egoistic kind of approach. But if you accept a morality of altruism or self-sacrifice, then you don't want to decisively end wars. The whole point of self-sacrifice is to destroy yourself, and you want to be meek and turn the other cheek and love your enemy, as Jesus said. So I think
Hmm.
all that philosophy of altruism needs to be rejected if we're going to have a strong foreign policy where American lives and property are actually defended. And I think we probably should have gone to war with Iran decades ago, back in 1979, after they took the hostages. Yet we've allowed them to persist, this theocratic Islamic regime to persist for decades, and fund terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, which have killed many people, and Americans have died, I think, due to the influence of Iranian funding of terrorism. So I think we've been far too weak militarily, and if we had a more self-interested, egoistic kind of foreign policy, we would be much better off than we are right now.
Okay, this will be a fun direction to go in. I see it differently. I think if we would have embraced nuclear power and not had any interest in oil, we probably wouldn't have been messing around in the Middle East as much and given them fuel to hate America as much. Maybe they would be bothering somebody else. Sure, I don't know, but I definitely don't think we would be in the middle of this mess. I think, I personally would have much rather seen an America that took more of a sovereign stance and just said, whatever you guys are doing, go ahead. We're building spaceships and nuclear reactors, and don't come over here and mess with us.
Well, that's going to take some moral certainty. Like, I don't think just switching to nuclear power would have gotten rid of all the problems. I mean, maybe it could have avoided some, like if we don't have to concern ourselves with
Mhm.
oil. But if you just
Right.
relinquish your property rights, then I don't think that's good for your society. It's in the long run. They'll just find some other way to attack you. So you really have to confront them. I think if they're violating the rights of Americans, and maybe going nuclear
Oh, well,
would have helped us out for in the short term, but in the long run, I think you have to. I mean, if they're chanting death to America, I mean, this is a hostile regime, and they're taking action on it. If they're killing Americans,
oh,
so they have to
right.
be
Yeah. I
eradicated.
mean, I think that whole death to America thing came after all of the military strikes and mucking about with the politics of that area, and all that CIA involvement with Saddam Hussein, and even Muammar Gaddafi. We've just had our fingers in that place trying to manipulate and do shadowy stuff for so long. I think that's a lot of the animosity, and I do wonder often, what would things be like if we dedicated ourselves to physical science, to advancing American science, not necessarily sharing these gifts with the world. I think that's actually a mistake. I don't think America should have shared our technology. And we could have got to the point where we're so technologically advanced and sophisticated, not just the military or like some black project, but the people of America would be able to have some sort of absolute superiority that people really would think three times before messing with us. So that's kind of my stance. I sort of think we created an enemy over there, and now we're like, look, they hate us, death to America. We've got to kill them all. Like, well, of course, you've killed everybody's grandma, their cousins, their brothers. Like, yeah, dude, they're fucking pissed. I'm sorry, they're really pissed. And who can blame them?
That's not how I see it. I think
Okay.
the opposition to America, and more generally the Western civilization, I think comes from their philosophy, and this is Islam, which I think is irrational. It's anti-reason, pro-faith, mystical, otherworldly.
Hmm.
sort of view of the world. It's not a secular, this worldly enlightenment kind of society. So I think prior to any U.S. involvement over there over issues like oil, they were still hostile to Western philosophy, Western ideology. And as for oil, I mean, I think we got these concessions, and various Western countries got oil concessions, and then it was nationalized, and it
Hmm.
wasn't. We're not over there murdering people or enslaving people, but producing values where there was no values being produced before out of the oil that was there. It was just worthless under the ground until Western technology was able to get it out, and that created lots of wealth, which then they took over. And so I don't. I think it's a false kind of narrative to say that they're only mad at us because we killed their grandma or whatever you said. I think it's the hostility to America far precedes any particular um, military action we took, and I think our military action is instigated by their actions, such as the nationalization of oil in Iran. I mean, that's what happened in 1951 under Mossadegh in Iran. They nationalized, well,
Hmm.
it was the British oil, and then we helped the British reinstall the Shah's regime, which is more favorable to the West. But if they didn't
Right.
nationalize, if they didn't steal the property, then maybe they wouldn't have been attacked as much. And I still don't think they were attacked enough, I guess, because it remains the case that many of these Middle Eastern countries have these oil companies which exist, like the National Iranian Oil Company, which have nationalized other countries'
It,
resources.
well, I don't know about that because like if that was true, if they've just vehemently and innately hate America and the West, like why didn't they bomb us in the 1800s? Why didn't they fly planes into buildings in the 50s? Why didn't they do this and that? I think it was because of the long-standing campaign and buying for control of oil in the Middle East, where they started to be like, hey, we've got to do something no matter what. There's UFOs shooting Hellfire missiles out of the sky. We can't fight that, so we're going to do it, dirty. We're not going to pull any punches. That's what I see. I mean, they're still human beings at the end of the day, even if they have a religion I don't agree with or align with at all. And I think that's very, very important to understand. Like, sure, maybe they would be like, forget America, but I don't think they would have had the fuel and ire without the deaths that we caused to then join a terrorist group or a terrorist cell. I think that's what did it. It's kind of like a Godfather scenario. Like you kill one person and they're going to kill you, and then that's revenge, and it goes on and on and on and on until everybody's dead.
Well, as for why didn't they attack earlier? Well, they were
Mm-hmm.
attacking Israel. I mean, there's I've read some about the history of Israel and going back even before 1948 when the state of Israel started.
Oh, hey, that's a great point. Like, I guess I would rebut with like, why is that our problem exactly?
Well, that's another thing we could talk about. But
Mm-hmm.
my point is just that I think there's a hostility to Western ideas, and it didn't all just start after oil became an issue. Uh, the, so there was hostility between Muslims and Jews in the I don't know when it started, but I know at least in the 1930s. I think actually
Mm-hmm.
in the 1920s there was some riots and killings. Um, this was after, I guess, shortly after World War One.
Mm-hmm.
But I think before that they lived in peace. There was in the 19th century,
Mm-hmm.
and Jews bought bought much of the land that they inhabited peacefully. I mean, it was sold to them. It wasn't coercively taken away. um, but I think there's, if you have a otherworldly philosophy, I mean, then that's gonna prime you to be hostile to secular, this worldly currents or forces. And I think you saw that not just with Islam, but Christianity, right? During the Enlightenments, there was, during Voltaire's time, for example, in the 18th century,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Yeah.
he had to flee, I think, to various places in Europe to escape persecution. So whenever you have irrational religious dogma governing the states, then that's going to be people who threaten that, rational, secular, Enlightenment thinkers, for instance, they're going to be a threat to religious dogma. And
That,
you don't need a
that's true.
particular issue like oil to get hostility started.
Well, I would say that, anti-faith can become its own faith. Even politics, can become its own faith, like what I'm seeing with the red and the blue. There's sort of this quasi-religious, very serious, what would you call it? They're on their own crusades. I think we're embroiled in a type of political holy war in America right now, and that's just as dangerous, I think. Ideology can still lock you into this hatred and throwing out the baby with the bathwater, and just not really seeing people as human beings anymore, just bugs that you have to smash. We saw that happen with the Nazis as well. We saw that happen with Mao Zedong. We saw that happen with Stalin. And I think it's just a rinse and repeat. I specifically, I mean, there's not a term that I'm aware of, but I specifically call that a Newman lock. And that's something Carl Jung talked about numinosity. You feel this sense of awe and importance, and that you have to follow through with this, and that's the enemy, and you're pure, you're good. And if you crush them, if you crush the other, well, then that'll just fix everything. But unfortunately, as history has taught us, that's not the case.
I do think there's a kind of religious mentality in politics often. You mentioned the holy war, and I think sometimes people, they like Trump. A lot of people will just go along with whatever he says, even though there's no evidence for it. Like the election was stolen. Whatever he says, many people in his MAGA movements will go along and just believe it. And
Right.
I think that is a kind of religious mentality coming into politics, unfortunately. And I guess you might see this on the left in various ways as
Yeah,
well.
the hatred towards him is a religiousness of itself. That's why I call it a pendulum swing. I think what all of what people are doing, what they're locked into, is swinging the pendulum to their side. And I think that's what people on Trump's side are doing. They've seen the gay marriage, the quote unquote wokeness, the movies not going in a direction that behooves them. There's not sort of like a balanced approach to culture. It goes into these hard pendulum swings. You go back to the 80s, there was all this satanic panic when the Christians were in charge. And then that caused the liberals to push harder and the gays to push harder. And now, after that, now here comes Trump. He's like, I'm going to sorry, I keep cussing, man. I'm going to push this pendulum so hard in the other direction to bring balance back. I think that's what human beings are locked into. And I believe it's going to push the grandfather clock over, and all of the gears and springs are going to fly out of civilization. And I would urge people, in my perspective, to let's talk about how to swing the pendulum a little bit, not so wildly. Can we do that? Are we capable of doing that? Or are we so locked in this insanity that we want blood so bad that we're going to destroy everything to prove that we're right and they're wrong?
There is a kind of pendulum swing that occurred to me with Trump. So I think before Trump, there was a lot of identity politics, and um, I guess on the left, a lot of people were promoting this sort of hierarchy of victimhood, depending on your race and your gender or your sexual orientation. And then Trump came in, and I think they they started talking about white identity and how white men are oppressed, and so the pendulum now swings. Instead of favoring the racial minorities or the gender minorities, now it's white men are finally feeling like they have a voice with someone like Trump. And now I think you're seeing the rise of people like Nick Fuentes and people who are very marginal, fringe, kind of not respectable at all. Are all of a sudden they're now getting platforms on like big YouTube channels, big podcasts. They're much more prominent than they used to be.
Yes.
So there's been this kind of swing in so-called identity politics, and I don't think either side is good.
Yeah, it's as bad as Islam. Like Nick Fuentes is as bad as Islam. Like he is out here, pushing for the Handmaid's Tale. He's out here pushing for breeding gulags. He said that. That's what he wants, and so that's what I'm talking about, really. I think if we as human beings don't really carefully examine this and synthesize new tools to try and soften the swing in the 21st century, we're in for a lot of trouble, like seriously bad stuff. And, there's a lot of good questions out here, like what I brought up earlier, like why didn't we embrace nuclear power? Why did we not go back to the moon? Why did we not get involved in sovereignty technology that would take us totally out of all this silly game world police business America is embroiled in, and really level up to a whole new level? That's a lot of what Ayn Rand talked about. That's what John Galt was about. Like, what happened to that spirit in America specifically? Like, we had a real chance, and I guess we just said, forget it. I want my oil. I want to go blow up these people over here because to hell with them. And we could have been doing really cool stuff, like, I don't know, building cities on Mars or something. That stuff really gets to me. That we even have to have discussions like this of, why does it feel like a WWE match? Why do we swing this pendulum? I don't know. It just feels really childish to me.
Well, I do think we can definitely level up as a culture, and I think Ayn Rand is a huge help in doing that. I think she offers a third way, other than like the rights, the so-called right, and the left, the red and the blue. I think she gives a new perspective on many issues that many people haven't considered before, and it makes a lot of sense to me. So that's what I'm trying to do here on the show. I'm trying to help level up the culture by giving people a new way to look at all kinds of issues based on what I've learned from Ayn Rand. So this is part of the solution. That's what I hope, at least, this show.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about Ayn Rand a little bit. I think she offered a powerful immune response against sacrificial collectivism, but I really think that an immune system, is not the whole body. We need additional organs, because there's just like this pendulum swing has not been really addressed, or, who is sort of defanging the wolf of civilization, because I've noticed, that's why Nick Fuentes has so much fire under him, is he's fighting against the defanging of masculinity, the castration of men, metaphorically, of course. How do we enter into a balance between, I guess you would say, masculine and feminine even? We don't even have an idea how to do that. Or something Jordan Peterson brought up years ago is, Do we even have any idea how men and women can work together in the workplace? Do we even understand each other scientifically enough to understand how to make that work? I don't think we do. I don't think we have any idea how men and women can work together. I don't think we're even able to talk about it. It's too taboo of a subject.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what perspective you're coming from there. I don't see any problem with men and women working together. I mean, I think
there's a massive problem.
If you come from like maybe a Christian or Judeo-Christian patriarchy kind of perspective, where the woman has to occupy this subordinate sort of role and just be pregnant and bare feet in the kitchen. I think you will create conflicts in between men and women, and I don't think it's good for either sex. But I think if you have a more individualist view of men and women and see them both as rational beings, then I think you'll have a much healthier view of the sexes, and you'll be able to have healthier relationships. So I think someone like Jordan Peterson or Nick Quintes, I mean, they're religious, and I think they have a very unhealthy kind of framework for coming at various issues. So I can see why they might encounter problems, which I don't think need to exist between the sexes.
Well, it begs the question, what is the biological limits of a man and a woman? Are these software issues, quote unquote, like a patriarchy or a matriarchal problem, or are these things built into us biologically and we're just trying to put the cart before the horse? Like, if a man gets jealous that his wife has a boss that's a man that tells her what to do, and he gets upset about that, is that biological or is that software? Is that cultural software? I don't think we quite know. I think we should figure it out. Like, what is the hard limit to that?
Sounds to me like maybe the guy just has some problem, a psychological problem. If he has a problem with his wife having a boss telling her what to do, I certainly wouldn't say there's some biological problem he's suffering from.
Well, let me put it this way. Okay, so a wolf, like if you enter into a wolf's territory and it snarls and growls at you and it doesn't want you there, is that a psychological problem on the part of the wolf, or is that a biological imperative?
Well, wolves, they have a very different nature, so I wouldn't say there's any problem necessarily. The wolf is just acting as its nature requires it to act. Maybe it's territorial to a certain extent, and that's fine. That's part of how a wolf survives. But I think human beings, we are very different animals, and what's appropriate to a wolf isn't going to be appropriate to a human being.
So that would be my question. What is appropriate to a human being, and how can we know for sure that it's not a cultural software download, or if this is just coming straight from our DNA and it's not something that we should maybe muck about with? How do we discern that?
Well, we have to think about it, observe things. I mean, there are certainly biological differences between men and women, but that doesn't mean that women can't do certain things like be engineers or computer programmers,
right,
dentists, and we can observe that, right? We can see women doing this. So I think it would be some kind of bias or prejudice against women to think all they can do is cook and bear children. I think there's abundant evidence that that's not the case. So that's one way.
Well, of course. Of course. I'm not arguing that at all. I guess what I'm arguing for, or what I could posit here is, what would it look like if men and women and their families were directly involved with their job? Like, say, for instance, you had, how we all used to have farms. What if instead of farms, we had our own sort of celled companies where we worked on technology, worked on things, and contributed to capitalism in a radically different way that's not corporate. It would be familial. It would be, I guess, almost like bloodlines or people's personal, for lack of a better term, kingdoms or queendoms, a man and a woman and their children being the circuit of capitalism rather than the other way around with like strangers directing you. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, but I'm just really like trying to play with the concept of what is the best environment for a human being to be in. And I'm thinking of all of this with the collapsing birth rate in mind as well. Like there's clearly something going wrong. We're doing something wrong to where people don't want to pair bond anymore. People aren't having sex anymore. And people are not having kids anymore. So we're not doing something right. So what would be something right that would make us feel comfortable enough to have families again? Families or marriage or having kids seems to be like a boogeyman to a lot of people nowadays. Like almost like you're a bad person or you're a bad woman if you choose to be a mother rather than a career-oriented woman. And then you find later on when they get into their 30s and they don't have kids, they're very unhappy and they regret the career orientation rather than the family orientation.
I think it's an individual decision. It should be as to whether someone has children. Ayn Rand chose not to have children. She thought she could enjoy her life the most just by focusing on her career and her husband, I guess. But I don't think it's necessarily the best for everyone to have children. But I do think it's the best for everyone to have freedom, and I think that's really the core social condition that needs to be in place. And we can say that I think with certainty that if we have a society of freedom and not coercion, then that's the best way for everyone to live. But there's going to be choices.
I agree with that.
Some people within a society of freedom are going to decide it is best for me to have kids. Other people are going to decide no, it's not. And I think each choice is fine.
I think, our civilization, particularly American civilization, puts so much pressure on the human being that they are not incentivized or encouraged to have families anymore. And I think that's worth discussing. I agree with that. I don't want to coerce anybody. I don't want to have breeding gulags to save the human race. That's not worth it to me. I would be more interested in discovering why exactly do we think that children are so off-putting, so difficult to have? What could we do as a civilization to make that easier and a better option than loneliness and despair that so many people are experiencing today?
Well, I don't know that this is some widespread view that people think children are off-putting. I haven't heard that. So I don't know
it's a very popular sort of outlook.
I mean, there are anti-natalists, like people who think that the Earth is going to run out of resources and it's not possible to bring up their kids in a good world, so they just think it's better not to have any kids. I mean, there are people like that. I don't think I don't think they're seeing things right. But I guess if you're living in some horrible dictatorship, you might not want to have kids because you don't want them to grow up in that terrible environment. But if you're not in that
I think people are just not making enough money. There's not as many homeowners now. There's more people renting now than ever. There's not enough accessible jobs. America doesn't really have any vision for the future whatsoever. People don't have any meaning. We don't know where we're going. I think that's a lot of what contributes to it. Antinatalism is just a small piece of the pie. I think it's a compound problem for the Reds and the Blues. It's just there's all kinds of different reasons that are sort of smashing the human psyche, and they're under so much pressure. And I'm sitting here wondering, like, what could we have done differently? What can we do now? because as it looks, it doesn't look good for Western nations and certain Asian nations like Japan is having a serious birth collapse. There's going to be more people that are retiring and dying than people coming up and replacing the workforce and even the military. It just doesn't, I don't know, that doesn't seem like we're doing great with all our freedom despite that.
Well, I have heard Yaron Brook, he's a objectivist YouTuber, also Ayn Rand's proponents. He's talked some about the birth rates in places like Japan and I think other places too. And I don't recall much about what he said, but just thinking off the top of my own head about it. So you might consult him if you're interested in this topic. Maybe you could do a search on his YouTube channel on birth rate. But just speaking for myself, it's not really a issue of concern for me what the birth rate is. Now, if people aren't having kids because they feel like they don't make enough money to afford a good life for the kid, okay, then that's a problem. But I guess the cure for that is just more capitalism, more freedom. I think that would be what I would try to advocate for. And then as a byproduct of more freedom and capitalism, people would be wealthier, more able to support a family. So I guess that would be a solution to that kind of reason for not having kids.
Well, then I would say, like, how do you break through, the government ban on developing certain technologies, especially in the physical science, nuclear fusion field, things that we actually need to progress into the 21st century. It really seems like besides computer technology and AI stuff, we're really stuck in like 1945. We haven't really come up with like any new breakthrough technologies or concepts. Eric Weinstein talks about this a lot. He's a physicist, and he talks about how the government just stonewalls research, whole entire new economies because of quote unquote national security. So it really seems like we don't have anywhere else to go. What do you do about that? And I know, they kind of talked about that in Atlas Shrugged as well. Like that was a primary plot of that book of what do you do when there's a man that says, no, we're going to do it anyway. We're going to create our own kind of breakaway civilization. And then you have to fight the whole world just to go forward a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's sometimes that's necessary. You do, and I mean, as far as stagnation goes, again, I think the problem is lack of freedom. And we would, if we didn't have all the taxes and regulations that we have today, I think there would be much more innovation. There has been innovation in the medical realm, like mRNA vaccines, for instance, and gene editing. So and that's good, but I think there could be a lot more of that. Maybe we would have flying cars by now. Maybe we would have civilization on the moon by now if we hadn't had all the taxes and regulations slowing things down, if we had nuclear decriminalized. So it's just a big fight. And Alex Epstein, he's doing a lot of great work, I think, in educating people about energy issues, and I'm trying to do a lot of education of people on philosophical issues. So there's not like a easy, quick shortcut to it. I think it just takes a lot of work, a lot of persuasion, and that's what I'm trying to do on this show. So if you all want to help support my efforts, you can support this channel in various ways, either monetary or non-monetary, liking, subscribing, sharing, commenting, super chats as well, Patreon, PayPal. So yeah, just trying to spread the word of Ayn Rand's ideas, and eventually it'll have all kinds of great outcomes.
What do you think really stopped Americans from realizing sovereignty? Do you think it was kind of like a combination of bread and circuses, or what some other people are saying is you're just so laden with debt Or, I've even heard people say, like the Great Depression was the reintroduction of what people call usury, so you're indebted to somebody, but then there's interest added onto it. And that was a newer concept that was banned for a long time. And then it was reintroduced as sort of like a form of getting you locked into financial slavery. May have been a great contribution to holding us back as well.
I wouldn't characterize usury that way. I think that's a smear. I think charging interest on a loan is perfectly fine, moral. It's all voluntary. You know what the offer is. If you don't like the offer, you can reject it. So now I think part of what's holding people back, I think, is the wrong philosophy. Christianity in particular is very influential in the United States. And I think even people who reject the religion explicitly, they still accept the ethics of it. So the ethics of Christianity, altruism, self-sacrifice is widely regarded as good, noble, moral. And so long as you accept that, I think that's going to be an impediment to your growth and your success and your flourishing as a society. And so many people still accept that. They still see Mother Teresa as a moral ideal and Jesus as a moral ideal, people who sacrifice themselves. And, how can you pursue profit? That's what capitalism is all about, self-interest, the profit motive, flourishing in this world, this not the afterlife, but this world here on earth. And according to Jesus, or was it he in the New Testament, he said it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. If that's your kind of view of profit and riches, then that's a pretty anti-material, anti-this worldly, anti-success outlook. And until that's uprooted and rejected and replaced with a this worldly, secular, pro-happiness philosophy, we're just going to keep stumbling along and maybe make some progress, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, or 4 steps forward, 1 step back, whatever it is. Maybe we're not going to immediately collapse, but we're not going to be going full throttle forward as we could be if we had a more consistent, rational philosophy like I think objectivism offers. And I think we'd be much richer today, have much more technology, and enjoying life on Earth. She called it informally a philosophy for living on Earth. So what we really need is a rational philosophy. That's what I'm trying to offer here.
Yeah. I'm kind of circling around like my decisive question is not that, capitalism is bad or egoism or necessarily. My question is like, do these things produce a more alive, honest, courageous person, and if they don't, then, what does? How do we create mutually dignifying human beings? And what specifically produces predators, prey thinking, bureaucrats, and fanatics? What are these things that we just seemingly keep failing to understand and grasp about human nature? Like what I was talking about earlier. What are the biological limits? What are even the psychological limits? And what sort of things does our cultural software do? Is the cultural software an artifact of our biology, or is it vice versa? I don't know anybody that's really sort of tackled those sorts of questions or synthesized it in that particular manner of asking that question.
Okay, I'm just taking some notes here. It sounds to me like a lot of the answers to your question are in Ayn Rand's works. So it sounds like you read at least a little bit. You've read Atlas Shrugged?
I have. Yes, I have. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think maybe it's worth a reread because I think a lot of the answers to these questions are you can find them there. But cultural software, You asked, is it sorry,
Well,
biological or?
I can tell you my serious problems with Ayn Rand. Like, I think it's a great war cry against parasitic guilt, mediocrity worship, and collectivist sacrifice. Yeah. But she becomes really dangerous, in my view, when her framework can't adequately honor children, the family, dependency that human beings have on each other, tragedy itself, people with disability, forgiveness, mercy. Those things are void in her work. She was a hard nosed lady, and well, I don't know. We could get into her personal life a lot. I don't know how important or not important that is to you, but like, yeah, she was pretty selfish. And that selfishness doesn't really take humanity very far. If we're just all hyper selfish, um, that we're just kind of floating off in the void, competing with each other. I don't see how that can, produce a good, fruitful future.
All right. Well, I want to selfishly acknowledge Greg's super sticker. Thank you, Greg. I see you just did a super sticker for $1.99. Appreciate that. It's interesting you mentioned Ayn Rand is selfish, as though that's a kind of insult when she saw it as a virtue. She wrote a book
Right.
called The Virtue of Selfishness. So
Yes. Yes.
I think your characterization of Rand is maybe not fair. To say she's I forgot exactly how you put it, anti-family or anti-children. That was the gist of it.
She just didn't really talk about it or address it a lot. I don't know. I know she didn't have a family. I know she was, more interested in, I don't know. I don't want to do it like a character assassination of her or anything, but I have my own personal opinions about her lifestyle and her works. But there wasn't a lot of talk in there about children and family and human dependency that we have on each other. She seemed to see that as a weakness and might have even had some bitterness and hatred towards that.
Okay, so human dependency. Well, she talks a lot about that, actually, in a way. I mean, she's very in favor of independence. That's one of the key virtues of her philosophy. And she thought parasitizing other people by coercion, relying on them by forcing them to be your servant or your slave, it was immoral. So she definitely talked
Is
about
that how
human dependency.
Is that how she saw motherhood? You think, like as
No, 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 no.
parasitic?
She has nothing against
Okay.
people having children, having families. She personally did not think that was the best for her life, but she has no problem she has no problem with people who do decide to have children. It just wasn't very important to her life. So
Hmm.
that's just a personal decision she made. As for mercy, that was something else you mentioned. She's in favor of justice, so mercy is often
Yeah.
opposed to justice, and I would agree. I think that's a good thing to give people what they deserve, give them just treatment. Don't be blind to their vices, and that's a way to get destroyed yourself. You
That's
active if
true.
people haven't done bad things. That's self-destructive. But hey, if you want
Yeah.
self-destruction, if you think self-sacrifice is good, then go for it. The mercy is a good way to get there, but she's offering a very different sort of moral framework and upholding a philosophy of self-interest.
Well, isn't part of our self-interest helping other people?
Some people, like if
Yeah,
it's
some people. I would agree with that. Yeah, not
not loving your
everybody, but
enemy,
some
not
people.
helping your enemy, as Jesus would said, but if someone is a value to you, sure. Like she helped out a relative of hers. I remember there's a letter in the book Letters of Ayn Rand where she talks about giving money to a niece, at least until it seems like maybe she was being exploited, but I think for a while at least she was helping out one of her relatives. She she helped out her husbands. She was the main breadwinner in their family, so but she has no problem with helping people as long as she sees it as in her interest to do so, but not
Yeah.
as an act of self-sacrifice. She shouldn't help others if it's going to uh, come at her own expense and undercut her own life and values and happiness. That's what she was opposing.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's irrational for a soldier to cover his friend just because he risked himself, or a mother waking up at 3 a.m. if her baby's crying. I don't think that's like slave morality, zombie mothers,
Yeah, it doesn't have to be. It could be
I don't.
self-interested. Like fighting in a war is not an act of self-sacrifice. If you're fighting for freedom, I think then it's a self-interested war, and you know what you're getting
Have you
into.
ever? Are you familiar with Somerset Maugham and the book The Razor's Edge?
No.
So there's a scene in that where his buddy jumps on a grenade and saves everybody. That wasn't, a very selfish act. That wasn't in his own self-interest. I mean, do you think that's like, dumb, or do you think Ayn Rand would think that's dumb, like a stupid thing to
No,
do?
if he's fighting for freedom, then I don't think
Mhm.
it's unselfish necessarily to jump on the grenade. I mean, if that's what you signed up for, you might have a lifetime full of guilt if you know I signed up for the military on the understanding that if I'm the guy closest to the grenade, that it's my responsibility to jump on it. And I hope I don't have to be in that situation, but if I am, I'm going to do that. And he might think that, well, it's better to just die rather than live a life knowing that I shirked my responsibility and I defrauded everybody. They all thought I was going to do this in this kind of situation. I told them I was going to do this, and then I ended up not doing it. And then maybe he would just commit suicide as a result of all the guilt and he feels as a result and end up dead anyways. So no, I don't think just because someone jumps on a grenade that necessarily means they're acting in a selfless kind of way.
Well, okay, say they're not in the military at all. Say it's just a group of friends that's getting invaded or whatever. Like nobody signed up for anything. They're just neighbors or friends or family. Would that context change your position on that?
It might. Yeah, if you're not signing up to do this specifically and you risk your life for some random stranger, I think that could definitely be a selfless act and therefore a bad act. Like if you're risking your life to save your own children or your own spouse, then it's more likely going to be a self-interested kind of act than it is if it's a stranger because they're not as much of value to you. And I've talked in previous streams about risking your life to save your child in a pond. If your child is drowning, it's not an act of selflessness to go out and risk your own life to try to save the child because that child matters so much to you. You would rather be dead than live without that child. You would just be so miserable without the child. So it's not selfless.
Okay.
But if it's some random stranger's child, then I think it would probably be selfless to risk your own life, at least if it was a high risk, because the value you'd be getting is not nearly as much.
Okay, so she kind of collapses the responsibility to just your particular bloodline and not like what Jesus would say is for lack of a better term, the human family, the human race. So I guess my next question would be like, Ayn Rand really helps rescue the individual from like the sacrificial collective, like what we're talking about here. So I would ask then what the rescued individual is for after they have been rescued. What's their life for after they're out of the sacrificial collective? What are they striving? What is their goal exact? Just self-interest, or is it deeper than that, you think?
Well, first I'll say on the bloodline point, it's not about the bloodline, it's about someone's value to you. It might be a friend who has no blood in common with you, but if you value the friend very much, it could be self-interested to risk your life or risk some money maybe, depending on how much of a value they are to you. So it's not about blood per se or genes. It's about how much does someone mean to you? How much value are they to you? Now, as for you asked about what was it?
Yeah, once they're rescued from the
Oh,
sacrificial collective, what are they for exactly? After they're out of that mindset of like, I need to sacrifice myself for the human race.
okay. So if someone was of the mindset that they need to sacrifice for others, and now they're no longer in that mindset, well, I think the healthy alternative to that is to pursue their own self interests,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that involves a lot. I think that involves finding some purpose, which often is the career someone has. Like my purpose in life, my main purpose is to promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism. At least that's currently and has been for a while my purpose. Someone else, their central purpose in life might be to be a dentist or a computer programmer, engineer, whatever. There's many options, I think, open to someone of some productive field they can enter. Now, I don't think some things like being a bank robber, I don't think that's a legitimate purpose. I think there's something wrong with that kind of
That's
life.
interesting. That's interesting. So, what, why not? Like, to hell with those people. They're in your way. I guess a better question would be what does that philosophy do to prevent narcissism and just, psychopathy and just like, this is mine, I'm not going to give up my desires for you because, like, to hell with you. I'm
Well,
going
is
to
it
do
really
what I.
in your interest? Is it in your interest to be a bank robber? I don't think so. I don't think you're going to achieve happiness and success that way. Or if you're a narcissist or a psychopath, I think that's self-destructive. So I think what's barring people, or what should bar people from living those kinds of lives, is that they're not in their self-interest. And if you think they are in your self-interest, well, do you? I would ask you if you think that's actually a
Right.
good kind of life.
Well,
Then
I don't. I mean, I don't share, Rand's philosophy. I think she's interesting. I think she has a great immune response organ that I integrate into my own personal work and philosophy. But it's not the whole solution in my view. I think there's a long way to go. And I think at the bottom of all of this, like what you're talking about, is um, there is a concern with helping the human race, even through selfishness or long term greed. It is in our interest to self sacrifice, even to help, to do things that might not help us in the short term, but in the long term, it will help your neighbors flourish, it will help your community flourish, and it'll help your children have a better community and hopefully even nation to live in.
well, that sounds like a contradiction in terms to me to say it's in our interests to self-sacrifice. If it's in your
Yeah.
interest, then it's not a sacrifice. That's how I see it. So my concern is my own happiness and well-being. That's my primary concern. And if something aids my pursuit of that, my pursuit of my own happiness, then it's not a sacrifice. Even if there's some short-term costs it involves, like if you go to the gym, right, you might experience some discomfort or pain, but if as a result of that you are healthier and you look better and you feel better, it's not a sacrifice to go to the gym. It's an act of self-interest.
Well, let's go back to the bank robber example because that's an interesting example. That's an interesting rabbit hole to go down. So, say you are a bank robber and you're really, really good at it, and you know you're not going to get caught, and it's not going to hurt you. It's just going to benefit you and your little team of bank robbers or whatever. Is that okay? Since it's serving you and your little community of people and your self interest. If you know you're not going to get caught.
Well, I don't think knowing that you're not going to get caught implies it's in your self-interest, because you know in your own mind that you've done it, and I think you can suffer psychological damage as a result. Lack of self-respect, lack of self-esteem, knowing that you're a parasite on other people, that you didn't earn what you have, you can't really enjoy the money you've stolen because you don't know, you know that you don't deserve it, doesn't belong to you, it's not yours by rights. And you have to live a
Okay.
life of dishonesty, hiding your true nature. You can't be your authentic self around other people. So I think it makes for a very miserable life, actually. even if you don't get caught, I think you're still going to be miserable, and it's not self-interested. Therefore,
Okay, well, so let me pivot a little bit then. So somebody's a builder. Their self-interest would then include the town that they build, right? That would benefit other people. That would be something they could earn in their own right. So that would be more in line with your beliefs, correct?
sorry, I didn't get the example. Someone is a builder.
Yeah, somebody's a builder, and their self-interest includes the town that they're building.
Okay.
I guess it gives them prestige. People can point at it and say, so and so built that building, give them the props, the kudos for that. Um, I, I still, have difficulty like understanding how that isn't sort of self-sacrificial. I mean, even though you enjoy it, even though you really like building, you're sacrificing your time, and possibly even resources if you believe in a building enough to build it. Like Anton Gaudi. Are you familiar with that guy from Barcelona?
No.
Um, so, he spent the remainder of his life dedicated to building a cathedral called the Sagrada Familia, and ended up living in the cathedral. But he was obsessed. He was self-interested in seeing this vision through. I guess that would be okay, in Rand's view, as long as that was what he was self-interested in.
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't say it's a
Okay.
sacrifice. Howard Rourke, I don't know if you read The Fountainhead, that's one of Rand's most
Mm-hmm.
famous novels. He's a builder, he's an architect, and
Mm-hmm.
he goes through some very difficult times in order to pursue the kind of career he wants. And but it's not a sacrifice because it's in his interest to do what he does. It's not always easy for him. I don't want to give away the plot, but maybe I'll just mention
Right.
plot spoiler. You can tune me out for a second if you want. But he turns down some commissions. People offer him commissions to build certain buildings, but he says no because he wants to build on his terms. And the people who are offering him the commission say, oh, you have to tweak your design in this way. And he doesn't like it. He wants his vision of the building to go up. And a guy asks him at a certain point, why do you have to be so fanatical and selfless about it? And his response is, that was the most selfish thing you've ever seen a man do. So he doesn't think just because you have to give up some short range financial benefit, for instance, that means you're acting in a selfless way. He's staying true to his artistic vision. He preserves his integrity, and that's very self-interested. He has peace of
Mm-hmm.
soul as a result of turning down a commission, and in the long run, he's able to attract the kind of clientele and commissions that enable him to build in the way that he likes, and as a result,
Mm-hmm.
he's happier than if he had sold his soul, like some other people in the novel do, in order to get some
Right.
short range benefit.
So along this line of like egoism versus, I guess I'll call communion, I would argue that the real self is relational, but without being collectivist. I think that, like what you just outlined in The Fountainhead, is a great example of that. An isolated ego, I think, is just simply like a philosophical abstraction. Really, I think no matter what, you can't get out of the self being relational to the rest of mankind. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's collectivist, if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying?
Maybe. I mean, you have some relation to other
Okay.
people, if only that you're born, right? You have parents, and if they gave birth to you, or your mother gives birth to you, so you have some kind of relation to other people. But what is the point of your existence once you're born? Is it to serve your parents? Is it to be their slave, or is it to be a slave or serf to some other people? That's the issue of
I,
individualism. Like, what is your purpose? Is it to pursue your own well-being or something else?
I think it's to figure out how to relate to the rest of humanity instead of joining some cult collective That's what my counter argument would be. I think it's it's a little more nuanced than what Rand says. I do. I think if you do have an isolated ego, I think that's dangerous, unhealthy, and even something that creates despair within that individual. If you don't know how to relate to people other than just being purely selfish for ego's sake, I think human beings, and either again I'm not sure if it's biological or cultural software. I think that something about us requires a relational circuit that we can plug into, um, that we have a good skill that's useful to other human beings. Otherwise, why don't we just all go live on an island alone? Like Tom Hanks or something. Why does isolation? Why is isolation in prison the one of the highest forms of punishment that make people go crazy? We must relate to each other somehow. Otherwise, we lose our minds.
Well, Ayn Rand is not against relations with other people. It's that, but she does think that it matters the kind of people you're relating to. So she's very in favor
Yeah.
of having relationships. She was married to a husband for 50 years. She had a circle of friends, philosophical acquaintances. So it's a kind of caricature of egoism or individualism to think you're living alone on an island like Tom Hanks and you don't want to have any kind of social interaction with people. No, that's not the point of egoism. It's that insofar as you do have interactions with other people, it's because they somehow benefit your life. They contribute to your life rather than take away from it. They're not parasites on you. They add value to your life. So I think it's just a misunderstanding or evasion of what Rand is saying if people try to cast her egoism or individualism as a kind of hermit existence. And then they say, well, she's missing nuance or something, and she's not recognizing the social character of existence for human beings.
Well, what I've noticed about her, personal lifestyle is if you couldn't serve her ego, she really didn't have much use for you, and I really do think that went into a lot of her decision making of who she chose as a husband. If she had a man that wouldn't be okay with her, going off to France and typing her books and having some guy kind of be under the table pleasuring her, she would probably
All
throw
right,
that
I
guy
don't want
out. So,
vulgarity here. I don't want vulgarity, especially about Ayn Rand. So
okay, yeah,
if
sorry,
you can
yeah, man.
you can make your points in a if you can do it in a non-crude way, then I would entertain it.
Let me think of how I could. She liked to be able to have her cake and eat it too. Let me put it that way. Is that good?
I mean, at least it's not vulgar, but I think
Yeah.
it's also not fair to Rand's. So
Okay.
I don't know
Well,
why.
I can drop that part. Yeah, it's fine. I don't want to get away from the main talking points that we're having here and get bogged down in abstractions. Well, we can talk about capitalism a little bit. Is that good? We can switch topics a little bit?
Maybe let me just take a look at the chat and see what's going on
Mhm.
there. I see. Let's see. Greg is in there, and Jackson. I'm a nightmare. Somebody with the username I'm a nightmare. Let's see who else is in there. Looks like those are the main chatters. Alex Lollipop. Okay. Oh, Objective Ethics was in there about 36 minutes ago. There was a chat from him. He's been on my show before. He's called in, and I've been on his show. He's also got a YouTube channel. Thanks for dropping by. And I probably won't have time to read all of these, but I usually do read all the chats after the live stream. And I usually go till a little bit after 9 p.m. Pacific. It's getting close to 9 p.m. It's 8:45 my time. So I'll probably have to wrap up here in a little bit. And maybe if there's some time after this call, I can engage with some of these chats. But just want to remind you, the super chat is open. So if you, sorry, if you put some dollars on your chat, I can engage with it now. I'll give it priority. So that's a way to get some attention. It's self-interested, both for me and for you. That's the idea here. A win-win kind of relationship. I get some money from it, and then you get more attention.
Yeah.
All right. So I can come back to you though for now, and we can talk a little more.
Okay.
Mesa.
Mm-hmm.
That's the you go by Mesa. What was it? Mesa of Life. I know the word.
Yeah,
it's a Spanish word. Mesa is table. I don't know if that's what you mean by it though.
It is. It's my philosophy I've created that, humanity is on this mesa. And if we're not careful, we'll fall off the edges. And it's very important to find out what solid ground is so that we can continue into a good future together. So that's the concept behind the name.
Okay. All right. So you said capitalism is a next possible topic. Well, we did talk about it some, I think, but we can go back to it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. So,
and also, I want to mention anyone else. You can also call in. You don't have to wait for me to finish one call. If anybody else wants to jump in, feel free. Oh, Florida Nick is here. Hi, Nick. He's one of my regulars and one of my channel members. You too can become a channel member for as little as 99 cents a month. All right, go ahead. Capitalism.
Yeah. So I definitely think capitalism can be a garden of voluntary creation, but I also think it's kind of a razor's edge, and it can easily become a vampire machine. I think the difference is whether power remains answerable to human dignity and stewardship and reality itself. Like, again, back to this, what is the biological baseline of humans, like we talked about with the wolves and their boundaries. What are those things about human beings? What are our boundaries? I just have a critique of predatory markets, really, and I think Rand did as well. So what would be your position on that? Do you think capitalism is just intrinsically a good idea, or do you think there's a further evolution or caveat that we could add on to that to increase human dignity and stewardship and the reality of the human being itself?
I think there's no better system than capitalism. It is the best system. It is a moral system, and it is the system which respects human dignity the most. It is the one and the only one that fully respects individual rights, people's rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And predatory markets, I think that's a smear. I think that's exactly what you don't have in capitalism. Okay. It's a voluntary system. It's not a system of predation where you have coercion of some by others. It's where there's only voluntary consent. So I wonder, have you read anything else by Ayn Rand other than Atlas Shrugged?
Yeah, the Fountainhead and I've read several things from her, but I want to latch on to something here real quick.
Well, I just want to say on that, I think maybe if you read more Ayn Rand, or maybe you reread Ayn Rand, that would address a lot of the issues you're raising. I mean, we can talk about it some now, but I think a lot of the issues you're raising, I think that they manifest a kind of perspective that is, I think, thoroughly refuted in her writings. So it might be a good idea to revisit her sometime. But go ahead, you can make your next point.
Yeah, sure. So do you think that the bottleneck of capitalism is that people don't demand higher wages?
You're already assuming there's a bottleneck. I don't even know what you mean by that. The bottleneck of capitalism. What is that?
Like a lot of people are out here complaining. A lot of people are out here not able to afford housing. Is that because it's all their fault for not either getting the skills required or not asking for a wage that's high enough to support them and buy their own home and have their own property?
Well, first of all, say we don't have anything close to capitalism today. So if you're pointing to some problem in the world today and say, why does capitalism has this results? My reaction is, we're not capitalist, and if we were
Oh, okay.
capitalist, we would. I mean,
What do
this
you
is
think?
we're in a mixed economy, so it's a very common view that America is a capitalist country. Many people say that, but Ayn Rand said no,
Okay.
we're not. We're far from capitalist. We have tons of government intervention, lots of taxes, lots of regulations. We have huge government programs like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, public education, public roads, all these government regulatory agencies, FAA, FDA, SEC, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we have got a Federal Reserve System with fiat currency, banking regulations. So we are miles away from a capitalist society, what she calls a capitalist society. Now, we're not a totalitarian state where the government controls everything. There is still a significant amount of freedom, but we are definitely not a capitalist society. And a lot of the problems that we have today, like homelessness, I think wouldn't exist if we did have a capitalist society.
Like it would generate more opportunities for people. Like, so the official, I guess, term we're going to go with is mixed economy. It's just like a mishmash hodgepodge of things that are kind of gumming up the works.
Well, it's called that because it's a mixture of freedom and coercion. It's not purely free, but it's also not purely coercive, like a totalitarian state, like Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia. I wouldn't call that a mixed economy. I would call that a totalitarian state.
Right.
So we're not that, but we're also, far away from a laissez-faire capitalist society because we have all the things I just mentioned, all the huge government programs and regulations and taxes.
I guess one could argue that it kind of is because, if you don't pay your property tax and IRS comes to take your house or whatever and you don't want to leave, yeah, they'll shoot you. So
Well,
that's
they'll put you in jail. I don't think they'll kill you.
well, I mean, if you stand up to them, again, that's your choice. But you could either choose jail or choose that hill to die on, I suppose, if you don't want to lose your house. And then you get 5 stars in GTA, you have helicopters and everybody coming after you. You probably wouldn't make it very far. But yeah, it's I guess we kind of are held at gunpoint to pay those taxes. We are coerced in a lot of ways.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was an interesting little rabbit hole there. Okay. We can talk about reason next if you like.
Reason. Okay. Let's
Yeah,
see.
reason.
Well, let me take another quick look at the chat.
Sure.
See if there's anything there I want to address. Let's see, Greg. I'm going to read one of his chats. Okay. Because Greg has a star by his name, so give that a little priority. Not necessarily going to read all these aloud, but at least read them silently. Selfishness to Ayn Rand may have been a badge of honor, he says. Yeah, I think that's how she saw it. But her way of understanding selfishness is different than the conventional understanding of selfishness. So that's very important.
Yeah, I don't think she would have taken that as it was just an observation. I wasn't, trying to jab. I was just observing. I didn't see a lot of sort of interest in children and families and things like that in her writings and her work. That's all.
She talks about education in some of her articles, and that involves children. She has an essay called "The Comperchicos." That's the one I have in mind.
Yeah, but I guess my point is like she didn't write a whole book about families and how we should have them, or there wasn't like a primary, concern
That's true.
of hers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know she might have, wrote a little bit about it, but anyway, yeah, that I wasn't trying to jab at her. I'm just mainly putting out observations. I don't really like jabbing at people or whatever. Even if that might sound like that, I'm just kind of like, what about this? What does this mean? Where does that lead? What was the reasoning behind that?
Okay, so you said reason is the next topic you're interested in.
Yeah, reason. I guess let's call it reason versus rationalism. Can go down that rabbit hole a little bit. So, like, reason's a very sacred thing to me, but I don't think reason is the same thing as rationalism. Um, I think, reason keeps contact with reality, but I think rationalism's kind of dangerous because it builds a perfect little machine in your skull, and then it gets really angry when life refuses to fit inside of it. Kind of like, that wolf example, or the example of a husband, getting upset if his wife is being bossed around by another man. That's life, and that refuses to fit inside that rationalism that we kind of talked about a little bit earlier.
There is a distinction there, which I would agree with. And the term rationalism is actually used in objectivism sometimes as a faulty method of thinking, where your ideas are not connected to reality. They're just floating in a castle in the air, it's sometimes put. And there's some historical philosophers like Leibniz and Spinoza who are often classified as rationalists because they did follow this sort of method of thinking. They would have a chain of arguments, deductions. One thing follows another, and it ends up with this in this kind of bizarre view of the world, not really connected to reality. But Ayn Rand was very opposed to that. She was very much in favor of inducing her ideas, her principles from concrete observations of reality, so that then her principles would apply to reality, and that's because they came from reality. They weren't just spun out of her head with no connection to concrete facts. So she's definitely in favor of reason as opposed to what you might call rationalism.
Okay.
So maybe that's one point of agreement.
Right. I guess, I kind of want to circle back to this other thing that we talked about earlier. What do you think stops egoism from collapsing into narcissism?
Well, if narcissism means excessive concern with yourself, I don't know if that's a good definition of it. Maybe I should actually look that up and get a definition on the table here.
Okay, yeah, sure.
All right, I'm just going to go into Google. Narcissism definition. Narcissism is characterized by excessive self-love, a grandiose sense of self-importance, a profound need for admiration, and a lack of empathy for others. It involves a preoccupation with oneself, personal status, and superiority, often masking deep-seated insecurity, vulnerability, or fragile self-esteem. Let me share that on the screen. I guess, yeah, it's on there now. So that's what I just read, this little AI overview. So that doesn't seem like at least parts of that don't seem healthy, like fragile self-esteem, preoccupation with superiority over others. I think Donald Trump might be an example of some of these traits, and I don't think that's not egoistic to have a fragile self-esteem. You should feel confident and comfortable with yourself, even if other people don't have a positive view of you. I think it's more important that you have a positive view of yourself. Not that you're seen well in other people's eyes, because that's meaningless. It doesn't matter if you know in your own soul, when you look in the mirror, that you are a rotten human being. Having all the praise in the world is not going to erase that fact or that feeling about yourself. So if part of what being a narcissist is to have this really shallow, fragile self-esteem, then that's certainly not in your self-interest, not egoistic, I would say.
Okay, so but what stops the egoism from collapsing into narcissism? What kind of guardrails does, Ayn Rand kind of introduce for people to avoid falling into narcissism? And I'm not even sure if that was even a term back then when she was writing. That's something I'm not sure about. It's something that people are hyper aware of today in the 21st century. I hear that word being thrown around a lot, and people saying Trump is a narcissist and that's bad. I guess how do you stop from collapsing in that if you do follow Ayn Rand's philosophy?
Well, I don't see that it would lead to it, that egoism will lead to narcissism. I mean, if you just think
Okay.
about what it involves, like I'm thinking to Howard Rourke in The Fountainhead, and one of his key virtues is independence. He thinks for himself, and he's not concerned, at least not primarily concerned, with other people's opinions. I mean, he might value other people's opinions, but it's only because he independently respects their opinions. So he has his first-handed reasons to respect certain other people, and if those people express appreciation, I think he could derive some satisfaction of that. But the primary is his own evaluation of things, and I think that's the right approach. If you want to first be in touch with reality, then that's what you need for a healthy psychology, to have your primary orientation to reality, not to other people. And if you recognize that fact, then I think that will, and you think about the consequences, like what would happen to me psychologically, what would be the consequences on my psychological health if I am putting people first and I'm at the mercy of their viewpoint. That's not a healthy state to be in. That's not a very secure. That's not,
Well,
your self-esteem can't be secure if it's tied to what other people might think of you. So if you just recognize that fact, I think maybe that will help you. If there was any temptation in the first place to become a narcissist, it'll help you stop you from becoming one.
well, I would say, I mean, like, aren't other people part of reality? Aren't the relational connections we have with other people part of reality and the individual's psychology to stay in good health, like be
Sure.
liked?
Yeah, I mean, having healthy social relationships is important to one's own happiness.
Yeah.
But I think one needs to evaluate the other people and not just try to get them to like you for no reasons or for bad reasons, but to like you for your virtues, including having a
I
virtue
agree with
like
that. Yeah.
independence. So, like, maybe I could get a lot more
Yeah.
likes on YouTube, for instance, if I started promoting some much more popular viewpoint. Like, there's probably a lot more leftists in the world than there are objectivists. There are a lot more MAGA pro-Trump people. So maybe I could get 1,000 times more likes if I started putting out pro-Trump content or pro-leftist content. But it's not worth anything to me because
Right.
I judge
Yeah.
that those
Same.
views are wrong. I would rather have fewer likes and have those likes be meaningful to me than have a lot more likes and the likes don't mean anything. So yes,
Okay.
other people matter, but they have to matter because you evaluate them independently as valuable opinions worth considering.
Right. I would agree with that. I think that's sound. Okay, I have another, I guess, kind of rabbit hole we could go down that we've kind of touched on a little bit, but I guess I want to kind of hit the nail on the head better. If society does produce brilliant individuals, but it dissolves families and trust between people and even the birth rate and our neighborhoods and meaning itself, is that society succeeding, even if it's free?
Okay, you might have to repeat that. And by the way,
Sure.
maybe this can be our last point because I do need to wrap up soon.
Right on.
But could you repeat your question?
Yeah, if a society produces brilliant individuals but dissolves families, trust between each other, and the birth rate even neighborhoods and meaning itself, is that society succeeding despite its freedom?
If a society produces brilliant individuals but dissolves families and
Mhm.
trust.
Trust and the birth rate and neighborhood cohesion and meaning, is that society succeeding despite its freedom?
Okay, I'm just writing that. Is that society succeeding? Um, it sounds like there's some kind of I don't know how you could have the like ultimately these things have to rise and fall together. Like I don't think you can have a good society unless the individuals within that society are doing well, because a society is just a collection of individuals. So I don't think it would make
Mhm.
sense to say the individuals are flourishing, they're all doing great, but the society isn't succeeding, it's doing badly. Or I don't think it
Okay.
would make sense to say the society is doing great, it's flourishing, but all the individuals in it are doing miserable and they're suffering terribly. They go together. They're of a piece.
Yeah.
So I don't know
Yeah.
how you could have one without the other.
I don't either. Yeah. I guess, that's kind of what I glean off of her works. And, I, you know, I don't want civilization to be like sacrificial animals. Like Ayn Rand is totally right to attack that, but I also don't want a civilization of like hyper brilliant vampires congratulating each other for never needing anyone while standing on like this mountain of invisible gifts. Um, I think that the individual is real and has to be sovereign and strong, but I also think this caveat is important. Strength has to answer to life and to other people. Um, I don't believe in killing the wolf. I don't believe in crowning the wolf either. I believe in training the wolf to guard the garden of humanity, if that's what you want to call it. That would be my claim and position, and I guess throughout this whole entire discussion, or I don't know. I'm reluctant to call it a debate. This has been an enjoyable discussion for me.
Okay. I'm not sure what the wolf was, what that metaphor was doing in the last bit, but um,
Oh, I was talking about the wolf, like with Nick Fuentes, like he's kind of like railing against how people are defanging the wolf inside of men, and he's trying to crown the wolf. I don't know if I got to that point poignantly enough, but we kind of graze against the sort of wolf concept, that liberals kind of want to destroy the wolf, conservatives want to elevate the wolf, and my position would be neither one is the answer. You have to domesticate the wolf to be useful to you, to be useful to life itself, to answer to life. Strength, I think, must answer to life, and it's a worthwhile endeavor to answer, what does life want? What is it? What are we what are we doing here? um but anyway, I really enjoyed our discussion. I know you got to dip out here, dude, but yeah, I've had a great discussion here with you.
okay, good. Well, I appreciate you calling in, and have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you, brother. You do the same. I'll
All right.
catch you later.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay. So that was our third call. Can't remember how many calls I got today. I think there was at least 3. I usually go back and listen to at least much of the show afterwards, and I try to fill in the description so people can navigate, because it's a long show, right? It's over 7 hours, and I like to put in at least when each of the calls started. And AI can help some with this, but like the YouTube has this ask feature, which you can click on and get a summary of the video. But I found, at least in one case, that it left out a lot of the video, unless I went in and manually put stuff in the description, which I guess it could use to write its own summary. But I'll try to put at least a few points in the description to help people navigate this later. But anyway, I'm going to wrap up for today. So I want to say thank you to everyone for coming by, either live or if you're hearing this later. Thanks to you as well. I appreciate all the participation in the chats, as well as the calls I got. And thanks for the financial support. Some people did a super chat or super sticker. So thanks for that, as well as someone became a channel member. And also, likes on the show, definitely appreciate that. Likes, any new subscribers. I got a couple today. So that was good. And thanks for sharing the show afterwards. Okay, so I'll probably do another show in 5 days. That's my usual interval. So 5 days from now would be Thursday, May 7th. So unless something comes up for me, I'll probably see you then. All right, where's my closeout screen? Here we go. Oh, should I take one? Let me take at least one more quick look at the chat. Oh, Greg says 5 callers. Okay, I guess Greg was keeping counts. Thanks for that. And he says some wild beasts can't be domesticated. I was wondering about the wolf as a symbol for humanity, because it's often a wolf is used as a predator, but I think that's exactly the opposite of the kind of view of existence Ayn Rand had, where it's not one person preying on another. It's a win-win kind of relationship that she promotes, not prey and or be preyed upon. Okay. All right, I'll try to look at more of these chats later between this stream and the next. Reference to the wolf in the symbolic usage, says Greg. Which made Greg number 1 on the leaderboard. It looks like it just changed from number 2 to number 1, I see. All right. Okay, I'll see you all next time. And until then, I hope you have an egoistic, enjoyable next 5 days. All right. Bye, everyone.